Hi, Adam. How are you? You're looking very taut. Is that an apple? Is that for me? Is that some sustenance for me? Hello and welcome to my YouTube channel. I am Esport David, and today I'd like to play the remaster and chapter 4 of You and Him. Those who abandon the will of their God will face its divine judgment, and their spilled blood used to enrich the soil of a world shaped by his vision. Okay. Prologue. Gosh darn it, Adam. Minnow, Nevada. The purple-haired singer offers the crowd a beatific smile, paired with a small wave. They scream his name, fans clamoring to get closer past the lineup of security creating a barrier with their bodies. A few of them try reaching around the line of defense, their fingers desperate and outstretched, clawing at empty air. We love you! Please marry me! Have my babies! Hopefully you're totally not a psychotic murderer who thinks he's totally justified! The cacophony of voices makes his ears want to bleed. He resists the urge to curl his lip in disgust. They're all so annoying, placing him and his bandmates on a pedestal for the simple fact they're attractive and can carry a simple tune. The world around him proves how shallow every single human being on this planet is. Day after day, city after city, target after target. There's not a single person out there whose line of thinking he can't predict. Not a single person who stands on equal ground with him in the slightest. Well, he hasn't met me. They're all worthless. Although, some people are worse than others, their very existence defiling the sanctity of this world. And those are the people who he swore to enact his divine judgment upon. An oath written in blood. The purple-haired singer moves with his bandmates towards the awaiting bus, ready to ship them off to the next destination, when he feels a buzz in his pocket. He pauses at the bottom steps of his tour bus, glancing down at his phone. It's a text, or rather, an alert. The purple-haired singer smirks as he skims over the details, studying the location, name, and basic information given to him by an unknown number. But he knows full well who this number belongs to. A month has passed since the last text he received from them, and now he's eager to reach the touring band's next destination, Park Bend, Arizona. He hides a vicious smile as his bloodlust rises like a tide. Hey! Oh, the sad man who I want to adopt. The purple-haired singer peers up from his phone, and another man stands atop of the steps of the bus, looking down at him. The purple-haired singer can practically smell the smoke coming off of his bandmate's clothes. Leave him alone, he needs to relax. He resists the urge to wrinkle his nose from the acrid scent. Disgusting. The purple-haired singer always hated that smell, and his hatred for it intensifies because of the man standing in front of him, and what he says next, his gravelly voice grating on the purple-haired man's nerves. Oh, tired-looking man. Let's go. You're holding up the bus. It's a command, as though he's got the right to order him around. The purple-haired singer withholds a sneer, knowing full well they've got an entire audience behind them, and he can't let his mask slip. Not until they're on the move again. The purple-haired singer gives the tired-looking man a smile as he plants a foot on the first step. Sorry, I got distracted. My bad. For anyone else, the purple-haired singer comes off across as apologetic. But the other man's eyes narrow, telling the purple-haired singer he's not fooled by his act, but cannot say as much out loud or call him out for it. The tension between the two is palpable when they're finally standing on even ground as the purple-haired singer reaches the top step, forcing his bandmate to take a step back in order to make room for him. Be nice to him, he's fragile. And then at some point there's going to be some point where I rescind my adoption papers for him. He's going to do something extra scary. The tour bus's doors close behind them, and the purple-haired singer's facade drops. He gets up in the tired-looking man's face, whose response is to remain firm in his stance, despite the purple-haired singer grabbing him by the scruff of his shirt. Don't ever order me around again, or I'll make your life a living heck. The tired-looking man knocks the purple-haired singer's hand away, and his gaze narrows. Traveling on the same bus with you already is. Oh! The purple-haired singer curls his lip and shoulder chucks the other man as he storms past, and there's a low whistle that comes from one of the seats. Mom, the kids are fighting again. It's tearing our family apart, jokes a different bandmate with an easygoing grin. The man's arms are laced behind his head while he remains seated on one of the plush leather couches, his legs spread out in the center aisle. The purple-haired singer knocks his feet out of the way with a shove of his boot. Oh, fluff off. You know, for as many times as you've told me that, I'm starting to think you need a swear jar. Maybe if you collect enough cash, it'll pay for some much-needed therapy bills. Ha! There's a soft sigh as a man with light blonde hair fixes himself a cup of tea within the tour bus kitchen. Steam rolls off of his cup in waves as he brings it to his lips. Before he speaks, his voice gentle and soft. Please behave yourselves. I understand we're all tired, but antagonizing one another isn't the way to go about things. We've still got a long tour ahead of us, so please try to get along. The purple-haired singer curls his lip in annoyance as he strides past them and towards his bunk. Oh, look at our patron saint over here. Let's not fool ourselves into believing that's an actual possibility, especially with Tweedledee and Tweedledipcrap over here. Nah. Aw, aren't the pet names he gives us the cutest? The only downside is I can't figure out who is who. The easygoing bandmate grins at the perpetually tired-looking man. Do you want to be Tweedledee or Tweedledipcrap? Either way, it's getting embroidered into a pillow. You can embroider? No, but when has my lack of knowledge on any given subject ever stopped me? The purple-haired singer doesn't hear the response from his tired-looking bandmate as he heads to the back lounge where he can get some much-needed peace and quiet away from the other band members. When he's out of sight, he draws up the details, all pertaining to you. Despite his tense interactions with his bandmates, he lets a cold and malicious smile find its way to his lips. He just can't wait to get to the next city. Oh, you don't know what's coming for you. You don't know what's coming for you, Adam. Middle of nowhere, 3:32 p.m. Nothing good ever happens when you start a visual novel inside a car. In other news, C.A.K.E, the hit boy band that skyrocketed to popularity in recent years, is playing live tomorrow night at the Sanita Valley Stadium in our very own Park Bend, Arizona. Oh no, that's where we are. Can you believe that, Kenny? I'm absolutely ecstatic and looking forward to their performance. The car's radio crackles, and a new voice joins in on the conversation, his tone coming in as both jovial and somewhat cartoonish. I'm more shocked by the fact that you managed to score tickets for the concert itself, considering these reports. The other DJ clears his throat, and you can hear the rustling of papers as he continues. According to our sources, C.A.K.E's concert tickets were sold out within seconds of their initial online release date, despite the website crashing due to the overwhelming traffic visiting the stadium's website. Of course, they managed to get this site up and running again, but many were logged out and missed their chance due to a lack of foresight. Yeah, you should have been ordering these tickets when you were in the womb. The other DJ pipes back up. Oh, I remember the public backlash that came after it. People took to Twitter and got the hashtag #LetUsEatCake trending for over a week before the stadium came out with an official statement apologizing for the error. It caused quite an uproar. I'll say, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. And just to think, these are the same young men who, by all accounts, came from pretty modest and quiet backgrounds that took the world by storm. I don't think I've ever seen a boy band craze this bad since the last peak in the 90s and 2000s. But even I don't think those compare to the phenomenon that we're seeing today. Don't you agree, Bob? Bob, the other radio DJ, lets out a giant guffaw. Ooh boy, is that an understatement. Although, I'm not sure mine and my husband's daughter would agree with labeling them as a boy band, given their slight rocker edge. A big fan, huh? She's got good taste in music, then. Both her and my husband. Bob says with a boisterous laugh. Their newest single, Cross My Heart and Never Stray, is all they can talk about, but he's happy bonding with her over it, and vice versa. Now that's impressive. I know you talked about your husband not caring for modern-day music, but it sounds like C.A.K.E brings the whole household together. Exactly. If they can make even my husband love their sound, then you know they've got that special something going for them. When they start playing C.A.K.E.'s latest single, you turn down the dial on the radio in order to focus on the stretch of road before you. The blistering heat of the Arizona sun already makes concentrating hard enough as it is, without the added distraction of brainworm-inducing music playing through the speakers. Not to mention, you've driven almost... You look at your dash for mileage and cringe. Yep, you were right. You've driven almost 323 miles. There's another 200 miles left before you reach Park Bend, your home city. It's a nasty number for those with so many idiot lights on in their car, but someone had to drop off your uncle's valuables at his new apartment after the divorce. Valuables being an obscene amount of guns. You sigh, wishing you were back home already. There's a number of things you need to get done, and not nearly enough hours in the day for you to finish it all. Exhaustion already wearing you thin at the thought. You wanted to put your foot down. You really did. But your uncle said he had no other options. Your aunt refused to make the trip, and your uncle didn't have a car thanks to the traffic accident he got into a few weeks after the divorce got finalized. No one else but you could make the journey. Gosh darn it, this must be before I learned how to set boundaries. It wouldn't have been so bad if not for your aunt. Dealing with her was another matter entirely. Once you showed up and told her you were here to transport the guns, she kept screaming every time you tried loading them into the car. You had to restrain her when she kept trying to lunge for the trunk, arguing your uncle wouldn't know if one or two were missing. When you refused to budge on the matter, she became inconsolable and ran inside of her trailer, confining herself inside the small, squat bathroom for a full hour. When she returned, her demeanor returned to normal. Well, at least for her. Relatives are weird, man. Speaking of weird, how long was this stretch of highway again? You could have sworn it was a heck of a lot shorter the first go-around. Not to mention you're flat-out starving. You haven't eaten in several hours. You regret not stopping by the gas station 50 miles back, actively choosing to ignore the huge warning sign that said, "Next gas station in 100 miles," in bright red font in all caps. Should have been another billboard right beside it that said, "We mean it. We're serious." A terrible decision considering the gnawing in your stomach. You mull over your lack of options, wondering if any fries are lodged between car seats because you're that hungry, when something in the distance catches your attention. Is it a giant cheeseburger? You squint, trying to figure out what exactly you're seeing, but the sun blinds you. You blink and rub the spots out of your eyes. Forget it. Whatever it is, you're already coming up to it. As your car eats up the distance, you make out the shape of a large, lumbering figure walking along the side of the road with their thumb jutted out and raised above their head at the sound of your oncoming car. Huh. What's someone doing all the way out here? A rumble permeates deep within your gut that's borderline piercing. Your stomach demands sacrifice. Well, I guess we're gonna have to eat this hitchhiker's stomach. What do you want from me? Sorry, buddy. You don't have time to pick up a stranger. Not to mention, you were always warned away from hitchhikers as a kid. Or at least you think you were. Every kid has that talk with their parents at some point, right? That aside, letting in this man reeks of future trouble, just like the smell of your engine. Which kind of smells like rotting eggs. Oh, that's not good. You should really get that checked out. Just as you're pulling up right behind him, set on your decision, you notice a distinct limp to his walk and blood blooming out from his pant leg. Seeing his injury causes guilt to settle in your already empty stomach, weighing it down. He's clearly hurt and needs help, and there's no one for miles. You wrestle with your lack of options when he suddenly collapses into a heap on the side of the road. Merde! There goes your self-preservation. You park just a ways ahead of him and rip off your seatbelt before launching out of the driver's seat, hoping he's okay as you approach him with hurried steps. When you reach him, you fall to your knees and gently shake his shoulder, only to garner no response. Come on, please be okay. You lean down and press your head against his chest. You feel it rise and fall, noting the reassuring thump of a steady heartbeat. Good, he's still breathing. But what made him pass out? His injury, or the sun, or a combination of both? You sit back up and gently try pressing the back of your hand to his forehead. He's blistering hot to the touch. A worried crease forms between your eyebrows. Sir? Sir, can you hear me? He rolls his head, muttering something under his breath. But he's conscious at the very least. Another good sign. Don't worry, sir. I'm gonna call for help, okay? You pull out your cell phone, ready to dial the emergency helpline, when a hand latches onto your wrist in a vice-like grip, and the man beneath you adjusts himself into a sitting position. You're taken aback by his fierce gaze, dark eyes glaring at you through the veil of purple hair. Don't call anyone. I'm completely fine. Well, the supposed blood oozing from your leg doesn't look completely fine. Yeah, but... Nails dig into your forearm, biting into your skin, to warn you he means business. I said I'm fine. Listen to the sexy man. I think I'm supposed to listen to the sexy man.
Nope.
You bite your lip before ultimately deciding to lower your phone and listen. He seems coherent at the very least. All right, but at least let me take a look at that leg. You offer him a smile, and he visibly relaxes at your compliant nature and nods, leaning back so you can roll up his pant leg and examine the damage lying underneath. Not an easy task, considering the, fit of his jeans. But you manage to wrangle it up his thigh, where the wound lies. Blood congeals on his thigh. You can't help but wince at the sight, unable to even see the extent of the injury because there's so much. You need to clean it off. Wait right here, you say, and then head over to your car, locating the box cutter knife hidden underneath the driver's seat. You flick out the blade and then get to work on cutting the bottom half of your shirt, chopping off a decent-sized strip of fabric in order to suit your needs. Then you grab the now lukewarm water bottle and douse the makeshift rag until it's nice and soaked. Finishing grabbing what you need, you toss the box cutter back into the car before returning to the hitchhiker. The hitchhiker looks up upon hearing your encroaching footsteps. You watch as his eyes widen into the equivalent of large saucers, his lips slightly parted in surprise as his gaze zeroes in on the newly exposed patch of skin. He studies the shape of your body, tracing over each detail with new eyes. You grow flustered at the attention, but you also don't hate it. It's nice, in a way. You're a little disappointed when he averts his gaze, wondering if you misinterpreted the situation, until he bites at his bottom lip as if he's done something inappropriate. Your heart flutters at the implications. His reactions are kind of cute. You lower yourself down to him and try to ignore the blush spreading across your own cheeks. He's really attractive. Something you couldn't help but notice when you rushed to his side and saw that intense expression, like an arrow striking through your helpless and vulnerable little heart. But that's not the only thing that garnered your attention. This man. He's Adam, the lead singer of C.A.K.E. You already wondered what someone was doing all the way out here, but for him to be a famous singer of all people, the question really nags at you. So, you say slowly, trying to keep your tone conversational. I couldn't help but notice this, but you're Adam, right? The hitchhiker hesitates before nodding. Okay, so I don't mean to sound rude, but what in the world landed you all the way out here in the middle of nowhere asking strangers for rides? Adam rubs the back of his neck, his response sheepish. Well, I was really rude to my bandmates, and they finally got tired of it and threw me out of the van. Like, you know what, forget this guy. Yeet! I accidentally wound up in a ditch a few miles back and forgot my phone at the studio, so getting a hold of anyone was out of the question. I figured on the off chance that someone drove by, I could bum a ride. Master of disguise, I see right through you, Adam. Only because I've played this game for like several years. You digest his response with consideration, turning it over in your head like a Rubik's cube. The explanation makes sense. And now, knowing who he is, you can understand why he wouldn't want emergency services showing up, considering the possible media storm his injury could fire up if the wrong people found out. No wonder he got so tense when you called. Poor guy. Though, if you're honest with yourself, this entire scenario kind of feels like something ripped out of a bad piece of fan fiction, yet it's your reality. When your eyes drift up to his What? When your eyes drift up to his, an angelic smile softens his features.
I'm so lucky you showed up when you did.
He leans closer. He draws your hand away from his injured leg, gently clasping your hands between his, and your breath lodges in your throat.
You're a lifesaver.
Jesus. No wonder his fans go absolutely feral. You thought most celebrities put on a show for the world around them, but Adam's exactly how he presents himself on TV. Kind, down to earth, sweet. Mm-hmm. As he lets go of your hands, you urge your pounding heart to calm down by concentrating on the conversation at hand, returning your focus back to cleaning his injured thigh. It doesn't help considering how defined it is. Just like the rest of him. He's just clanging and banging in the gym, thinking about all the sinners that he's going to make repent or whatever he's doing. You clear your throat and try doing the same with your thoughts. Oh, was the crash how you got hurt? Adam shakes his head. His gaze remains fixated on your hands, working to wipe away the blood.
I cut my thigh open while hiking with my friends a couple of weeks ago. One of the tree branches was poking out while me and my friend were roughhousing. Turns out the branch was just a little too sharp, and when he accidentally pushed me into it, I got this as a souvenir. The doctor stitched me up, but I guess it tore back open once I started walking.
He chuckles to himself.
I didn't even notice, if you can believe it.
You're surprised to hear this, considering he's got a performance going on later tomorrow night. Surely he should let it heal before going back on stage. Well, hopefully when I drive you back to town, we can find a doctor and get it taken care of. I'm sorry I can't do anything else to help.
Don't worry, you've helped me more than you know.
You flash at his praise. The smoothness of his voice, and the way he says that makes you feel things you haven't felt in a long time. In places you haven't felt in a long time. You mean my cold, dead, blackened heart? You attempt to focus on the task at hand, wiping away the thick, congealed blood, but it's hard to concentrate when all you can think about is the fact that your hands are brushing against his thighs, and you're close to... Oh gosh, you're turning beet red from the thought alone. I'm gonna touch your dick! But maybe he feels the same way. Considering how he went slack-jawed at the sight of your midriff, you're safe to assume he holds some form of attraction towards you. You're not wrong in thinking that, right? Nibbling at your bottom lip, you peer up at him and find his gaze locked onto your hands with blistering intensity. You can't tell if he wants to rip your hands off of his leg or guide them towards other, more intimate places. The heat warming your body desires the latter. No, you can't fondle the hitchhiker. That would be rude. And so do your swirling thoughts.
Something wrong?
His gaze suddenly flicks upward, and you jump, flustered that he's caught you staring. Nothing. Just a little dazed is all, probably because of the heat. You duck your head and redirect your attention downward, ignoring the horny devil rampaging inside of you and no doubt destroying a city or two in its wake. But he's still watching you, his expression borderline piercing. You can't tell if that's a good or a bad thing. It feels like he's studying every movement, from the way your hands glide across his skin down to noting each intake of breath. You try not to squirm. You fail and squirm a lot. Getting back on track, you start to notice something strange about the blood coating his leg. It chips and peels away like dried paint around the edges. Adam? As you uncover more, you expect to find a gaping wound with remnants of stitches sewn along the edges, but instead you find smooth skin underneath. Adam? What the... You go to look up, right as the man withdraws a small silver knife tucked into the waistband of his jeans before lunging at you. Ah! You don't have time to react before he brings the weapon down to your chest, causing your back to arc and your eyes to bulge in shock at the sudden turn of events. Hi, you're not gonna rip my shirt this time, Adam. This is a cheap shirt that only cost me $5 on AliExpress. One moment he was so sweet, and now confusion and terror battle in your mind for dominance. Adrenaline pumps in your veins as you try fending him off, your hands getting slashed in the process, causing blood to run down your arms in rivulets. Blood splatters against your face, droplets getting into your eyes and nearly blinding you. Ah, my eyes! Gosh dang it, Adam, I told y'all, don't mess with my eyes! He's too strong. Not when I get mad. But you don't want to die. You don't want to die, so you have to stop him. What did I do wrong? You're practically screaming the words at him, scratching at his chest, his face, anywhere you can dig your nails into when he gives you the opportunity by pulling the knife out from where he stabbed you through the palm of your hand. Ow! He scoffs at your feeble attempts to fight him off. Tears brim at your eyes as his knees pin down your already weakening arms, restraining you in place. That once beautiful face now appears demonic in your eyes as he raises the knife, the silver gleaming in the sunlight as he brings it up before plunging it into your exposed chest over and over again. Adam! Ow! Ow! Lay rude! Your world fades to complete and utter darkness as one final tear escapes your eyes in the wake of your own death. Your question will forever remain unanswered. Gosh dang it. That in one, too promiscuous. I was being polite. Well, you know what, you great big butt? I'm gonna call him anyway. In fact, should probably call the cops while I'm at it. He's insane if he thinks you're just gonna let this whole thing slide. He's clearly injured and definitely needs a dressing for that leg. You yank your arm out of his grasp and press the phone to your ear before standing up, turning your back to the man as you glare at the sun beating down on you. Could it be any hotter? There's a click as someone picks up on the other end. Hello, what's your emergent? She's cut off mid-sentence when the hitchhiker plucks the phone out of your grasp and drops it onto the ground. He crushes the device beneath a scoffed boot. Rude, almost looking bored as he does so. When he glances up, he offers a beatific smile. Listen, buddy! You recognize those features that spanned across multiple blogs on the internet stratosphere, from his gleaming white teeth, which were perfect advertisements for the 10 toothpaste commercials he sponsored, to the scar on his eyebrow that fans obsessed over. The lead singer of C.A.K.E stands before you. Hold on, let me get a bit of a gander, a little respectful peek. Adam Godden, here in the flesh. And now you also know him as the jackbutt who just broke your phone that you spent 3 years in customer service trying to pay off. Adam! Listen, you open your mouth to demand where he gets off on destroying other people's property when he rushes forward and plunges something into your shoulder. Ow! Lay rude! You're caught off guard, his momentum pushing you backwards, and your head cracks painfully against the asphalt. I should be dead. Dazed, you blink up at the man who stands over you as he wipes the blood off of his knife by using his shirt as a makeshift handkerchief. There's no time to escape when he directs a cruel smile at you, crawling over your collapsed form with a predatory gleam in his eyes, boxing in your hips between his legs and trapping you underneath his body as he pins your wrists above your head. Oh, Adam, I didn't know you felt that way. He reaches into his back pocket with his free hand to reveal a phone of his own. He taps something on the screen, and all of a sudden, you're blinded by light, blinking the spots out of your eyes. Left the flash on. Sorry about that. His expression is not at all apologetic. You did that on purpose! You kick your legs and buck your hips in a valiant effort to toss him off your body, throwing your weight around in hopes that you'll catch him off balance, but he doesn't seem fazed in the slightest. He's clanging and banging in the gym and thinking about all the sinners that he's going to have to extinguish. You give up after exhausting yourself. It's useless to consider wasting your energy on something that doesn't work. You'll have to find another way to escape. Once you've settled, Adam taps his phone screen again, and this time there's no blinding light. He stares at the picture he just took for a moment, nods to himself, then shoves his phone into his back pocket, satisfied by whatever he sees.
Now, where were we? His cocky attitude makes your blood roil to a boil. No, the thing that made my blood roll to a boil is when he smashed my gosh darn phone. All my TikToks are on there. You try spitting in his face, but it misses by a landslide, despite how close the shot is. He gives a condescending smirk. Someone's testy, but you know that wasn't very nice. Why don't you try being good for me, so we can make this easier on the both of us? How does that sound? Nice one out the window when you stabbed me. Nice one out the window when you crushed my gosh dang phone. Maybe I wouldn't have stabbed you if you listened to me and hung up the phone. Yeah, right. I tried that. I still got stabbed. You get the distinct feeling that he's just lying through his teeth. You don't peg him as the honest type, considering he's probably got a bunch of skeletons in his closet if he's attacking strangers for the fun of it. What did you want my photo for? Scrapbooking? His face darkens at your retort. How is that any of your business? Surely he's joking. Just picture me, it's totally my business. It's entirely made of my business. You look at his tense expression. Nope, he's 100% serious. But at least he's not cutting you open like a slab of meat. If you can keep him talking, maybe you'll find a way out of this mess. A present for your dear old mom and dad, then? What a lovely present, showing them your victims' portraits in the efforts to show them how their son turned out. It really is the thought that counts. Don't talk about my mother. Now, yes, I'm going to reuse the same joke that I used before, but your mother is a beautiful and well-respected member of her society. Oh, does he have mommy issues? No, maybe he has daddy issues. Better yet, maybe both. I think it's both. That would explain a lot. What about your dad? Can we talk about him? Adam considers you for a moment, obviously confused by your cavalier attitude, despite the current situation and the gaping flesh wound in your shoulder. But he's curious enough to see where it leads. This is just what I would probably do. What do you want to know about him? Does he know what you do for a living? He looks at you like you're stupid. Everyone knows what I do for a living. What kind of idiotic question is that? You really wish you could slam his head into the concrete. It's not like you want to ask these questions, and you don't genuinely care about his history or his dad. I do. You have other goals in mind. Still, you can't help but note how he's not even answering the question and asking with one of his own instead. Why is that? Let's have a makeshift therapy session right here in the desert. You tuck that thought away in favor of distracting him further. Are you too close? I haven't seen him in years. You assume that's possibly because of his travels on the road, but it could also hint at those aforementioned daddy issues. Not to mention, that doesn't really answer your question. Come on, Adam, give me some lore. You ever think you'll pay him a visit? Adam's lips draw into a smirk that you can't get a good read on. I intend to. He doesn't elaborate further. Does he know you murder strangers for fun? His gaze narrows. He wants to say something, but thinks better of it when he grinds out. Next question. What does he do for a living? He works his jaw, seeming uninterested in the question. He worked as a preacher for my hometown church back in Tennessee. Ah, fan of the big guy in the sky, eh? I'm guessing you went to church a lot as a kid. Adam considers you for a moment. Ah, so that's your angle. What? What do you mean? I don't have an angle. I'm sorry. You gasp as his nails dig into your wounded shoulder. Tears prick at the corner of your eyes, threatening to spill over, and you have to bite your lip to keep them in place. No way will you let this man get the self-satisfaction of seeing you cry. You want to keep me talking until you can think of an escape plan. Is that it? No. Well, I'm sorry to inform you, but that won't happen. We're alone. I'm armed with a knife, and this highway's almost always deserted. Very few cars drive along this highway, and the only reason people tend to travel here is for nefarious means, or out of sheer desperation. I would know. This place was scoped out ahead of time.
In other words, you're majorly screwed out of luck if you think someone's going to witness your murder. The buzzards will know. He gives you a sadistic grin.
But you know what? Why not? I'll play this game for a little while longer. There's nothing better than giving someone like you the hope that someone will come by and magically save you, only to rip the rug out from underneath that pathetic mindset of yours as I slit your throat.
Why are you so mean, Adam?
He leans closer, his eyes flashing red. And in the time you'll be just another worthless corpse discarded on the side of the road, right where you belong. All of your crappy choices leading you here, leading you straight to me. Though, if we're going down the wheelhouse of what my dad thinks, then maybe this was just destiny. He allows the tips of his free hand to glide along your cheek before roughly grasping your chin. Seeing you, maybe he was actually onto something. Some people are just born effed up.
As effed up as stabbing a stranger who tried helping you?
Trying to convince me you acted on the kindness in your heart. You would have kept driving had I not collapsed and forced your hand.
Well, yeah.
Not to mention, we are all guilty of sin, of something, some of us more than others.
Insane? This man is literally insane. You're suspecting he just wants any reason to kill you and justify his actions in his own mind.
But getting back to the topic of my dad, it's pretty funny. Despite being a firm believer in his religion, my dad thought that destiny and fate play a big role in our everyday lives. He said that, while some things are in our control, there are some things we can't change based on the fact that God preordained it. Those things being obstacles put in our path made by God to teach us life lessons. A test of sorts, you could say.
His nails bite into your wound, and you bite your lip so hard it bleeds.
He smirks, taking pleasure in dragging out his toy's agony. Now, tell me something. Do you believe in destiny?
Honestly, not really. Your uncle always says honesty is the best policy, no matter the circumstances. Sure, it might get you killed here, but he's probably already planning on doing that anyway.
No. You admit through clenched teeth.
I don't. Especially when people like you exist, because what sick mystical bullcrap would send me to someone like you as a test?
You shake your head, aggravated by the thought. You're sure there are some people out there who use destiny or even God as a means to console themselves whenever life goes wrong by saying it's all part of some bigger plan. As for you, the one thing you believe in is the power of free will, and you believe that crappy people do crappy things, and sometimes things go wrong and that no one can control it. Just like you used your own free will to try and help Adam, he used his to stab you. No outside force involved, no destiny or fate or God controlling either of your actions, just a single twisted man who clearly enjoys others' suffering. Is that so? Adam says before staring down at you for a moment, dissecting you with his eyes as he processed your words. You feel like one of those dead frogs they use in biology class to teach teenagers how bodies work and function, with your limbs all splayed out and pinned at your sides, ripe for organ harvesting. You wait for him to slice you wide open in response to giving the wrong answer, but to your surprise, he doesn't. Funny, I thought you'd try to lie and appease me. Usually when I ask someone at my mercy a question, they try telling me what they think I want to hear. But I actually prefer honesty, even if our views differ, because people who lie, those are the ones that tick me off the most.
So you believe in destiny? Why does that not surprise me?
Oh, I don't. I was just curious to see how you'd answer. You wanted to get to know me, after all. Even if it was just to buy time, I figured I'd still extend the same courtesy. But he tilts your chin up with his thumb and forefinger so you can meet his gaze. His breath dusts the shell of your ear when he leans closer. Aren't you happy, knowing that you're the only person alive who knows this about me? I'd say that makes you pretty special in my eyes.
Wow, narcissistic much?
Your head shifts so you can catch his gaze, that cocky smirk still tugging at his lips. At least at this angle, he's no longer breathing in your ear like he's some dude running an ASMR channel,
and you're the stereo microphone. Seriously, you'd rather get stabbed again than have him breathing in your ear. I don't like ASMR, but I would prefer the breathing in the ear to getting stabbed. Oh, I bet you say that to all your victims. His eyes narrow at your sarcasm, and he draws back, which spurs you on because he's at least out of your personal space, and you couldn't stop yourself at this point even if you tried. I truly am the luckiest person alive. I don't deserve you or your kindness. You really aren't like other serial killers. He reclaims his knife, before burying it back into the same wound, like you're his personal knife block. You gasp, your back arcing from the pain. Fluff! That smarts! That is quite painful! You grind your teeth as he withdraws his knife once more, examining the fresh blood coating the blade. At least he's scowling now, after getting knocked down a peg.
I appreciate honesty, to an extent, but you'll fare better if you keep your mouth shut.
Make me. A childish retort in the grand scheme of things, but you'll be darned if he's getting the last word in edgewise. Adam's expression twists, and he angles the blade high above his head, before driving the knife back down towards your sternum with the most cold-blooded expression. Thanks to your playground taunt, he fully intends on killing you now. You have to think quickly and throw him off to ensure your survival. Give me them lips, you getting a smooch? Kiss him! Because I know that's the only thing that works. You grit your teeth through the pain. It's the first thing that pops into your head. Before you can react, you grab him by the scruff of his shirt and pull him down. Caught off balance, he drops the knife and braces his hands on the ground on either side of you, unable to avoid your waiting mouth. His eyes go comically wide as your lips touch, the barest whisper of a kiss that causes his body to go completely rigid, but not long enough for you to grab his knife and go for his jugular. Well, crap. You're no doubt dead now. You wait for him to shove you away, to scrub his mouth clean of you, to drive his mouth down in disgust at your lame attempt at a distraction. What you don't expect is for him to return your kiss with desperate urgency. His mouth slants against yours, softening to the equivalent of melted butter, urging you to open your mouth in tandem with his. He's shaking uncontrollably, like a leaf caught in the wind. He's a man who's clearly sought thrill from murder, but from the looks of it, hasn't experienced much, if any, intimate human interaction. You've found an undeniable weakness. He's so distracted, eyelids fluttering in pure, unabashed pleasure, that you take the opportunity to reach for the knife. Don't notice. Keep your focus on me. You're silently begging him to remain unaware, to remain trapped, enraptured by your kiss. You're afraid he'll feel your erratic heartbeat climbing and just know something's off. A fingertip brushes against the handle, followed by the second. Then, when your third goes to join, it hits something, a small rock which skitters against the ground. Adam goes to lift his head, lips parting from yours, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion to see where the source of the noise came from, when your hand wraps around the handle as your heart thunders in your chest.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
His eyes go wide as he comes to the realization of what you're doing. But it's too late, because you put all of your rage and strength into drilling the knife deep enough into his side in order to incapacitate him. You grind your teeth as you tear through his flesh with the metal of the blade, the blood soaking through your shirt that's no longer just your own, coating your hand and arms as you try to dig deeper in an effort to maim him. Yeah, whose shirt's getting messed up now? Whose fancy shirt, $200 shirt's getting messed up now? Adam cries out as you give him a taste of his own medicine. Take that, a-hole. Caught off balance, you use this golden opportunity to shove him off of you. One of his arms darts out, his other hand resting at the side from where you embedded the knife, right as you roll just out of reach. You lock gazes for a moment. You're both panting, and you can see his confusion giving way to outrage, to hate. Well, the feelings fluffing mutual, but there's no way in heck you're sticking around to give him another chance at killing you. When he goes to move again, you grab a fistful of dirt from the side of the road that you managed to roll onto and fling it into his face and eyes. Yeah, that's a smart MC. He manages to block it with his arm, but by the time he looks up, you're already throwing yourself into the driver's seat of your car. You hear him calling after you. You hear him say your name. How does he know that? Shoving the thought aside, you rev the engine and hear the frantic crunch of footsteps approaching your car, his voice a snarl as he almost reaches where you're parked. But it's too late, because you're getting the fluff out of here and flooring it, putting pedal to the metal, watching as he continues to try and limp after you, still impossibly fast despite his injury. You watch as he gets smaller and smaller, before disappearing completely. The adrenaline pumping through your veins causes your body to shake, heart struggling against your rib cage. For hours on end, you drive, and you don't stop, your eyes darting over to your rearview mirror to see if somehow he managed to teleport into your back seat, because of course that would happen, afraid he'll finish the job. You can't stop thinking about how he knew your name. You don't remember mentioning it, so how? Swallowing hard and seeing your home city on the horizon, you remind yourself that it doesn't matter, because I'm okay now, you say, gripping the steering wheel so hard your knuckles turn white, biting your lip so hard it bleeds. I'm okay. Park Bend, Arizona, 8:15 p.m. Dower Hotel. Adam manages to return to his hotel room without much trouble after making a singular phone call. He's lucky you didn't hit anything vital. Just a flesh wound that he managed to stitch together himself, the action of pushing a needle through skin like second nature at this point. He lies back on the king-sized mattress, spent from walking under the crisp sun and actually getting hurt in the process. Everything feels ticklish since that kiss from hours earlier. Like his nerve endings are standing on end, hypersensitive to everything he touches, making him hyper-aware of the world around him. He absent-mindedly strokes his own bottom lip. Fluff. He can still taste you, feel you. Your body pressed against his, the way you moved beneath him, now a permanent stamp on his consciousness. He wants to see you again, to touch you, to kiss you, to claim you, to mark you. Unwarranted images of you invade his mind. His fingers skim down his chest, along his belly, imagining they're your hands instead of his own. He slowly unbuttons his jeans, unable to take this corrosive heat burning inside of him. It's horrible. He feels like he's going to go mad if he doesn't do something quick. Adam needs to get you out of his system, and he's desperate to take that step, despite the fact that it's something he's never even tried, when a woman's face flashes behind his closed eyelids. She stares at Adam in disappointment, tears cascading down her cheeks and over her cuts and scars. Just like him, she mouths. Adam gasps as his eyes snap open, and he rips his hand away from his zipper. Tears prick at the corner of his eyes as he's filled with disgust for nearly caving into his carnal desires. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your face flashes behind his closed eyelids. The sun illuminates your frame, like you're an angel descending from the heavens. Stop it. You pull him down again. You kiss him. You make him feel things he shouldn't, the feelings he hates and despises so much. Again, he sees a vision of the woman, crying, sees her desperation as he gives in to the one sin that destroyed the world around them, the one sin that took away everything he held dear. After you promised me. Enough! He chokes out a sob and curls into the fetal position, wishing he could bleed you out of his pores and untaint himself, but you've left your mark. If he wants to get rid of this fever, his ache, this disease burning within him, he needs to locate the source and destroy it by tearing it out by the root. Adam calms himself down by taking a deep, concentrated breath. A plan begins to formulate in his mind. As long as he retains focus on his original goal, he can handle these odd, burgeoning feelings that overwhelm and threaten to break him. When he opens his eyes, they shine with a determined gleam. Adam promises himself right then and there that he's going to find you again. I don't know where we are, but it's 1:43 a.m. and I should be asleep. Adam only requires a cheap lock-picking kit off of Amazon to break into your apartment. A weak defense, all things considered. Did you really think this would keep him out? It's almost too easy, the way he steps inside, pausing next to your coat rack to allow his eyes time to adjust in the darkness. He scans the room, observing your ratty couch and cheap coffee table that you keep propped up on one side, using a few hardcover books to keep it level after one of the legs got broken off. He wonders briefly if you started a sewing project of sorts when his eyes catch on something far more interesting. It's your bedroom door, left ajar. He slips out of his boots and places them next to yours, like a husband returning home from work, preparing to join his spouse in bed. It's almost too intimate in a way. He hates the feelings it gives him, but he needs to stay quiet, and wearing large clunky boots would reveal his presence. He wants to surprise you. With some flowers? No, with knives. To catch you off guard. Like how you managed to catch him off guard with that kiss on the highway. He'll never forgive you for it. Only the thrill of the hunt manages to subdue any of his base desires, snuffing out his impure thoughts that might overwhelm him like they did the first time you kissed. It makes him feel vulnerable, defenseless even. The last time he allowed himself to feel this defenseless, his entire world was torn out from beneath him. But never again. You're just a forbidden fruit that almost tricked him into taking a bite. Ironic, Adam whispers under his breath, wanting to laugh at how his name suits him. Did his father know? Did he believe he'd grow up and become just like him? Do what's right. A broken voice whispers with a hiss from the darkness that almost sounds like static. Don't follow the same path. Her words encouraging him to move forward with determined footsteps. I tried my best to protect you from him. She steals his resolve. He's going to kill the one who tainted him and become pure again. You're a roadblock, a parasite, and one that he's meant to overcome. Adam positions himself in front of the door, wondering what awaits him. Are you planning something? Or are you really naive enough to think you'd be safe after you escaped the first time? No, I'm behind the door, propped up with a huge machete. Surely you're prepared for me, aren't you? His melodic voice carries into your bedroom, but garners no response. Do you have a gun aimed at my head? A bat next to your nightstand? Or did you call the cops? No, I have a machete. Again, no answer. Now's your chance. Kill me before I kill you. He's taunting you. Probably because of the way memories of that kiss taunts him. Still, you don't play into his games. He grows tired of waiting. It's now or never. Adam draws out the knife tucked into the waistband of his jeans. Your blood from the other day still coats the silver blade, the color transformed into a deep reddish brown, because he can't bring himself to wash it until he sees it take your life. This single action, the taking of your life with this blade, will bring everything full circle. Am I like the last one on his hit list? Am I special, Adam? I don't want you seeing anybody else after this. At last, he'll be free. Adam notices a small bed tucked into the corner of the bedroom, the light from a nearby window with the blinds lifted allowing moonlight to spill through and illuminate the massive blankets where you potentially lie. They shift, a surefire sign that you or someone else is in there. Adam approached the bed, and, without hesitation, he rips the blanket off of your body, letting it fall to the floor. You startle awake, your eyes latching onto his, your expression dazed and confused by the sudden force to which you were awakened with, earning yourself a cruel smile from Adam. How did you not know he'd come here, that your escape wouldn't save you from him? You really are naive. He thought you were smarter than this, and it's insulting that you managed to escape him acting this stupid. How could someone like this? You sit up, and what remains of the other blanket pulls around your waist. Adam jerks back with a start, dropping the knife in the process as he's caught off guard by your exposed body presented before him. What? It's hot! I gotta sleep in the buff! Before he can move away or even collect himself, you grab his waist and tug him forward. The two of you fall onto the bed, with Adam on top of you, sprawled beneath him, your eyes half-lidded and your lips parted like you're trying to seduce him again. Gosh darn it, it's working. Yet while knowing this, he still can't help but let you drown him in the blood red of your lust. In the middle of your heated exchange, you stare down at him, a deity perched over their royal throne. He shudders under your gaze, vulnerable and slick with sweat. He's breathless as he asks, "Why did you stop?" Because I'm curious. Your body shifts, and he grits his teeth, holding back a soft whimper, his hands going to your hips as if holding you will ground him. A smirk tugs at the corner of your lips. Do you like this? Do you like what I'm doing to you? Maybe you shouldn't kill me then? Adam nods. Yes. God, yes. He's never felt so good in his life. Adam swallows thickly, eyelashes fluttering, unable to concentrate, but forcing himself to pay attention to your next words. Do you want me? Adam answers before he can even think about what he's saying. Yes. How much do you want me? More than anything. One last question. Finally, do you still want to kill me? Adam stares up at you. Yes, of course he does. Killing you means he's done his job and can sleep peacefully at night knowing you'll no longer hurt the people around you. He opens his mouth, then closes it. Yes. Just say yes. He tries again and fails miserably. You continue staring at him, patient while you wait for your answer, your body still hovering over his. Maybe he just doesn't want you to stop. Is that it? Like he's afraid you'll stop making him feel good for giving what's obviously the wrong answer. But no, that's not it either. As soon as you touched him, the burning still exists within him. That's a fact. It always will. But the burning's transformed into something else. Something that ignites whenever you touch his skin. I don't know. The mattress begins to sink inward under Adam's weight, cutting him off. He doesn't even have time to process what's happening before the bed swallows him whole and leaves him in suffocating darkness. He tries crawling around him, but he's immobile, almost like a sleep paralysis demon is holding him down and keeping him locked in place with no escape. Air finally touches his back, and then he's falling and hitting solid ground, his back hitting soft tile. Managing to pick himself up from where he crash-landed, he finds himself stuck in the middle of an all-too-familiar kitchen and sporting his old Sunday best. He catches sight of his reflection in a nearby window. His hair is brown again, untouched by his purple dye, and his scar. His hand gently grazes his eyebrow. It's gone. Adam studies the room, turning in a slow, horrified circle. From the aging rose wallpaper to the collection of magnets used to pin up a child's colorful drawings on the fridge, Adam knows exactly where he stands. A soft dripping sound catches his attention. His eyes drift over to the source, off to his left where a small square kitchen table sits flanked by 3 wooden chairs. Each chair is given a hand-stitched cushion to soften the otherwise uncomfortable seating arrangement, a few of them dusted with what looks like stray flower petals. His heart lodged in his throat, his hands clenched at his sides as he gets closer and sees the familiar flowers practically overflowing off of the table, his shoes crushing one underfoot. His voice comes out choked as he picks up one by the stem. White aster flowers. There's flecks of red dotting the petals, like someone splattered them with paint. He used to collect these as a kid. They grew right behind his house, in a wide-open field where he liked to roam when his father wasn't home, the floral scent carried by the wind. He remembers carrying fistfuls home before handing them over to the person who was his entire world back then, watching as her lingering sadness washed away as she placed them inside of a milk jar since they couldn't afford proper vases. And the smile that she gave him meant everything to him. He whispers her name, before crying out as his fingers start to burn and he drops the flower. He examines his burnt hand, finding red welts on his fingers before peering down at the flower. The petals blacken as if set on fire, but he doesn't see any flames as he watches it die and crumble into ash, realizing that the ones still on the kitchen table are all doing the same. When there's nothing left of the aster flowers, only a single piece of parchment paper remains. He takes a reflexive step back. He recognizes the handwriting, the looping script almost mocking him. It's then that he sees something fall from the ceiling. A small droplet. It splatters against the piece of paper on impact, red bleeding through the page. Drip, drip, drip. His blood runs cold as he finally realizes this is the source of the noise he heard earlier. If this place is what he thinks it is, then above him, he can't bring himself to look up, the fresh scent of copper flooding his senses, knowing this smell by heart after all of the slaughters he's done. Normally he'd thrive off the smell, but this... His legs gave out, and he digs his palms into his eyes so hard that he sees stars in the darkness. He can't look up. He refuses to acknowledge it. Someone hums next to his ear, and he flinches away, refusing to drop his hands. But the person persists. "You don't want to face me?" When he refuses to answer, the humming switches to his other ear, and then the singer asks a second question. "Can't you even look at how deeply you've hurt me?" Clawed fingers try dragging his hands away from his eyes. Sharp nails dig into his wrists, biting as they force him to finally drop his hands and look at the owner of the voice. A cold, dead corpse stares at him with bloodshot eyes, the whites glazed over with a grayish film. Her skin is sickly in color and slightly bloated, a bubbling red foam spilling from her parted lips as she tilts her head at an unnatural angle, her wet clumped hair tickling Adam's face. The dripping sound is closer now, and he realizes it's because the cotton dress clinging to her rail-thin frame is completely soaked through, water dripping onto the floor and soaking through the fabric of his slacks. Adam whispers her name with guilt in his heart and terror stained on his soul. This single action enrages her as her lips peel back into a shriek that shatters the windows and milk glasses used as vases lining the windowsill. "Don't call me that. Don't ever call me that again. You betrayed me. You promised me," she says with a gurgling hiss, like she's trying to speak with lungs filled with water. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." "Look at what he did to me. What they did to me. Look!" Helpless tears stream down Adam's cheeks as she jerks his face closer to her bruised one. Purple and yellow spots dot the base of her jaw and trail down the slope of her neck, disappearing underneath the torn gown she wears. "I'm sorry." He's dragged to his feet by the woman with her hands clamped around his throat, lifting him partially off the ground despite their difference in height and weight. Her arm remains steady as a steel beam. She tightens her grip, and Adam remains limp, knowing this is the punishment he deserves for wavering, for betraying her and the vow he made all those years ago. "I'm so sorry." She snaps his neck with a sickening twist. Current day. Dower Hotel, 5:01 a.m. "That was some dream, Adam. You okay? You sure you don't need years and years and years of therapy?" Adam catapults out of his nightmare, trembling as his eyes dart around the room. The shadows are his inner demons personified, waiting to devour him. They hide behind the TV screen, under the bed, in his closet. He can't escape them no matter how hard he tries. Merde, It's just a dream. He needs to calm down. Adam tries thinking about his previous hunts. The thrill of the chase, capturing those deserving of the judgment cast down upon them and tearing into their flesh, ripping through bone and sinew before watching as their pathetic life fades by his hand. He feels his muscles easing up, right until he closes his eyes, and a vision of the corpse from his dreams makes him tense up. His eyes snap open, and he can't calm down. Her words are violence in his ears. You promised me. Look at what he did to me, what they did to me. He rips the hotel blankets off of his lap before pacing around the quiet of his hotel room. In the bed opposite to him, the figure of his other bandmate, King, sleeps soundly underneath the pile of blankets and amongst a swamp of pillows. At least he's not up to pester him about his pacing or try to lull him into a discussion about his feelings. That's the last thing he needs right now. He doesn't want his or anyone else's pity. And he definitely doesn't want them to see how rattled he feels from that dream, no doubt brought on because of you. And thinking about you. He grabs a hold of it, stopping in his tracks as the way his body transitions from fear into pure rage. Blood red as the lust you tried to drown him in. Yes, anger is better than fear. So he directs all of his attention towards you. This, whatever this feeling is, it's all your fault. These feelings, the weird sexual fantasies burdening his dreams, are your fault, and they won't go away until you're permanently eradicated from this world. He needs to get to you. Now. But there's only one glaring issue. After Adam got dropped off at the hotel, he asked Saffron to keep an eye on your apartment and pay attention to your comings and goings while he called all of the hospitals in the area to check if you admitted yourself for that shoulder wound. He came up empty-handed. None of the hospitals had a patient with your name. And the most frustrating part, according to Saffron, you never came home last night. No one knows where you are. Yeah! Park Bend, Arizona, 11:30 p.m. Konoku? Gas station. A bloody mess of gauze and medical tape you brought at the nearest convenience store clog up the unisex bathroom's trash can, covering up used pregnancy tests and sanitary napkins. Dark smudges circle your eyes from lack of proper sleep, a fact that your aunt would curl her lip at, chastising you for not getting your act together despite never holding herself to the same standards. Always a supportive woman, that one. If she'd taken the guns herself, maybe you could worry about your next online show and figure out how to earn more subscriptions than avoiding your apartment like it got infested with cockroaches. But make it a singular cockroach, with a knife. You stare at yourself in the bathroom mirror, fighting the exhaustion rooted in your bones, tooth and nail, gripping the edges of the sink to even remain upright. A feat in of itself. Your shoulder, while taken care of for the time being, likely requires stitches instead of the medical equivalent of flex tape. But who can afford medical insurance in this day and age? I know, right? Not you, that's who. Dang it all to heck. After circling Park Bend for half an hour and weighing your options between returning home or straight up sleeping in your car, you decided on the latter as the safer bet. You don't really want to risk it for the biscuit by returning home considering there's a possibility of Adam showing up. He already knew my name! The attack itself could have been a one-off incident for a thirsty serial killer heck-bent on getting some kind of action. But if that was the case, what did he take a picture for? And how did he know your name? That's a smart MC. Maybe you're overthinking this. After all, he could be saving them for himself as a sort of memento of the occasion. You really can't be sure. And considering your adrenaline was so high, it's entirely possible you misheard him, mistaking him saying something else for saying your name instead. Sigh. I mean, instead of saying Espoir du Vide, maybe he said, Esports David. Because that's what the gosh darn YouTube auto subtitles thinks my name is. Maybe it would have been better if... No. You splash yourself with water, stained a questionable color in order to perk yourself up. Chin up, chest puffed, and watch out for the shoe. That's what your best friend, Jay, used to say before he moved out of state to pursue his dreams. You plan on taking his advice to heart until you exit the bathroom and meet the gaze of a kid who stares at you with wide-set eyes. He's in the middle of picking his nose and wiping it on his mom's sleeve. He never breaks eye contact. Upon seeing your grossed-out expression, he cackles like a hyena. Yep, he's gonna grow up to become a serial killer. Check that kid's drawers for dead mice. You bet Adam did the same thing at that age. You'd put money on it, even. The doorbell jingles as you set out of the air-conditioned gas station and onto the curb. A sudden wave of vertigo hits you like a truck, and you finally lose your ongoing battle with gravity. The world's colors bleeding together like a watercolor painting. An arm sweeps out to catch you. You bite back a hiss of pain and hide your wince as fingers press against your injured shoulder. Owie! The owner of the arm smells strongly of antiseptic, and it makes your already queasy stomach want to roll at the scent invading your nostrils. When you look up, soft green eyes paired with a gentleman's smile meet yours. Oh no, Saffron!
Are you all right, my dear? You look a little ill.
Well, yeah. That's what happens when a crazed man attacks someone with minimal access. You know for a fact that Adam's probably off schmoozing in a fancy schmancy hospital that serves steak with shaved bits of gold sprinkled on top while you're at a Kanoku gas station with limited edition cake-inspired scratch tickets inside. How unfair is it when a criminal gets better care than their victim? To the gentleman wearing a crisp suit in 100-degree weather, you've seen weirder, you just nod and disentangle yourself from his hold. You sway a bit, but manage while he waits until you're stable enough to let go. I ate one too many pancakes at the pancake house down on West Avenue. Challenged my friend to a contest, but you should see the other guy.
Oh, and what of your blood-stained shoulder?
Your heart stops as your hand automatically goes to cover your shoulder. They didn't like that I ate so many pancakes and they stabbed me with a butter knife. It stopped bleeding. How did it open up again?
He tilts his head to the side. Let me give you a ride to the ER. I'm certain we can get them to patch you up in no time at all.
Thanks for the offer, but I can't afford to fork over hundreds of dollars just to sit in a room, let alone get stitches. I appreciate your concern, but I'll manage on my own.
Then how about this instead? I'm actually friends with the director of an ER who offers affordable payment plans. If I take you there and promise I can get your bill halved, what do you think?
Dang, that's a tempting offer. But one question lingers in your mind. What's in it for you? Smart. This is smart. This has got to go down as one of the smartest MCs I've ever encountered. He adjusts the cufflinks on his button-up.
All I ask is for a polite conversation and company on the way over. You provide me that, and I consider it an equal exchange. Does that sound like a fair deal?
No! Nope. Heck to the gnaw. Last time you let your guard down, you got stabbed, made out with aforementioned stabby a-hole, and escaped by the skin of your teeth. You'll just take the name of the doctor and go. I'm good. Thanks. I appreciate the offer, though. The man nods and plucks a card from the breast pocket of his vest before extending 2 business cards to you. One belongs to the ER. Elijah Boone, MD. Wonder if that's going to come into play. You pocket it and examine the second, which must belong to him. Collision Industries. Saffron Albridge. Music manager. Right, you've seen guys like this before, claiming they hold your ticket to fame, only to con you out of your rent money. Not to mention he reeks of antiseptic. It really begs the question, why would a music manager smell like he just got out of the surgery at a hospital? You try handing his card back to him, but he holds up his hands, which are prepped with splotches of your blood, probably from catching you earlier. The man, or rather, Saffron, gives you an earnest smile.
Feel free to call me in case you run into any trouble.
Gotcha. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the help by any means. You listen out for footsteps as you walk towards your car. Nothing. And when you glance over your shoulder, he's tapping away at his phone, innocently texting someone or checking his social media or whatever. Or maybe ratting you out. You're realizing you've become paranoid. Embarrassed by your slight overreaction to a possibly well-intentioned man, you climb into the driver's seat and start buckling your seatbelt when you feel eyes on you. As you lift your head, you find Saffron staring at you, and he's licking the speck of blood on his thumb with a bone-chilling smile. Oh, not a fluffing gun! You're starting to think your aunt had the right idea with keeping at least one gun on hand. Too many creeps roaming around Arizona as of late. Him. Park Bend, Arizona, 12 p.m. Dower Hotel. Adam scrubs a towel over his face, pushing back the purple strands of hair plastered to his forehead, his body dripping with sweat. His legs ache from walking quite a few miles on the treadmill in the hotel's gym. But at least he's not thinking about you. You just lost the game. You're thinking about me right now. Until he's thinking about you. He whips out his phone and checks his messages, desperate for something else to occupy his thoughts. But Saffron hasn't given an update in hours. Adam's mouth pulls into a tight line, wondering what's taking so long. Where the heck are you hiding? Don't you know he has connections everywhere? Eyes everywhere? You should just give up already. There's nowhere safe for you to run. You're his now. A fact you need to learn sooner rather than later, because your alternative is so much worse. Blowing out a disgruntled breath of air, Adam folds himself into the plush recliner, stationed in front of a widescreen TV. He's never cared much for extravagant things, despite people always offering them left and right. He was taught to never want them, to never accept anything beyond his means, something he holds on to this day. I guess that's why he's using a dinky little knife. On screen, a news outlet discusses the devastation his fans are facing after C.A.K.E's latest concert got cancelled due to an unforeseen injury Adam received while hiking. Not an entire lie. Technically, he was hitchhiking, and his latest target became more than he bargained for. A tidbit the general public will never know or learn of. Turning his attention back to his phone, he clicks on the message he received the other night from an unknown number that sits just below Saffron's. The same one he received on the bus. The one that tells him who to enact judgment upon. Your name pops up alongside a list, spitting out information about your personal life, including your place of residency, and a link to your job occupation. Adam swallows thickly, his thumb shaking as it hovers over the link. He didn't care to know more about someone he'd wind up purging. What was the point in doing otherwise? All he needed to know was your basic information, and how he could use it to create a trap to ensnare you in. The rest he saw no need for. He'd done the same thing countless times before, and now he's sitting here, wondering if he should have invested his time in getting to know you intimately, so he could find your weakness and exploit it. Yeah, if you would have came with me like that. I am easily seduced, sir. Have you not seen my fictional husbands? It's the only reason he's debating on even clicking this link, because now it's necessary, and there's no other ulterior motive outside of that. No other ulterior motive at all. This is just for research purposes, for, kissing me. I mean killing me. That's what you're gonna do, right? He's just trying to finish what he started on the highway. And this website of yours, with all of the information it potentially holds, could provide him with something like that. Right? Adam's eyes dart up to your name, and before he can stop himself, he clicks the link. He's immediately brought to your page, which offers a short bio describing what you offer for your subscribers, and a few things to know about you and what you will and won't do for custom videos. His eyes wander over to your profile picture. The first thing he sees is your legs, then your thighs, then... His eyes widen, and he whips his head towards the direction of the door, as if King will come bursting through at any moment. He's tomato red when he goes back to his phone. It's obvious he's never been on one of these websites before, although he's heard of them mentioned in passing. Quite a few people even tried to start a petition for him to join, to which he declined and publicly stated his discomfort. Adam's never shown off anything more than his naked torso, and those were typically for photo shoots. beneath the belt is, and always has been, out of the question. Collecting himself as best as he can, trying to steady his hand, he can't help but notice the thousands of people following your account. A fact that, for some reason, gets under his skin and eats away at him. He pushes away the feeling, trying to investigate with a clear mind rather than letting what he discovers feed any emotion. Still, these newfound feelings budding in his chest and coloring his world from black and white to something so vibrant makes them almost impossible to ignore. They become blinding when he notices the ratings listing at the top of the page. And there's a lot of them. All 5-star reviews. All salivating over the custom services you gave them. All interested in what lies underneath those clothes of yours. He wants to throw up seeing their comments, yet you aren't even bothered by the fact. Maybe you even like it. Gosh darn it, you! Without thinking, and too absorbed in his thoughts, he scrolls down and lands on your videos. He almost snaps his phone in half. The video he's landed on gives a small preview of what the contents contain, which is you arcing your back as your legs slightly part while you model a very revealing cosplay. It's like you're mocking him with your eyes, taunting him with his newfound hunger by inviting him in with a seductive smile like you did in his dreams. He squirms in his seat as you lick your lips, unable to look away, hot and slick and wet against his own. The fact that he knows what you taste like drives him crazy like nothing else has before. His pants, despite the fact that they're jogger pants, got a lot tighter. Adam slams his phone down onto the nightstand. He feels so perverted and disgusted with himself. Why did he do that just now? He shouldn't have looked. It was for research. Research. Because now he wants to scroll through your feed until he's seen every inch of your skin uncovered, so he can devour you with his eyes and commit each detail to memory. He's completely forgotten the initial purpose of him looking at your profile. He never located a weakness of yours. But without knowing it, you exposed Adam's sole weakness yet again. Ha! Dude, I'm not even in the room with you and you're hating me. Even the foreboding voice, hissing at him to leave this path that he's on, is drowned out by the roaring in his ears and the blood thumping between his legs. He closes his eyes, and there you are again, invading his thoughts. A devil sent to taunt him. Who, me? You're giving me a lot of props, dude. Adam grips the armrests of the chair so tight that his nails break because he's afraid if he moves even an inch, he's going to reach for his phone again and watch every single one of those videos and... His phone chimes once. A text. Adam risks picking up his phone, only looking at the notification on the lock screen. Saffron's name appears. And the preview message is just 2 simple words. Found them. Oh no! Park Bend, Arizona, 4 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. Ugh. You arrive at a rundown trailer park, pulling onto a dirt drive that leads to a selection of mobile homes clustered together as if gathered for congregation. Wooden slats meant to serve offer a crappy attempt to separate them and provide some form of privacy for the local residents. Few people chatter in the middle of the road and ignore you while you're forced to navigate around them. You almost take out a portion of the aforementioned fence, which garners a visceral reaction from one of the men standing in the middle of the road. He shouts profanities after you and whacks the bumper of your car with his steel-toed boot before you can drive away. A cute little welcome back to the neighborhood present, all in the form of a new dent. How lucky. You just can't wait to beg your aunt to stay. White-knuckle gripping the steering wheel, you follow the rocky road, right up until you come across a double-wide trailer, painted tan with a slightly darker trim. The lawn is freshly trimmed, and there's a lovely cactus garden growing, and that's not your stop. Nope. It's the teeny-tiny trailer sitting next to the double-wide, where angry-looking flamingos dapple the lawn in splashes of neon pink, giving Adam a run for his money with those glares. Your new possible home. The teeny tiny trailer, not the double wide. Again, you're oh so lucky. You should really try your hand at the lottery. Putting your car into park right next to a potted plant that's browned and withered, you step out of the driver's side and notice one of the blinds shifting, as though someone bent out of it, only to quickly pull away. You head for the front door, actively avoiding the middle step of the porch, which remains unfixed after it caved in 2 years back. You raise your hand to knock, but it opens before you can. A hand darts out from the darkness and latches onto your wrist, causing memories of Adam doing the exact same thing to come flooding back in a rush of panic and fear. He can't be here. He can't. Not yet, at least. Before you can open your mouth to even scream, the hand yanks you inside, another clamping over your lips as the door clicks shut. Your pulse races as you try to think of how to escape your captor's hold. Bite hand? Be dramatic? I don't know if anything changes, but last time I went limp. But this time you're getting a chomp. Bite! Survival instincts kick in, and you chomp down on the hand covering your mouth. There's a shriek before you're shoved to the ground, your elbow banging painfully against the floor, stars dancing behind your eyes as the pain in your shoulder turns agonizing. Above you stands a disheveled figure veiled by darkness. They nurse their hand, cursing underneath their breath as they inspect the bite mark you left. Their voice is distinctly feminine. Aunt Ruth? What the heck was that for? It's for coming at me, Aunt Ruth. You know we both have been trained in the ancient art of karate. Yep, it's your aunt, all right. I thought you were someone else. Who else would I be? No one else lives here, you stupid brat. At least not anymore. She turns towards the door, and you hear the sound of the deadbolt locking into place, followed by 4 more clicks coming in rapid succession. When did she install those? There was only one the last time you checked. Did she go out and get them right after you dropped off the guns at your uncle's place? Aunt Ruth, shh! Spittle flies from her lips as she shushes you, and your mouth clamps shut with a resounding snap of your teeth. You watch as your aunt presses her ear against the door, quieting her breathing, like she's afraid someone will overhear and come breaking down the front door. There's only 2 possible reasons for this. Either the problematic neighbors are drawing penises on her flamingos again, or something really sketchy is going on. No pun intended. When Ruth finally pulls away from the front door, she breathes a visible sigh of relief, full on pressing a hand against her chest and sending a prayer thanking God, as if you aren't standing there witnessing the whole debacle. Before you can comment on her erratic behavior, your aunt turns to you with her arms crossed over her chest, clucking her tongue. Listen, Auntie. Now, tell me why you're here. When you don't answer fast enough for her liking, she sneers. What? Did your uncle demand you take something else from me? Sorry to disappoint the 2 of you, but I have nothing left to give. I'm not here because of him. I'm here because my living situation has gotten a bit complicated, and I need a place to stay while I sort things out. Auntie, don't you see how bruised and battered I am? Your aunt's eyes narrow. Or at least you imagine they do, considering you can't see due to the distinct lack of lighting. But you know your aunt's change in expression due to the disturbance in the air, a slight shift in the winds, which begs the question, did she forget to pay the electric bill, or did she decide to make a sudden lifestyle change? You're all for the dramatic lighting in the right circumstances, but no doubt someone's going to stub their pinky toe, and it's probably going to end up being you, considering how you keep getting new injuries as of late. Seriously, you're going to start naming them soon so you can keep track of each one and how you got it. Ah, so you're only visiting because you want something from me. Why am I not surprised? The comment irks you. Who were you delivering those guns for again? Certainly not yourself. Yes, your uncle made the request, but if she handled it herself, then you would have never made that road trip from heck. She benefited from you volunteering. The courts would have hounded her otherwise. You mentally shake your head. And it's not like you want to room with her, but you've got nowhere else to go. Not when you discovered your worst fear a couple of hours earlier. Park Bend, Arizona, 3 p.m., a.k.a. 1 hour earlier. Briar's Bar. After repairing your shoulder and taking a quick power nap in the front seat of your car, you find yourself sandwiched between booths at Briar's Bar and Grill, nursing a glass of water with an empty plate in front of you. You were drawn in by the warm smells and advertisement of cheap food. Searching your car for pocket change, you managed to scrounge up just enough in order to get something decent and moderately filling. The way your jaw unhinged when you dug into your meal kind of scared the waiter off. He hasn't asked to refill your glass, and every time you glance over at him, he looks a little pale, opting to converse with other patrons instead. Not that you mind. As long as you're allowed to loiter while you come up with a plan, you don't mind the lack of service. Besides, after running into Adam and Saffron, conversing with normal people proves difficult. You struggled a bit before, which is why your inner circle of friends remains few and far between. And now everyone is a potential threat, and in order to survive, you need to approach things carefully. This includes interacting with strangers. What you need is a friend or family member you can trust. Someone who can help you while you try to decide if you're going to keep your apartment or skip town. A temporary place of refuge. You make a mental list of potential prospects, crossing out those who live out of state or those whom you've lost contact with, eliminating almost everyone in the process. All except for one. Me auntie. Aunt Ruth comes to mind, due to her sheer proximity and availability, rather than the level of trust you share with her. But she's your best bet. Maybe the name thing was a fluke, and you somehow forgot you mentioned it during your exchange. There's bits and pieces you're already blanking on due to the high intensity of the encounter, your mind no doubt trying to protect itself from the horrors that occurred. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe. A drunken shout draws your attention towards the front of the bar, where an older gentleman waves a busted TV remote in the air.
Batteries! Get me some batteries! I'm gonna miss the big game because of this bullcrap!
His words slur together in a tangled mess. When the bartender ignores him, the man leans across the counter and tries yanking at the man's pants in order to grab his attention. The bartender shakes his head with a sigh as he cleans a glass with a white dish towel and simply steps away.
We've been over this, Jamie. Please don't make me call the police on you again.
The drunk man, Jamie, as the bartender calls him, slumps back in his seat and grumbles as he chucks the remote into the bar. He folds his arms over his chest like a spoiled child who just got told he couldn't have dessert before dinner. Your eyes glide up towards the TV to see what channel the TV's stuck on when your entire body goes rigid. Adam. On screen, the camera captures close-up shots of Adam, from his signature purple hair down to his iconic earring, before finally landing on his face. He beams at the camera with the same exact smile he wore moments before he plunged the knife into your shoulder. A wolf in sheep's clothing. He really knows how to blend in, huh? Your nails dig into the meat of your thigh, wishing you could expose his true identity, when the cameras switch over to the interviewer, who already wears a smile of her own. She introduces herself as Lawrence de Tavano and exudes practiced confidence that one can only develop after years of working with A-list celebrities. Today we're here with Adam Godden, composer and lead vocalist of C.A.K.E. She turns to him and straightens a stack of laminated cards on her knee. Now, Adam, I heard about the accident and wanted to make sure you can handle doing this interview. Don't worry about rescheduling and just be honest with me. How are you feeling? Your stomach plummets at the mention of an accident. An interview from today? Sure enough, there's a slight bulge underneath his shirt, right above his hip bone. Clear-cut evidence he made his way off the highway with the scars to prove it. Part of you wishes he bled out on the asphalt, but you knew the blade didn't go deep enough to cause irreversible damage. You meant to maim, not kill, unlike a certain someone. And now here that certain someone is, continuing on with his life while you're loitering at an 18-and-up bar out of fear. But complete and utter bull hockey. I'm great, Lawrence, and happy to be here. My injury was pretty shallow, and we're just taking extra precautions to ensure my recovery goes smoothly. I'll be up and running again in no time at all. He turns towards the camera, and you tense on reflex. It's as if he's looking straight at you with those sharp, introspective eyes. The smile he gives the camera comes slow and mocking. After all,
You can't get rid of me that easily.
Lawrence gives a good-natured laugh. The hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. To anyone else, he's a man determined to get back on his feet, but you know the comment was meant for you. It's his small way of saying he's not letting you go. Not by a long shot. You stare at the melting ice in your glass, trying to control your breathing, as the interviewer presses a hand over her heart. I think I can speak for most of us when I say we're happy to hear that you have such a wonderful support system taking care of you. Now, you mentioned a while back that you and the mentions of C.A.K.E are pretty close. I assume they're part of your support system?
Of course. They're like my brothers. They're my family. Same goes for my manager.
Oh? Then, does he tell his found family about his cute hobby of disemboweling people? Do they go on brotherly bonding expeditions and laugh in the faces of their victims? Are all the members of C.A.K.E just as messed up as their leader? That's what I want to know. Or, a better question yet, are they all looking for you, the proverbial lamb who managed to escape the slaughter? You want to scream in his face to leave you alone, because you want no part of this. You just want things to go back to normal. Or at least as normal as they were before you agreed to helping your aunt. Forcing yourself to calm down by pinching the bridge of your nose as you hear the soft coos of the audience, reminding yourself that he has no idea on your current location. You can't let him get the best of you. You'll get through this. And besides, what are the odds the rest of his band members know and participate in what he does? The chances are slim, minuscule, microscopic. You're okay. You're safe. He's probably the only person looking for you right now, and he's busy and on live TV. You're fine. You glare back up at the screen with newfound determination, and Lauren smiles, her severe features softened by the expression. I can tell. You and... I'm sorry, what was your manager's name again?
Saffron.
Adam leans back in his seat, crossing one leg over the other, wearing the most radiant smile as he looks at the camera.
Saffron Aldrich.
So did he mean to out his manager like that? 'Cause he knows that I saw him. Was he doing that to scare me? 'Cause it worked. Your heart lodges in your throat. You can't breathe. The panic comes back in full force, pinning you to the booth, your hands shaking as you stare up at the screen with parted lips. No, he did not just say Saffron. Not the same Saffron you ran into hours earlier. There's no way he found you that easily. But your gut gnaws at you, knowing that you're in a heavy state of denial. And now Saffron's card burns a hole through your pocket. Unable to ignore the fact any longer, you withdraw your wallet from your pocket with shaking fingers and pluck out the business card given to you hours earlier. Sure enough, embossed in white ink, Saffron's full name stares back at you. Saffron Aldrich. Saffron Aldrich, who works with Adam's band. Saffron Aldrich, who licked your blood off his fingers like it was Gamer Girl bathwater. The same man who ran into you at the gas station, which is only a 10-minute drive from here. That Saffron Aldrich. He knows what your car looks like. He saw your license plate numbers. He watched as you drove away and which direction you headed in. You thought it was odd he didn't follow you. You were prepared for that because you thought he was just another creep. But now... You stand up so sharply you almost knock over your table as you frantically scramble out of the booth, completely forgetting your inner dialogue about remaining calm, because now you're all too aware that Adam now can easily deduce where you're at. This is bad. Really bad. There's no doubt that your meeting with Saffron wasn't just a big coincidence. He was probably patrolling the entire area looking for you, and bada bing, he found you within 24 hours. These guys are thorough. You can only surmise one reason he didn't come after you. It's because he's saving you, for Adam. And once Adam finds out what area you've hidden yourself in, he's going to come for you. And not the sexy kind of come either. You need to leave and get to your aunt's, now. You almost steamroll past a waiter carrying a large platter and apologize over your shoulder as you hurry out the front doors. A voice calls out to you when you're halfway through the parking lot, but you ignore it, too preoccupied with getting the heck out of Dodge. The bartender who called after you frantically waves his arms over his head, trying to catch up. You rev the engine and peel out of the parking lot, not even paying attention to the waiter or what he holds in his hands.
Gosh, so that's the story, Aunt Ruth. I'm in a bit of a pickle.
Park Bend, Arizona, 4 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. Current time.
Go home. I'm not here to run a
charity case. Aunt Ruth's harsh words snap you out of your flashback. They're clipped, leaving zero room for debate as she rifles through a nearby cupboard. There's a bunch of liquor inside. Vodka, rum, moonshine even. How much ethanol content does that stuff contain again? You're not sure you want to know. A good portion of them are half drained. Your aunt scratches her head, muttering to herself. When she notices you watching, she slams the cupboard shut, her withered lips peeling back in annoyance.
Go on, leave. I already told you you're not welcome here, now get.
From the set of her jaw to the outward jut of her hip, you can tell she's 2.2 seconds from going off.
Listen, Auntie, I will fight you for respect.
She's a stubborn woman with southern grit and a nasty attitude to boot, but if there's one thing you know about her, it's her weakness for free manual labor. The entire reason she claimed to have married your uncle was because he took over the housework and paid the bills. A bona fide user, but you need to barter with her for a safe place to stay. Your eyes drift towards the sink, clustered with grimy dishes and cups filled with souring milk. They tower like a fragile stack of cards ready to blow. You pick up a fork with dried flecks of something, the tins, and wave it around.
I'll take care of any and all chores if you let me stay.
Her lips twist like she just sucked on a moldy lemon. But her jaw loosens, and she considers your offer, and her initial stubbornness recedes.
And grocery runs? Done and done. I even got my own car.
She hesitates, but clearly it's just for show, because she wants you to think that she's doing you the world's biggest favor.
Fine,
she says at last.
But if you slack off, I'll boot your buns out back where little old Laverne sleeps.
Laverne's a cactus. She's talking about a cactus.
Won't be a problem.
Aunt Ruth glances at her cabinet filled with the devil's juice, a code name she and your uncle called their liquor in front of you when you were a little kid. One of the few memories that you can recall is when you asked for some at the tender age of 9. Your uncle gave you grape juice instead to create the same coloring as the wine your aunt used to drink before she switched to harder liquor. Then your aunt threw a fit after she found out he gave you the last cup.
Of grape juice? Auntie, you can't hog all the grape juice.
Her temper tantrum lasted for 4 days. Yeah, an adult woman rampaging about juice.
Auntie.
There's a reason your uncle's your favorite relative, despite not being blood related to you. Aunt Ruth opens the cupboard once more. While she's busy, you replace your fork with a sharp knife and hide it in your pants, despite the fact that it's dirty. Better to be prepared if you're going out again.
And make yourself useful and get me a carton of orange juice for my vodka and 3 scratch tickets, the $5 ones.
She locates her purse and hands you 2 crumpled $20 bills.
If there's anything left over, get some paper plates and plastic cups while you're at it. You got it.
You're about to reach for the door, but quick as a whip, she already is ahead of you and unlatching all the locks. You don't even have time to blink as you're ushered outside and tossed into the shoddy front porch, blinking as the door slams behind you, followed by locks snapping into place. You look at the money in your hands and reach for your back pocket where your wallet should be. Only,
it's not there.
Oh. Whoops. You search your car next. Underneath your seats is the center console, as well as the glove compartment box. Not there either. Then you remember the waiter calling after you, trying to draw your attention. Now you understand why. You left your wallet at the bar.
Oh, merda!
Him. Gosh darn it, him. Park Bend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m.
That's about an hour after I left the Briar's Bar.
Adam enters Briar's Bar and Grill with slumped shoulders and the aura of a man who just lost everything. He pulls his baseball cap down to shield his eyes as he takes a seat at the bar before waving the bartender over.
What can I get you?
Adam makes sure his voice cracks a little around the edge as he answers.
Bourbon, on the rocks, please.
He lets out a pathetic sniff while the bartender pulls out a glass. He works with practiced efficiency, but Adam can sense the man's growing curiosity and concern over his behavior by certain cues in his body language, like the way the bartender chews at his lip as if he's debating on asking if Adam's all right, or the way he places Adam's drink of choice in front of him, soft and polite, as if he's afraid of startling a deer. He's a natural empath, and one that can easily be exploited for information. Perfect.
Is there anything else I can get you?
Adam solemnly shakes his head.
No, I'm fine. Thank you, though.
He keeps his voice soft and quiet as he rubs away the condensation on the lip of the glass. He forces himself to keep a straight face as the man shifts from foot to foot. It's almost too easy. Then, as predicted,
Hey, are you okay, man?
Adam swallows thickly, and he can feel the man growing more and more worried. He's got his attention. This is perfect.
Just got a lot going on. I'm sorry.
He sighs and pushes away the drink.
I don't even feel like drinking this. I'm just a mess right now.
The man hesitates, but puts Adam's bourbon off to the side and braces his crossed arms against the countertop as he leans forward. Adam scrubs a hand down his face to hide his smirk. He really should try out for acting one of these days. He's too good at it. After he finds you and slits your pretty little throat, he'll bring up the idea to Saffron. Knowing Saffron and his desire for the band to reach grander heights, he's almost certain he'll agree. But first things first, he needs to weasel some information out of this guy.
You can talk about it if you want. I'll listen.
Adam shakes his head, face still covered. It's so hard not to laugh. Why are these people so easy? He clears his throat of laughter, although the bartender will think otherwise.
I don't want to bother you. I've already done enough today. No, it's okay. That's what bartenders are here for, yeah?
He's so sweet and sincere. Adam could puke. But instead, Adam just lowers his hand and lets out a deep, shuddering breath.
It's silly, but I got in a fight with my significant other. It started off as a light argument. They were frustrated over something I said, and I responded negatively because I didn't think it was that bad.
Adam sniffs again.
Then it all spiraled from there, and they ran out of the house. I've spent hours looking for them, but I don't know where they ran off to, and they won't answer their phone. I'm so scared they got hurt.
The bartender grows solemn.
Well, maybe I can keep an eye out and tell them you were looking for them. What do they look like?
Adam whips out his phone and shows him a picture of you. It's one he grabbed off your social media and saved for this exact purpose, photoshopping the two of you together in order to feed into his story. The bartender takes Adam's phone and scratches the back of his head.
Oh yeah, actually they were here a couple of hours ago.
Adam perks up.
Really? Are they okay? They're not hurt?
The man gives Adam his phone back.
No, they seemed a bit jittery and left their wallet behind.
He pats the back of his pocket for emphasis.
I picked it up and tried calling after them, but they seemed like they were in a hurry. I'm keeping it on hand in case they come back looking for it.
Adam looks down at your photo with faked fondness.
I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Maybe they're still near here. Sorry I couldn't help more.
Adam allows a few fake tears to slip from his eyes, and he rubs them away with his thumb and forefinger. As if on cue, the bartender rounds the counter and soothes Adam with a comforting pat on the back. A warm, comforting presence to some, but to Adam, it's annoying. Pathetic. Still, he's given him the perfect opportunity, and what kind of man would Adam be if he didn't take it? He stands up and hugs the bartender, who stiffens in surprise at this sudden gesture. Adam gives the man a hard squeeze around the shoulders, playing up his gratefulness, in order to distract him from where his other hand travels. His fingertips brush the top of your wallet, and without hesitation, he slips it out and into his own back pocket. This happens within a matter of seconds. The bartender doesn't even notice, nor does anyone else. He's got what he wanted, plus more. Now it's time for him to leave before he overstays his welcome. He withdraws a decent-sized tip and places it on the counter.
Thank you. Again. Really.
Before the bartender can even respond, his eyes grow wide at the amount of money. Adam's already out the door and heading back to his car. He inspects your wallet a few minutes later, away from prying eyes at the rest stop. Adam smirks to himself as he draws it out with relish. Who would have known you would have been this careless? For someone who's evaded him so long, you keep making mistake after mistake. It's really sad, he hums to himself, tapping the corner of your wallet to his lips while grinning. He wishes he could see the expression on your face when you return to the bar to find out someone was looking for you. You're smart enough to draw your own conclusions from his trail of breadcrumbs. He licks his lips, delighted at the pleasurable thought of you trembling in fear like a lost little lamb courted by the big, nasty wolf when the bartender tells you. Will you die on the spot right then and there? Or will you wait for him to show his face first before succumbing to the realization that he's inescapable? He hopes it's the latter. Adam can't wait for the chance to finally break you, but he needs to find you in order to do so. He looks back down at your wallet and traces the fake black leather with his thumb, noting the worn inside and distinct smell of you. It's almost too much, the way you fled his senses with your cloyingly sweet scent. So he breathes through his mouth and focuses on sorting instead. Adam gets a sense of who you are as he rifles through your rewards cards, studies your driver's license, and counts each coin down to the last penny. He gleans superficial facts about you, things easy to spot, even without your wallet, and put them aside for a rainy day. Next are your crumpled-up receipts. He scours through them. They range from small purchases to much larger grocery runs. None of them are relevant. He glosses through each item with learned efficiency until he lands on the last one. It belongs to a gas station that's quite out of the way from your residential area. The date is from yesterday, early in the morning, and quite a few hours before you pulled over to help him thinking he was a hitchhiker. He doesn't know why you drove down that deserted highway. He never needed to ask why people did the things they did before he killed them, because they never escaped. Not until you. But these are the most important questions because they're possibly a clue to where you're hiding. For what reason did you go into the outskirts of Park Bend? And why do so before making what he amused was a long trip? He searches the other receipts for possible answers, but there are none. Adam leans back in his seat, pondering over loose theories, none of which hold any merit. Then it hits him. You were visiting someone, maybe a friend or a relative or a lover. It doesn't matter why you visited them, but the possibility that you did, as well as the possibility that you were hiding out at their place, could lead him back to you. It would explain the lack of receipts, and there's no other reason for you to visit. Any groceries would sit in the blistering hot car for hours, and he doubts you visited a restaurant. No, you visited someone. But who? That's a question he can't solve on his own, not without help. He flips open his phone and calls Saffron. I need you to do something for me. Me. Park Bend, Arizona, 4 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. You sit outside in your idling car while beating yourself up for a solid 10 minutes. Mistakes were made, one piled on top of another, crushing you beneath their weight and crushing your ribs and lungs, making it almost impossible to catch your breath and remain calm. The biggest mistake being that you even pulled over in the first place. You should have just driven past him or called someone while you were driving off in your car, or anything else that didn't require you pulling over and checking on Adam. You want to bang your head against the dashboard until you pass out. It's all right, he's just a jerk to people who are nice. Of course you left your wallet, because of course everything that can go wrong will. You're so tired of this, of the games, of hiding, of panicking, of not knowing what to do. Adam should be the one who's afraid, not you. Not when he's the one who has everything left to lose, while you have nothing. But he's after your life, and while it's crappy at times, you're kind of attached to it, and in order to keep it, you're going to have to avoid running into him at all costs. Going out once for a grocery run wouldn't be so bad if you could just order future stuff online, but losing your license and debit card means you'll have to wait. And the last time you tried replacing your debit card, it got lost in the mail, and you were forced to wait another extra 2 weeks. The delivery service sucks here. So more than likely, it's going to happen a second time around, which leaves you with two options. Either go back to the bar, risk running into Mr. Relentless, but minimize the need to go outside as frequently, or hope the delivery guys don't fail you and risk going out to get groceries for the next few weeks. The choice is obvious. You have to return to the bar. You look at the cash your aunt handed you, wishing she used debit cards instead. But the woman refuses to expose herself to the online feds and works under the table. Everything comes either in crisp dollar bills or nothing at all. She always errs on the side of caution, but you're honestly wondering if you should take a few notes from her book, especially with Adam on your tail. But at least you have something you didn't have last time. The sharp kitchen knife glints in the passenger seat. Sure, it's grimy, but you at least can defend yourself rather than being defenseless. You mentally prepare yourself on the drive over, ready to do whatever's necessary to protect yourself, even if it means stooping to Adam's level. Aunt Ruth. Park Bend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. After I left, Auntie. Ruth stands beside her bed, looking down at an old photograph from before she ever got married. Lord. The one where she's in front of her old church the day after her high school graduation. Here, she's younger, prettier, hopeful for the future. Sharp contrast to the woman reflected in the glass, her eyes tired from battling nightmares and skin wrinkled from age. How would her younger self feel, seeing her now? Probably ashamed and disgusted. She knows herself well enough to see that much. Back in those days, everything was sorted into neat little boxes, and everything that stood outside of it was a menace to society. And those ideals matched that of her friends perfectly. So much so that her mother used to tease the six of them about being a hive mind. She's also the one that took this photo, catching Ruth and her friends mid-laughter with their matching cotton dresses of alternating teals and pinks. How many years has it been since then? She's lost count. It's hard to keep track of months and days and years when they all bleed together in one monotonous heap. Her ex-husband was the reason she was able to keep track of time, and now he's gone, taking all of her precious guns with him. Did he know the real reason why she slept with a knife under her pillow and a revolver in her nightstand? Did he take them out of spite? Or is he really that thick-headed? She'll never know. Ruth places the photo back into her drawer for safekeeping and places the frame face down before slamming the drawer shut. She doesn't want anyone to lay eyes on her one treasure. The rest of the photographs she had got lost after she moved from state to state. Now it's all she has left of. A crash comes from her left, and Ruth screams before slapping her hands over her mouth. What was that? Her gaze skates over to the source of the crash, and she watches as a large hand grips the ledge of the window. Oh no, 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 no! Did they find her? The same person that got Alice and Grady? Yet, who else could it be? There's no one else who would have done this. No one else she's feared for all these years. But how did they manage to find her? She's always been careful, never leaving too many traces of herself online and moving when she needed to. How are they here? Then it clicks. You must have brought them here. You stupid little... Auntie, I'm not even there! There's a crunch of boots shifting over gravel and a huff of breath as someone hauls themselves up and through the kitchen window with a head full of dark blue hair. Ruth watches with horror as the figure drops to the floor with practiced ease, before rising from the ground like Lucifer himself rising up from heck. The intruder rolls his shoulders as he surveys Ruth's trailer. It's so nonchalant, like he's used to getting away with this sort of thing without facing any repercussions. She's rooted in place, frozen, as she stares at the man. Move, move! Her breathing comes in unsteady pants. She can't bring herself to even wiggle a pinky finger. She's so scared. Why is she so weak? She's always been so weak. Back then, with her, and now this man who poses a threat to her life. And oh God, help her. The man takes his time facing Ruth as he peels off his blue wig and cap, tossing them to the side with relish, massaging his scalp underneath the tangled mess of purple hair with a groan. His cross earring glints in the light coming in from the broken window, capturing Ruth's full attention. Wait a minute. That cross earring. Why does he have that? She'd recognize that pendant from anywhere. But she hasn't seen it since she last walked out of Clarissa's house, and back then it wasn't an earring, but rather a pendant that belonged to a necklace. Oh. The same necklace she gave to Clarissa for her birthday so many years ago. She thought when the unfortunate news about Clarissa came out, she was still in possession of the necklace, but if that's the case, how did he get it?
Ah, that's much better.
The man gives another groan, and Ruth stiffens at the melodic nature of his voice, gooseflesh rising along her arms, and how eerily similar he sounds to the previous owner of the cross pendant, just a more masculine version of her. And those features. Ruth's hands fly to her mouth as she tries covering her shock. You're
not who I'm looking for.
His boots crunch over the broken glass as he covers the distance between them. Ruth attempts to slam her measly bedroom door shut and lock herself inside, but his arm shoots out and he rips it back open, stepping inside and filling up the small space. She shrinks back. Please, don't hurt me. The intruder slowly lifts his arm so she can see the hilt of a blade tucked into the waistband of his jeans. The intruder slowly lifts his arms so she can see the hilt of a blade tucked into the waistband of his jeans. He smirks as she bumps into her nightstand in an effort to get further away, but having nowhere to go, reveling in the effect he has on her. He's sick, twisted. Ruth's hand grazes her nightstand, her fingertips brushing against the handle of the drawer as she tries inching it outward, using her body as a shield to hide what she's doing. What do you want from me? Don't you see I have nothing to give?
I beg to differ, but I'm not the begging sort.
His eyes lazily drift over to where she's trying to slide open her nightstand drawer.
What do you have in there?
I don't... She yanks the drawer open, knowing she's out of time and has to move quickly, her hand touching metal before Adam grabs her wrist, forcing her to let go of the gun. Ruth shrieks as he towers over her.
You're not supposed to play with guns. They're dangerous, you know,
he says, flicking his free hand towards the revolver.
And you wouldn't accidentally want to hurt a guest, would you?
Ruth's bottom lip trembles, fighting back tears. She can't bring herself to answer, and the intruder rolls his eyes before they land on the picture hidden in her nightstand.
Oh, what's this?
He goes to touch her treasure, and Ruth's brain regains connectivity, grabbing at his arm before he can, her nails biting into the sleeve of his hoodie. Don't touch that! There's venom in her voice, surprising both her and the intruder. The man cracks an annoyed smile.
Ah, I see the family resemblance now. Turns out you've got a bit of pea and vinegar in you as well. And honestly, it's really fluffing annoying.
He rips Ruth's hand off of his arm, sending her tumbling onto her bed. Before she can make another attempt to stop him, the man picks up the group photo with a defiant smirk. Ruth knows when he spots her, because his entire body goes rigid, eyes snapping wide open like blinds on a window. He mouths a single word. And just like that, Ruth's suspicions are confirmed. She never knew what happened to him after news about Clarissa broke out. She didn't even recognize him at first because he'd grown so much and changed everything about himself. But now, I'm sure you don't remember me, Adam, but Adam's face grows stone cold, and the heat in the room drops 20 degrees, chilling Ruth to the bone. He grips the frame so hard, the wood sidings crack from pressure.
Well, isn't this interesting?
He looks down at her, and the hatred in his eyes is absolute. If he didn't want to kill her before, she's almost certain he does now. There's no reason he wouldn't at this point. They both knew what she's done, the grief she's caused, that all of them caused, and now her karma's returned tenfold. She's going to die, and she knows it, Ruth scrambles backwards on the bed, hitting the wall with a harsh thud, tears spilling onto her cheeks as he withdraws his knife, his eyes dead and merciless. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Adam tilts his head, his grip on the hilt white-knuckled, as if her words strike a nerve. "No, you aren't." Ruth releases a visceral scream as the steel descends on her, causing a murder of crows resting on her back lawn to shoot up towards the graying skies. "Auntie! I'm pretty sure Auntie's all right, for now." Park Bend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m. Briar's Bar. Monsoon season sure picked one heck of a time to pop off. Torrential rain pours down in heavy curtains, soaking through your t-shirt, pants, and, the worst offender of all, your socks. As you make your way into Briar's Bar and Grill. Your stomach growls at the fresh, warm scent of food, and you crave both something to eat and a fresh change of clothes. But that'll have to wait until you get back to your aunt's trailer. Not to mention cleansing the massive stack of dishes if you want any utensils. You're pretty sure something in that sink winked at you. Maybe you can sneak a purchase for some cheap rubber gloves from Dollar Street on your way back. A woman bustles past you and stomps on your foot as you try to make your way towards a waitress. Fluff that smarts. Did she just stab your big toe with her 4-inch pump on purpose? By the way she's smirking while texting on her phone sure says as much. What the heck was that for? Don't cut in line. She keeps her eyes glued to her phone, pecking at the keys with well-manicured nails. Listen, lady. You scowl, resisting the urge to pull an Adam by chucking her phone into the fish tank sitting nearby. I think maybe you should have done it. But the fish didn't do anything wrong. All right, yeah, good point. You instead turn away and head towards the front, tossing a brief explanation over your shoulder. Not that you owe her one. I'm just here to get my wallet. I'm not waiting for a table. She grabs your arm with a pinched expression, her powder-pink nails sharp as knives as they dig into your wrist. All right, lady, how about I throw you into the fish tank? You tremble as her hands and nails are overlaid with the memory of larger, more masculine hands throbbing with veins, black nail polish replacing the pink as they circled your wrist. Your heart thunders in your chest. I said, I'm fine. Hey, I said wait your turn. You look up at the woman, something dark unfurling inside of you as you snap under the weight of the memory. Her next words die on her lips as you stare her down. Her hand drops limply at her side. When you move towards her, she takes a wild step back, and you realize she's not looking at your face. She's staring at your hip, where the handle of the knife juts out. Ah, that makes more sense. Well, it works well enough for you, as long as she doesn't start complaining to staff. You don't really need the added trouble of getting hauled downtown, which I may have said in the last video probably would make you safer. You've got enough to worry about. I'm not here to cause trouble, so how about you just leave me well enough alone? The woman nods, her eyes locked onto your butcher knife as she takes a step back. A few people behind her grow curious over the sudden drama and peer over her shoulder. Great. Kinda love the scene she's causing. You need to hurry and get the heck out of here. Ambling your way past the thick crowd of people waiting for their tables, you manage to catch one of the waitresses' attention while she's in between tables by tapping on her shoulder. Excuse me, but has anyone here found a wallet? The waitress jabs her thumb towards the bar, chewing her gum loudly. Thomas mentioned something about finding one earlier. Go see him. Oh, thanks. I promise I won't cut you. She waves you off as she continues on to her next table, while you head towards a man dipped from head to toe in tattoo ink. As you approach, you overhear him making jokes with the middle-aged patron, who pats his pot belly. Jesse says dad bods are all the rage these days. The tattooed man, Thomas, chuckles as he pours the patron a drink and slides it over with well-practiced aim. They're not wrong, you know. I'm sure you'll find someone who appreciates you for you. Just do yourself a solid and delete Winder. That coming from personal experience? Heard about it from friends, actually. I'm not really into the dating or hookup scenes, so all of my horror stories come from them. The patron nods in understanding. Here's to that. Winder's dog crap. or winder. Thomas chuckles again, but stops once you step up to the bar. He gives you a once-over. His brow wrinkles, lips pursing. Have I seen you before? Maybe from earlier. I accidentally left my wallet behind and heard you found one. Thomas snaps his fingers, finally placing you. Right! I tried chasing after you, but you left in such a rush, I didn't manage to return it in time. The patron takes one large swig of his drink before he stands up from the bar and nods towards Thomas. He pushes a crisp dollar bill his way. I guess that's my cue. Thomas holds a finger up. You've had a few. Is Jesse on their way to pick you up? The patron rolls his eyes and waves Thomas off. Yeah, they've already parked outside. Thomas nods his approval, and the patron gives both you and Thomas a two-finger salute before making his exit. Thomas pats the now empty space in front of him. Feel free to sit. Can I get you anything? No, that's okay. I just came to get my wallet. His lips curve into a good-natured smile. Don't want to chat with old Tom, eh? I'm a bit offended. You liked him almost immediately. But you're also still in a hurry to get in and out, just in case Adam somehow figures out you're here. I'm in a bit of a rush, but maybe next time. Pinky promise? He says it, and actually sticks out his pinky. You laugh, and, oh God, it's been so long since you've laughed, as you hook your pinky with his. It's a deal, if I'm not dead. Thomas grins all boyish sincerity before drawing away and wiping down the other patron's glass. Glad to hear it. So, out of curiosity, did you and your boo make up? Your what now? My boo? Which one? You know, your man, your partner, your lover. Your mood shifts from soft, vibrant yellow, glowing and happy, to an uncertain purple tinged with fear. What he says makes no sense. He came in here earlier, looking for you. Said you two got into a fight and you ran off. He was really worried, afraid you got hurt or something. There's no doubt in my mind that man loves you. You scrunch your eyes closed, as if it'll stop his words. There's only one man searching for you, and he wants you dead. Adam. But how did he come in here without people noticing? He couldn't have... unless... Oh, that little piece of poo. He disguised himself, didn't he? Talk about being a chameleon, changing shape and personalities to suit his environment. You probably already know that, though. You gave a non-committal smile. No, you know what? I would just be blunt. He's actually the lead singer of C.A.K.E, and he tried to kill me. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. Just blab the truth. If they think you're crazy, it'll be really suspicious when you end up dead. Something like that. Thomas accepts this answer, and he reaches into his back pocket. He frowns. Strange. We got busy earlier, so I just kept your wallet on hand. Did I drop it by accident? He lost it? No, wait. If Adam was here, he probably managed to get his grubby little hands on your property somehow. Dang it! Gosh darn it, Adam! This is exactly what you were worried about. He's going to see the pictures of my cat. He's going to see my pictures of Daisy. He's going to use your blunder in order to figure out where you're staying. You don't know how, but your sixth sense is tingling. I'm so sorry. I swear The phone behind him rings, and he holds up a finger, mouthing another apology before he answers. Hello, this is Thomas from Briar's Bar and Grill speaking. How may I help you? There's a pause, and Thomas rubs the back of his neck as he turns towards you, mouthing, Your boyfriend's on the phone. Crap. He knows you're here. How? Is he calling from outside, waiting for you to come out wherever you are? He's the type to turn this entire charade of his into a game. Thomas covers the receiver. You should really talk to him. Yeah, because talking will solve the bad blood going on between you and Adam. He wants to impale you on the tail end of his knife. But Thomas doesn't know that. Tell him. Fine. Let me talk to him. You motion for the phone, and Thomas hands it over with a smile. Oh, this poor, sweet, naive man, who I hope nothing bad happens to ever. Adam tricked him too, just like everyone else. Your words are cutting as you answer, wanting to get the first word in edgewise before you hear his stupid voice. "Hello, honey." You hear sniffling and the soft, quiet sobs of a woman. That's the last thing you expected. "Hello?" You can hear Adam speaking in the background to someone. When the crying woman speaks, horror floods you like a broken dam. That's... "Help me!" "Aunt Ruth! He's got Aunt Ruth!" You grip the receiver so tight you almost break it. Thomas mouths, "Is everything okay?" You wave him off, trying to appear more calm than you feel. How did he get to Ruth? How did he find her? How did he... Adam comes onto the line, unnervingly chipper.
"Hear that? She's begging for your help and you're sitting pretty at a bar. How shameless."
"Let her go!" There's more shuffling, and your poor aunt's sobs grow louder, and you hear her begging for Adam to put his knife away. You grind your teeth so hard you almost chip a molar. How dare he? How dare he go for your family? When you get your hands on him, you'll go straight for the throat.
"You know, I didn't think looking for you would lead me to this crap stain, but as it turns out, maybe fate or destiny does exist. Who would have thought? I guess I'll have to reassess my beliefs."
This is between me and you fluffing a-hole. Leave other people out of this.
"Oof, touchy, touchy. You're getting all worked up, and here I am being nice enough to put your dear aunt on the phone. I'd say I'm being quite generous, given the circumstances."
What circumstances? Are you talking about stalking me to the ends of the earth? Because if I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a bit obsessed with me. Careful, Adam, or I'll start thinking you've got an unrequited crush. The words come out scathing, as sharp as the kitchen knife hidden in your pants, and Adam goes silent on the other end. There's a sharp cry, and Adam responds with venom.
"Never suggest something like that again, and I'll start chopping off parts of her body."
You bite your lip to keep from saying anything else. It's one thing if it's between you and him, but another when your aunt's involved. She may not be your favorite person, but you still don't want to see her hurt. What do you want from me, Adam?
"You know what I want."
You want my gams. You hate him. God, you hate him. You wish a stray bolt of lightning would blast him out of existence and isekai his sorry butt into a world of pain and suffering. Fine, just leave Ruth out of this.
Aw, acting so brave. It's kind of cute the way you try puffing yourself up to be bigger when in reality you're just a scared little kitten. Are you going to scratch me with those little claws of yours?
He's baiting you, and it's working. Anything you say will give him room to hurt Ruth, and knowing him, he'll blame it on your behavior rather than his own sadistic tendencies. You keep your mouth shut.
What? Cat got your tongue?
When you still don't answer, he turns mocking.
Hello? Hello? Are you still there? If you don't answer within the next minute, I'll drill a hole in your beloved aunt's head.
I don't get you.
What was that? You're kind of quiet.
I said I don't get you. Your hand slams against the countertop, and Thomas jumps from where he's standing, halting the conversation between him and a new patron. Lover's quarrel, you explain to the patron and Thomas, who stare at you with concern. Back to Adam, you lower your voice a few octaves. I didn't even go to the police. I've left you well enough alone. Why can't you return the favor?
Because you're a stain on this world, just like this aunt of yours.
What do you even know about me? I've done nothing to you.
I know enough. Now, I suggest you refrain yourself from throwing another tantrum, or I'll make do on my promises. You do as I say, I'll let your aunt live.
You mean live long enough for her to watch as you slit my throat? Adam chuckles darkly.
Either way, she gets to live another minute. If you don't comply, I'll kill her here and now. Not to mention, I've got eyes on that bar. They'll track you wherever you go. Now, you'll be good and come back to me, won't you? You close your eyes, trying not to have a mental breakdown. You're trapped like a rat in a cage. And if you even try telling Thomas to call for help, he's going to kill Aunt Ruth the second you open your mouth. There's only one available option. You have to face him again. Your literal worst nightmare. Fine. Where do you want to meet? Do I really need to spell it out for you? The trailer? Adam gives a slow clap, sarcasm dripping in his tone. Congratulations! You put 2 and 2 together. Now hurry up or she'll pay the consequences. Your aunt screams, and then the line goes dead with you standing in place, trying to keep from hurling, the tang of bile in the back of your throat, both strong and acidic. Your thoughts spiral out of control in a vicious tornado, tearing through common sense and destroying your sanity by the minute. Adam resorted to using your own family as a bargaining chip in order to get what he wants. He's got Aunt Ruth. He's got Aunt Ruth. And it's all your fault. It doesn't matter how you feel about her. This is your fight, and now she's being dragged into the middle of this sick and twisted game Adam is playing. You couldn't forgive yourself if she died because of you. You have to save her. You have to. A hand touches your shoulder, and you jump like you were shocked with a live wire. You whip around to find Thomas staring at you with growing concern. Just tell him. Just write it down. Just write down, I'm being stalked by Adam, the leader of C.A.K.E. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill my aunt. This is where I am. Call the police after I leave. Everything okay? You seem agitated. Yeah, I just gotta head home. We've got some stuff to sort out. You know, couples stuff and all that. You can hear the tremor in your voice, but Thomas doesn't seem to notice. He just nods, sagely. I wish you the best of luck. Fights with loved ones are hard, but they turn out okay, no matter the end result. Oh, nothing bad better happen to Thomas ever. He gives your shoulder a reassuring squeeze, as if to emphasize his point. Yeah, thanks for the help and advice. You hope he's right, because things are going to get dicey in the next half hour, and you really don't know if you're going to make it out of this alive. Outside, you find the storm's amplified tenfold. Debris picks up and flies through the air. Trees bend and almost break at the force of the winds. The weather matches how you're feeling right now as you sprint across the parking lot to your car. To your left, you see headlights of a small reefer truck blasting your car with their windshield wipers whipping back and forth. When you get into the driver's seat and head straight for the highway, it pulls out after you and begins its pursuit. You try weaving in and out of pursuit, anything to shake them off, but no matter how hard you try, they're always remaining 2 tail lengths behind. It's not until the midway point that they start tailgating you. You assume this is what Adam meant when he said he had eyes on the bar. Whoever's in that car is his informant. The darn stalker. Did they call Adam as soon as you showed up? You're betting they did. How else would Adam know to call there? He knew what you were going to do before you did it. He's playing a game of chess, and now he's getting closer to winning this nasty game of his thanks to his helper. Your eyes go back to the reefer truck. As soon as you stop, you peer into your rearview mirror to see if you can sneak a peek at the driver. Catch a flash of familiar white hair. As if sensing your eyes on him, Adam's informant waves. Ugh, Saffron. These 2 bastards. You're half tempted to go into reverse and ram your bumper into the grill of his truck, your hand hovering over the gear stick, fingers twitching at the idea. No, you can't. You wrench your hand away and force it back into the steering wheel. If anything goes down, he'll tell Adam, and then your aunt's blood will be on your hands. You need to stay compliant, because now there's more than one life at stake here. Yours and hers. You need to play things carefully. It's your best shot at making it out of this alive, and without bringing any more harm to your family. You take a deep, shuddering breath. Stay calm, stay collected, and try to stay safe. The rest of the drive feels long and torturous as you force down your hectic thoughts.
Thunder booms in the skies while wind tugs at your car and your heart thuds well over the speed limit. When you finally reach the trailer park, everyone's lights are off, either asleep or out drinking. You pull in front of your aunt's mobile home and step out as the reefer truck stops behind you. They keep their lights on, illuminating your way as you walk up the steps. Gee, thanks. You hesitate before knocking. There's a pause. Your breathing almost seems as loud as the rain. What awaits you behind this door? What have you come to find? When there's no response for over a minute, you almost consider knocking again. Then the locks start clicking. Click. He's in there. Where will you run? He's going to kill you this time. Death is here. You test the doorknob as soon as you hear the last click. Inside, the lights are off. Glass crunches under the soles of your shoes, and with each step, you feel like you're suffocating. He's here. He's here, in this same room, waiting, watching. You can feel his presence in the dark, lurking like a monster sizing up its prey. Why isn't he saying or doing anything? Usually he can't shut up, because he loves hearing himself talk so much, at least from how he presented himself on that highway so long ago. You swallow the lump in your throat and dare to speak. I've done what you asked. I'm here. I'm the one you want. Now let my aunt go. You wait. Nothing but silence. You try peering through the darkness, searching for his silhouette, but everything blends together in odd shapes. You reach out for what you think could be him, but your hands land on the messy dishes from earlier. Where the heck is he? Your hand goes to your hip, waiting for him to tackle you to the ground like he did last time. Adam? You take a step back, wondering how he's managed to conceal himself in such a small space. How did he get so good at disguising himself and being all sneaky and stuff? Is he gonna springboard out from under the table like a toy Jack-in-the-Box? You wouldn't put it past him. You get ready to check under the table, just in case, and turn towards it. Something brushes your ankle, and you yelp, taking a few steps back. Lightning flashes, allowing light to appear through the broken window. You realize that's where the glass came from. And as for what's near your ankles, you scream at the same time thunder booms in the sky, lightning illuminating the room once more. Your aunt lies motionless on the ground, with her body covered in blood that soaks through the brown carpet. Auntie! And above her, stands Adam. He holds on to one of her arms, while the other goes to scrub the streak of blood off of his face. He finally speaks. His words drip with poison wrapped in velvet. Well, well, well. He steps over Ruth's body and drops her hand, his pace slow and dangerous, like a hunter on the prowl. You take a step back, but hit something in the process and tumble onto the floor. Ah! You stare up at Adam's wide frame in horror as he traces a hand along the curved edge of his knife. He then bends down to your level and tips your chin up with the point of his blade. His forever cruel smile returns as he continues. It looks like I've finally found you, my elusive little pest. You better watch out, Adam, or I'm gonna kiss you again. Chapter 3. Saffron. Park Bend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m., 1 hour before you enter Ruth's trailer. Briar's Bar and Grill. Was he just sitting there the whole time? Saffron taps his fingers alongside the edge of the steering wheel as he watches you disappear into the bar, your body illuminated by lightning as it pulses through the sky. Idly, he brings his thumb to his mouth and licks. He can still taste your blood from earlier today, fresh and sweet, like cotton candy. A sharp contrast to your guarded personality. He marvels at how much a person's taste can differ from how they present themselves to the world. Those who act soft and sweet often have a rancid aftertaste, or those who parade around with vibrant personalities often end up being bland in flavor. But you... He winces as his teeth accidentally tear through skin, and he draws his thumb away from his mouth, studying the pearl of blood forming at his open wound. He got carried away again. If I remember correctly, I did put Saffron on my top 11 scariest visual novel characters list. He licks it away with a quick swipe of his tongue, trying to ignore the vomit-inducing taste. Enough of this longing. Soon he'll have vials of your blood to mix with his liquor, plenty to drink and savor for years to come if he preserves them long enough. Not to mention the delicious meat he'll pair it with. He just needs to remain patient. Saffron busies himself by looking at his phone and going over C.A.K.E.'s schedule. He shuffled around a lot due to Adam's unforeseen injury, which leaves most of their week open. Perfect, considering the amount of cleanup this will take. Adam informed him of your aunt being a probable casualty, but since she's such a recluse, it's unlikely anyone will notice her missing for quite some time. They can make a few payments here and bribes there in order to keep suspicion off of them. Still, it would have been so much easier had Adam done what he set out to do earlier. Everything was planned accordingly, not a flaw in place. So what happened out there that allowed you to escape? Yesterday evening, the day you meet Adam for the first time. Park Bend, Arizona, Dower Hotel. Saffron steps inside the hotel's elevator and presses a button on the main floor, adjusting the cuffs of his button-down shirt as he waits for the doors to close. Dang it. No matter how many times he gets his clothes tailored, they never seem to fit quite right. It's not like he's hit a growth spurt. He's far beyond his prepubescent years, where changing height and lengthening limbs were a problem. No, it's another matter entirely. Saffron sighs and forces himself to stop fiddling with his attire, accepting defeat yet again, when a young man with short-cropped hair joins him. He smells faintly of lavender and honeysuckle. Yesterday it was rosemary and mint. He glances at the man's hands, slight hints of dirt caked underneath his cuticles, nails cut to the quick. Saffron smiles as his finger hovers over the elevator buttons. Floor? The man offers up a quiet, subdued smile of his own, mouse-like in nature. Lobby, please. Same as me, then, he says and hits the button. That in itself is a lie. He has nowhere to go, at least not until he's to retrieve Adam and help dispose of the body. No, he's here for him. The cute and timid gardener boy who stares at the ground wherever he goes, even on his way to the little florist shop that he works at a few blocks down. Saffron bought a bouquet of meaningless daffodils in order to engage in even a slight conversation with the young man. And what he discovered underneath that demure, soft-spoken act was an inquisitive mind. One that Saffron was ravenous to get to know on a deeper level. Saffron turns towards the young man, about to engage in polite conversation, when his cell phone begins to ring, classical music flooding the small place. He smiles at the young man. Please, excuse me. The young man holds up his hands, and Saffron catches the sight of a band-aid wrapped around his thumb. Oh, no, you're fine. Don't mind me. So considerate. Saffron has to dig his nails into his phone to keep his composure. Patience, Saffron. You'll scare him off. He's made that mistake many times before. Acting overeager and asking them to dine with him, only for them to stand him up. But he's learned and adapted, and soon he'll have this man on a silver platter. He'll make sure of it. Run, little gardener boy, run! Saffron answers the call with a firm, hello? There's heavy breathing on the other end, followed by a curse and a grunt. Fuff! Saffron frowns, worry zipping through him in an instant, but he forces himself to remain composed. Playing the part of a concerned parent will only serve to aggravate Adam. What happened? Adam hisses through his teeth, and Saffron hears the sounds of heavy footsteps. They got away! Saffron blanches until the words register. They what? Did he hear them right? But no one's escaped Adam. No one. So how? Adam answers, as if knowing exactly what's on Saffron's mind.
They managed to catch me off guard before stabbing me with my own knife. They got in their car and sped off.
Another grunt. Then, under his breath,
I'm going to fluffing kill them.
Well, yeah, that's what you intended to do in the first place, but you didn't do it.
Saffron rubs the bridge of his nose as the elevator dings and the door opens, signaling they've reached the lobby. The young blonde steps out without a moment's hesitation, and any chance Saffron had for inviting him out to dinner is now ruined. He really hoped today was the day. But until they take care of you, he'll need to take a rain check.
Oh, I'm sorry that I messed up your dinner plans by, trying to stay alive.
All right, I'm coming to pick you up. Stay where you are. Adam doesn't answer, and instead hangs up. A moment later, Saffron gets a text for Adam's coordinates. He's about a half a mile off from where he dropped him off last. Saffron pockets his phone and locates the rental car before hopping in and setting off for Adam's location. He'd better be okay.
Oh, he protects him so much.
Yesterday evening, abandoned highway. Saffron finds Adam crouched down near the side of the road, using his turtleneck to soak up the blood pouring from his wound, the same one you left behind. Saffron's hands flex around the steering wheel as Adam hauls himself into the passenger side, wishing they were circling your neck instead, taking the life you tried to steal from Adam. How dare you touch him? How dare you leave him bleeding out? You almost ruined everything. You're lucky Adam didn't die, or you'd face a fate worse than Adam could ever give you. Is that slight foreshadowing for one ending if you do manage to kill Adam? And Saffron's like, who's been touching my baby? Slow, torturous, your body chained to his dissection table, squirming and flailing about, screaming your vocal cords raw in a massive symphony of emotion and terror, quelled only by your following Saffron. Saffron snaps out of his fantasy with stark clarity, startled by how visceral his own emotions are.
Yeah, this is why Saffron was on the scariest dudes list.
His hands loosen around the steering wheel, and he blinks in a daze. Oh, what a curious reaction. He's never felt such indescribable hatred, and rarely does he think about using such unnecessary violence, preferring to use tools rather than his bare hands on an individual. Perhaps seeing Adam hurt woke the parental side of him. After all, he's grown rather fond of him over the years they've spent together. It's hard to believe he used to not feel this way. So much has changed from when he was asked to spectate Adam's first hunt from however many odd years ago. He remembers his reluctance and frustration. The whole ordeal felt like a mockery of his time. Why bother doing something so droll? Could Adam not handle himself? It made Saffron question Adam's capabilities in the beginning, but while he didn't like the idea of playing babysitter, he could hardly refuse the order. So he went. It wasn't until later that Saffron realized why he was sent. Saffron recalls the blood dripping from the tips of Adam's hair, the body he carved into, and the self-satisfied smirk on Adam's face as he reveled in what he'd done. Saffron couldn't tear his gaze away. He could only stare, his breath catching. The sun shone down on Adam's body, and he looked like an angel, perched over the corpse of a vanquished demon. It was a beautiful sight. It was haunting, but above all else, it felt right. Adam didn't hold back with his hunt, and he savored every part of it. Adam was a monster under the guise of an angel, just like himself. Saffron, are you having another creepy vision about me? Ah, another repeat of his name. He got too wrapped up in the memory and the poor boy's bleeding. How shameful of him. He gives Adam an apologetic smile. I apologize. Could you repeat that? I'm afraid I missed what you said. Adam's jaw ticks as he wipes away the faint sheen of sweat gathering above his brow, but he's far more subdued than usual, and his words lack their usual bite. Did you bring sutures? I'm bleeding out here if you hadn't noticed. Saffron tuts as he reaches into the back seat and retrieves a small white medical kit. He hands it over to Adam. Thanks.
A dry response, and one that lacks genuine gratitude.
Always with the crass language, this one. Saffron starts the car as Adam pulls out the needle and begins stitching his skin back together. He can't help eyeing the wound, wondering how someone managed to best Adam. The boy almost always finished his hunts with flawless precision, determined to eliminate sinners posed as saints and deliver his version of justice to the world. He never failed to do what he set out to. How did you manage to catch him so off guard? Adam won't answer outright, he's sure. It's something Saffron himself would have to piece together. Not that he doesn't mind a good puzzle from time to time. It keeps him sharp. Stop, Adam says, pausing mid-stitch to look at Saffron. I can tell what you're thinking. Just leave it alone. I have no idea what you're referring to. You know exactly what I mean. Is there a reason you're so desperate to hide it? Is there a reason you're being so annoyingly persistent about it? Saffron sighs, reining in his frustration. Getting mad at Adam won't help and will further him from his goal. He tries again. I understand your discomfort, but I wouldn't if it weren't so important. Someone got the upper hand on you. What if they managed to do it a second time? What if they kill you, or worse? I can't let that happen, Adam. I won't allow it. His eyes flicker over to Adam, who's gone quiet, as he catches the other man touching his lips, wearing a slight frown. Saffron notices for the first time they're swollen. It won't happen, Adam says at last. His fingertips trail from his lips over to the ever-present earring. It glints underneath the sun's glow as Adam's cast with a halo of light, reminding Saffron once more of Adam's first hunt. And much like back then, Saffron witnesses Adam's monster again. It won't happen, because I won't let it.
We'll see about that.
Park Bend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m., 1 hour before you went to Ruth's trailer. Briar's Bar and Grill.
Oh, back to the pet present, but not really.
Saffron trusts Adam's decision to redeem himself. From the way Adam spoke, whatever you did to him was unforgivable, and Saffron knows it's not just because you stabbed him. No, it's something much deeper, more complicated, like you somehow shook the very foundation of his being. How you did it, Saffron doesn't know, but either way, Adam will eliminate you without mercy, because on the off chance he doesn't. Saffron's eyes flicker towards the glove compartment box. He reaches over and pops it open, revealing a hidden revolver nestled between slips of paperwork, and traces the cylinder with great affection, his gaze returning to the bar where you disappeared into. Adam gets 10 minutes to redeem himself once we get back to the trailer park. Saffron promises himself as you exit the building in a rush. He closes the glove compartment and tightens his grip around the steering wheel. Otherwise, I go in. Park Bend, Arizona, Blue Acres Trailer Park, 10 minutes before your arrival. Adam hovers over the collapsed form of your aunt. Shards of glass lay scattered around her body, like broken teeth, blood splattered across their surface in cruel arches. He nudges her limp wrist with the toe of his boot, having questioned, through all of her incessant begging and pleading, how much more pathetic this woman could get. Turns out, by quite a lot.
You leave my mean auntie alone.
I told you not to run. Now look at you. You've gone and made a mess of things. Ruth doesn't respond, not that Adam expects her to. She hit her head pretty hard on the corner of the kitchen table when she tripped over her own 2 feet in her haste to get away.
Or maybe she tripped on all the broken glass on the floor.
He'd hoped to pry information out of her once he finished you off. Things only she might know. Things that could lead him to achieving his ultimate goal. But of course not, because no one in your family can listen for 5 seconds. Adam sighs, scrubbing a tired hand through his hair as he takes in the miserable scene, when something in your aunt's grasp captures his attention. When did she... He bends down, keeping a careful distance from your aunt in case she's hiding one of the glass shards in her free hand, waiting for an opportunity to strike that will never come because he's all too familiar with the same tricks from his previous victims. He picks up the photograph tucked beneath her palm, the photo she kept hidden in her drawer, the one she was so desperate to protect. He takes note of the cracks on the glass, fissuring outward, starting at the edge of the frame and slicing through Ruth's younger self, splitting her apart in a twisted sort of irony. His gaze drifts over each of the 5 women until he lands on the one with wavy brown hair, her shy laughter concealed behind her hand. He almost forgot what it sounded like. Almost forgot the warmth and vibrancy after all these years. He can hear it now. Adam swallows hard and flips the frame over, undoing the back, letting the foam board fall to the ground with a dull thump before pulling out the picture itself. He peers over the newly freed photo, sparing another glance at your aunt. His expression hardens with hatred. She looks a little more like her younger self like this, her hair loose from the scuffle, her arms spread like angel's wings. But nothing about this woman is angelic.
"I'll be taking this,"
Adam says before stuffing the picture into his wallet for safekeeping. If he can't get any information out of her, he reasons he'll just try using other resources, like this photo, instead. Maybe even you might know something, considering your connection to Ruth. Some secret she could have spilled without you realizing their significance.
Don't give back.
Adam catches the sound of a small, desperate whisper. He peers down at your Aunt Ruth and tilts his head to the side, almost mocking.
"Oh, are you still alive?"
She doesn't say anything, but he notices a flicker of movement from her hand, the same one he took the photo from. Stubborn and resilient, just like you. Well, at least he can still glean answers from her and put an end to her miserable existence in the worst way possible, one he deems fit. He knows just the perfect ending for a woman like her. Adam lowers himself again, right as she makes a croaking sound, unable to distinguish what she's trying to convey. She's just garbling nonsense at this point. But he has all the time in the world, so he'll play along the same way he did with you on that highway. He enjoys toying with his food as much as the next serial killer.
"What's wrong?"
Adam asks with mock concern, his tone sugary sweet with a bitter aftertaste.
"What? You want your little picture back?"
He waves the empty frame around before tossing the empty fixture towards her. The frame lands right beside her immobile arm. Her finger twitches in response. Adam's voice dips, lowering with malice.
"Do you really think you'll need that where you're going?"
She doesn't respond, leaving Adam to wonder if she's passed out again or died on him. Adam scoffs.
"Ugh, you know, you're really crap at holding a conversation."
Again, he gets nothing out of her. How disappointing. Adam's burner phone buzzes, and he glances at the message sent by Saffron. They're almost here. Adam smirks and pockets his phone, his body humming with anticipation.
"Showtime,"
he says, and tries heading for the door when he feels a hand dart out and wrap around his ankle, the grip weak but persistent. Nails dig into the fabric of his jeans.
Give it back.
Adam pauses, staring down at her hand invading his personal space, taking in her poor attempt at stopping him with cold detachment.
"And if I don't, you'll, what, kill me?"
He reaches down and detaches her fingers one by one, focusing on uncurling them before he gives in to his primal urge. He wants to wring her neck, to twist and snap her bones, watching as the life drains out of her. He wants her to suffer just as much as she did. This biscuit is the entire reason he can't stand liars. Adam, I don't know if you remember me. Of course he does. After all, how could he forget?
Lore.
Adam? Screaming. So much screaming. He covers his ears and closes his eyes, trying to recede into his own mind, but finding his thoughts all twisted together like a hastily wrapped ball of yarn. There's a thump, followed by a crash from somewhere downstairs, probably in the kitchen. Why? Because it's always the stupid kitchen. The angry cacophony of curses and shouts reverberates through the closed bathroom door, where Adam hides. He didn't want to stay downstairs in his room, not when things are like this. He's afraid to get pulled into the fray.
You keep making a fool out of me.
Another crash, and the sound of glass breaking. Adam ducks his head as if those shouted words are physical objects being thrown at him. Stop it. Just stop it. He shakes his head and tears stream down his cheeks. Please, just stop. But he keeps going and going, getting worse and worse, making him sob harder and harder to a point that he's afraid someone will overhear. He can't get caught crying again, not after last time. He can still remember the acrid scent of cigarette smoke and the suffocating darkness of the shed, his palms flat against the rotting floor as he waited with his head bowed. No, he's learned his lesson too many times to count, so he curls in on himself, trying to control his breathing and stifle the sounds of his anguish with his trembling hands. You look so much like your father. Adam still remembers the cruel expression on the woman's face as she said it, the muffled giggles and concealed laughter that followed, the hand on his shoulder tightening at the comment, drawing him away from the open stairs and into one of the empty seats. I can't believe I didn't see it before. You look so much like him. He wanted to scream, to deny anything that linked them together. I'm not him. I'm not him. I'm not him. I'm not. I'll never forgive you. The guttural scream makes him jump back into the present before trembling in fear. He hates this, hates that woman for causing it. Why? Why did Miss Aspen say that? Why did it cause all of this? He can't comprehend the meaning behind any of it and doesn't know if he ever will. He remains there for what feels like hours, arms and legs going numb from being stuck in the same position for so long, terrified of making any noise that draws attention. Then everything just stops. An uneasy quiet fills the house, and Adam shivers. He wiggles his toes, trying to regain feeling in them, listening out for the chaos to pick up again. It doesn't. And that's much, much worse. Feet shuffle up the staircase, and Adam squeezes his eyes closed. I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm not here. The door to his bathroom slams open, and Adam jerks upright as the lights flare to life, his bottom lip trembling as he looks to the door. Adam. Oh, poor baby. Blue Acres Trailer Park, 5 minutes before you arrive. Auntie! Adam gets thrust back into the present, and the sight of the woman at his feet makes his lips curl in disgust. She repeats herself. Adam, give back. No, he's never forgotten her, not even for a moment. He lifts Ruth by her wrist, dangling her in the air so that they're face to face, their noses almost touching while she hangs there, limp. Are you really in a position to make demands? Because from where I'm standing, I think you should shut up and wait until I'm done with that nasty little relative of yours.
Hey, that's me he's talking about.
But sure, keep testing my patience. See where it gets you. Aunt Ruth is the type of person who would be like, bet! Glad we see eye to eye.
Adam lowers her, but keeps a hold of her wrist to keep her filthy, blood-stained hands off of him. He's gonna need a blistering hot shower after this. Whereas your touch ignites deep-seated want, hers feels like 1,000 maggots crawling all over his skin, burying their way into his insides and eating away at his entrails. He'll hold on to this disgust while dealing with you, because he can't let you get close again. He won't let you. Adam composes himself when light floods through the shattered window of the small darkened trailer. He watches as your car pulls up, followed by Saffron's reefer truck. He must have bought it in preparation for the massacre that's about to happen. Despite this, Adam can already hear Saffron complaining about the fact that you'll take up room. Your body's filling up space in his precious freezer, unwanted unless he gets desperate. Saffron's a choosy guy, an irony not lost on Adam, considering the man's diet. Why you gotta be so scary, Saffron? The flower boy will live another day, for now. Adam hears the crunch of your sneakers over the gravel, followed by a knock at the door. He reaches for the abundance of chains, taking his time undoing each one to send your heart thumping and your mind racing. He can almost feel your trepidation leaking through the door. You're scared, aren't you? No, Adam, I'm just pretty ticked off at this point. I'm just tired. I'm tired of being tired of you. Well, you should be. Because he's been waiting. Me punching Adam in the gut like, listen, sir. Blue Acres Trailer Park, 6:10 p.m. Ruth's trailer. We should be having dinner, and we're doing all these shenanigans, Adam. I've finally found you, my elusive little pest. Adam. Your mouth goes dry at the sight of the purple-haired demon in the flesh. And how does he greet you? With a fluffing knife. I would expect nothing less, Adam. You try looking down at the aforementioned knife without moving your neck, otherwise you'll impale yourself like a shish kebab and notice it's covered in dried blood. Did he seriously not, at the very least, clean the thing? And who does it belong to? You or someone else? It's probably mine. He probably hasn't washed it, 'cause he's crazy. Your eyes wander over to your aunt, who lays motionless on the ground a few feet away from where you crash-landed after Adam jump-scared you. It's yours, he says, reading your mind. Your aunt did that with no real effort on my part. Right. And he's also just a hurt, misunderstood soul who just needs lots of hugs and unconditional love to fix all of his baggage and deep-seated issues. Well, maybe. Because, if you've learned anything, a smooch a day keeps the serial killers at bay. Okay, sarcasm aside, the last part's a little bit true. Kissing the killer ultimately did save your life when you were neck-deep in trouble and helped you avoid getting skewered. But even so, you're not buying his bull. The man lies as easily as he breathes. He's a repeat offender, considering none of his general audience knows he murders people for craps and giggles. Or at least, that's what you assume. They'd like him more if they found out. You contemplate this as you try adjusting the angle of your neck in order to put some much-needed space between you and Adam's weapon of choice. Well, that, and to check if your aunt's still alive. But Adam pursues you, giving you no wiggle room to work with, and he rewards your efforts by giving you a soft warning prick. Ow! Eyes on me. You wince at the stinging sensation before fixing him with a glare. Oh yeah, you forgot about his issue with personal space. Considering your bubble popped for the rest of your interactions, because you're not getting it back with him around. Your earlier fear goes up in a puff of smoke, annoyance taking over the mantle instead. I'd say go fluff yourself, but after recalling our kiss from yesterday, I doubt you know how. Oh! Adam's jaw ticks at the comment. Oh yeah, buddy. Feel the salt in that wound. Oh, sorry. Too soon. Should I start the trolling now or wait a while? Wait till you've stabbed me a couple of times and messed up my shirt from AliExpress. I'm wearing purple for you, Adam. You say in mock embarrassment, widening your eyes to establish that you aren't sorry in the slightest, going straight for his weak point in retaliation since he went after yours. As sucky as Aunt Ruth is, you're not letting her die for your poor decisions. Adam's your burden, your cross to bear. You should have killed him when you had the chance, but you didn't. You won't make that mistake again. I will make that mistake again, because if you'll recall from my last playthrough, actually killing Adam makes Saffron burst in and shoot you dead. Not when you're armed with your own weapon tucked into the waistband of your pants.
You never learn, do you?
Adam says, withdrawing his blade, right before it descends on your already wounded shoulder. You screw your eyes shut and turn your head, unable to duck out of the way with Adam boxing you in. You wait for the inevitable pain of knife tearing through skin and muscle, flashing back to that horrific moment on the highway when you tried contacting emergency services, your body readying itself when nothing comes. Oh, did you just put the knife in the wall like some edgelord? Just a condescending chuckle from Adam when you open your eyes to find the knife embedded in the wall right above your shoulder. His eyes glitter with amusement over your reaction. Alright, I guess this is payback for that not knowing how to fluff yourself comment. Alright, I get it. We're even now. Great. So he's gone from outright stabbing to psychological torture. Exactly what you need.
So much bravado, and yet you're still afraid of me. That's good.
Adam whispers, his breath warm in your ear as he leans close.
You should be.
He repositions his knife at the hollow of your throat when he draws back, reaching into his back pocket with his free hand.
I've got a few questions for you since your dear aunt couldn't bother to answer them herself.
You raise an eyebrow at him. Oh, yeah, because an unconscious woman can totally help. Forgive my aunt and her poor manners. I'm sure she's so sorry for that, despite all the trauma you've put her through. You jolt upon feeling the knife move. A subtle shift that leaves you wondering if you pushed him too far when you feel the steel travel downward instead. Adam's unamused by your jeering. You're stretching his patience. But for some reason, he's not hurting or killing you. In part, you're relieved, but you also question why.
How many times?
Adam asks, pushing aside the collar of your shirt with the tip of his knife to reveal a mess of gauze and medical tape underneath.
Do I have to remind you of what I'm capable of when you've already experienced it? Are you really that thuffing stupid?
My clients say it's part of my charm. An odd expression consumes Adam's face at the mention of your clientele. But you blink, and it's gone, replaced by his usual scowl whenever you dare to open your mouth. He finally pulls out whatever's in his pocket, a thin slip of paper, and unfolds the parchment. He presents you with a picture of your aunt and 4 other women.
Now, tell me, do you recognize any other women aside from your aunt?
You open your mouth, prepared to fire off another quip, but Adam flips his knife and angles it towards your jugular. You swallow hard. Adam taps the picture against the seam of your lips.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Otherwise, my hands might slip. So I suggest...
A cocky little smirk tugs at the corners of his mouth.
You choose your words wisely.
Dang it, I can't troll him. You really don't have much of a choice but to comply. Fine then, you'll remain complacent. For now. You take your time studying the photo when something about the woman positioned at the far left of the group with her petal pink dress and delicate frame captures your attention. While the rest of the women laugh openly, hers conveys a distinct shyness, almost as if she doesn't want the others to notice. Yet that's not what bothers you. It's the fact that you recognize her. But how? You examine each of her features, poring over each minute detail in order to figure out where you remember those Cupid's bow lips and high cheekbones from. Oh yeah, perhaps the dude in front of me? She's model pretty, distinguishable within any crowd, much like the rest of her friends. Birds of a feather flock together, you think, and notice how her arms aren't linked with the others. Until the cat comes. Adam wraps a finger along the top of the photo.
Tick, tock. You're running out of time.
Dude, it's 6 p.m. We got all day. It's not even old lady sleep time. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. You don't even bother glancing up. Hold your knife kink horses. I'm trying to fluffing concentrate. Then hurry up. What, are we on a timeline? You gonna turn her into a pumpkin? The hand containing the photo darts out and grips the back of your neck, forcing your head up to meet his gaze. The sharp press of his blade goes to the underside of your jaw. His legs are wedged between yours, one on either side, his knee pressed against the inside of your thigh as he kneels before you, purple tips of his hair tickling your cheek. Yeah, he's that close. Adam, stop! His proximity makes your heart pound, and not in the, oh my god, he's so dreamy sort of way, but the, oh god, he's gonna gut me like a fish sort of way. You weigh your options, deliberating on headbutting him, but decide against it due to the sharp obstacle blocking your way. He's not underestimating you this time. Adam refuses to give you any ample opportunities to take any advantage of his weakness. The knife isn't just there as a threat, but a barrier. To protect my lips from you. To protect you from my lips. You know, I can't see the photograph at this angle, right?
You've looked at it for long enough. Now tell me.
He lowers his head, those pitch black eyes flashing red, his mouth stretching into a snarl.
What do you know?
I don't know nothing. Don't you know that by now? You frown as you study the movements of his lips. Then a light clicks on in your head, and you start connecting the dots. The high cheekbones, the Cupid's bow lips, right down to her wavy hair. Those features are a perfect match for the man right in front of you. You blurt out the words right before you can stop them. Holy crap, why didn't I realize earlier? You look so much like her. Adam goes absolutely bananas. Still, his pallor turns chalk white, his expression a mixed cocktail of emotions, ranging from angry to haunted to tortured, all in the span of a few minutes. Oh.
What did you just say?
He's shaking so hard, you feel yourself vibrate thanks to your close proximity. The knife disappears from your throat, and you know it's now or never, because you won't find a better opportunity than the one presented to you. Except we're not going to take that opportunity because Saffron's going to come in and be like, break yourself, fool. You don't know what triggered him. All you know is that your hands are reaching for the kitchen knife at your waist, driven by the instinct to kill him for everything that he's done and going to do. Only one of you will walk out if you're alive. You'll make sure it's you. Adam's lost in a daze when you bring your arm up in a wide arch. To which Adam dodges a moment too late, the front of his hoodie tearing in the process, blood spraying against the trailer walls. You try going for his black hole of a heart next, when Adam springs away from you. In a flash, he's at your aunt's side, and your knife spears through empty air, lodging into the musty carpet flooring as you bring it down. You give the knife a harsh yank before getting to your feet. The picture Adam used to interrogate you with flutters to the floor like a flag being dropped to signal the start of a match. Adam presses a hand to his chest before drawing it away to reveal blood smeared on his palm. I hope that fluffing hurt, you a-hole, because there's more where that came from. You're practically spitting in his direction, geared up for a fight after all the heck he's put you through for the past 2 days, unrelenting in his pursuit. You're going to give this fluffer a taste of his own medicine. Adam's slow to look up. His eyes are narrowed, but to your surprise, he's smiling, teeth bared like he plans on using them to rip you apart. It's primal, that smile, like he's been waiting for this moment his entire life, like he's been waiting for a reason to finally end this.
Cute,
Adam says, his voice dripping low as he gives an expert flip of his knife before catching it by the hilt with trained precision. He points the tip of the blade in your direction.
But I promise, I'm better.
And quick as a whip, he's on you like a beast released from his cage, a snarl ripping from his throat as he tries slashing at your arm, wielding the kitchen knife. You manage to pull back in time and hear the whistle of metal slicing through the air, your knife cradled against your chest as you hit a wall. Adam descends on you. You try your best to keep him at bay, but you're an amateur in comparison to his seasoned practice, of killing people. A fact that becomes crystal clear within seconds. He forces you to go on the defensive while he goes full offense, his attacks jarring and harsh, forcing you to block one after the other in favor of lashing out again. Each blow chips away at your already dwindling strength. Your injured shoulder burns from the exertion. You can't keep up at this rate. Everything aches, the pain echoing, bone deep, causing your movements to become slow and clumsy. You're getting tired, worn down, but Adam is not. If anything, he's invigorated by your struggle to keep up, as if he's soaking up your fear to help fuel his bloodlust. There's a knowing smirk at the corner of his lips. No, I'm not tired. What are you talking about? Fluffer. He knows you're delaying the inevitable. His endurance will outlast yours, and once you falter, he's going in for the kill like a snake constricting a mouse until its body folds. You both know he's got the advantage here. But I've got determination. The odds are stacked against you. They were right from the beginning when you made the mistake of pulling over. There's got to be a way out of this. You grit your teeth, sweat dripping down your brow and along the curve of your spine as you try to fight back, try to find an opening. You won't find one, Adam taunts, guessing your train of thought yet again. Why don't you just give in to me? We both know you won't last much longer. He substantiates his point with another rough jab of his blade. Your teeth rattle from the impact, and you almost lose your grip on your knife, but you manage to remain firm. If anything, you're stubborn. A trait he couldn't beat out of you even if he tried. Oh, come on now, you say with a huff. Now you're making the sex jokes way too easy. You gasp as his knife comes down harder than ever before in retaliation to your obvious jab, the steel pinging with his furious blows. Is that really all you fluffing think about? Adam says, clearly seething. Oh, he's cranky now. A fact you'd take pure delight in if he didn't say what he says next. Considering how you kissed me after finding out about that online job of yours, Your entire body goes cold. How the fluff do you know about my job? Hey, I'm just trying to get that bag. These AliExpress shirts for $5 aren't going to buy themselves. You wear a mask to conceal your identity, not out of shame, but for privacy reasons. So how does he know what you do for a living? No, you guess you shouldn't be surprised. He's a stalker, after all, and you don't doubt he dug into your background, probably at some point after you gave him the slip. I have a better question. You let out a yelp as he managed to grab hold of your wrist while you're processing this new information. You lose your grip on the knife, and Adam kicks it away, shoving your one method of defense somewhere behind him with a scuffed boot before putting your arm over your head. You raise your other arm to fight him off, but he grabs that one just as easily. It joins the first, both now pinned underneath his grasp. You lift your leg up to kick him, but he uses his body to restrain yours, your hips perfectly aligned. Adam, if you don't want me to flirt, don't get so close. The knife returns to your throat, and you stop struggling. Great. Back to square one. Tell me something. Adam peers down at you with a harsh sense of judgment. Why the fluff did you kiss me back there on the highway? Why was that your first instinct? Is it because of your fixation on sex? You see, all my life I've been somewhat of a pacifist, and also, unfortunately, a people-pleaser. I often rely on something called the fawn response instead of fighting, flighting, or freezing. The fawn response is a trauma response where individuals try to avoid conflict and ensure safety by appeasing and pleasing those perceived as a threat. It's a survival mechanism where someone prioritizes the needs and desires of others, often to the point of neglecting their own, to maintain peace and avoid potential harm, like you stabbing me. You could have fought me, gone for my eyes, punched me, anything, but shoving your tongue down my throat? So why? Why did you fluffing do it? You bark out a harsh laugh, devoid of humor. That's what he's focusing on? It's like
He's like, do you like me or something? Baka?
This, right now, of all things? You're starting to piece everything together. You guess that accounts for something. For someone who accused me of thinking about sex all the time, that question is pretty hypocritical. I'm starting to think it's you who's obsessed with sex, and now you're just projecting. It would explain a lot. What? You say with mock concern, as his mouth twists into a scowl. Are you frustrated because you can't stop thinking about it? Thinking about me? Is that why you get so upset whenever I bring the topic up? Because you want me? The air goes thick, heavy with unspoken tension, as your words hang in there between you two. You hear the pitter-patter of rain against the trailer roof, the rest of the world going quiet, as if anticipating Adam's response, wondering what he'll do next. He should totally kiss me back in retaliation. Whatever it is, you're ready. Auntie Ruth! Auntie Ruth with the steel chair! 6:13 p.m. Ruth's trailer. Ruth's mind fractures, splits apart, then gets reassembled once again before the cycle repeats. She hears a muffled argument, her ears stuffed with what feels like cotton, unable to decipher the string of conversation or figure out whose voice belongs to who. Glass cuts into Ruth's cheeks, arms and legs. Hurts. Everything hurts. She's disoriented, unable to remember how she got acquainted with the floor. But Ruth does remember, and the only thing she can seem to remember is the man taunting her with the face of the woman she once cared for. With the face of her first love. How cruel. Ruth reached for the photo, the only picture she has of her first love, because if she's going to die, she wants to die by her side. That's all she can ask for. Her hands fumble over the shards of glass, but finds the space beside her empty. Then another memory clicks into place. Adam taking her away. Adam shoving the photo into his pocket, mocking her feeble attempts to get her back. Adam. The hexspawn birthed from the hips of an angel. A monster in the making, just like that bastard, the one who took what she could have had, telling her that her love was a sin. That it was vile, and she wanted to prove him wrong. Wrong, and now she's gone. These men keep taking her love away from her. Adam and that bastard both. Ruth seethes on the ground, her fist clenching when she sees something glittering from an arm's length away, like a present. Oh, like a gift from God. Ruth reaches out and wraps her fingers around the handle of the forgotten kitchen knife. Auntie Ruth coming in with the steel chair, or more accurately, the knife. 6:15, Ruth's trailer. This is all happening in the span of minutes. Is that why you get upset whenever I bring up the topic? Because you want me? He. The words hit Adam like a freight train as soon as they pour out of your mouth. A violent clash of flesh and metal, his head spinning on impact. What the fluff were you implying? Denial surfaces in his brain, something most people do upon confrontation, and Adam's no different. You're wrong. He doesn't want you. He'll never want you. We're going to change that, Adam. But Adam knows he's lying to himself because of the excuses he makes just to touch you, reasoning that he's only using his body to trap you, and not because he wants to get close enough to feel your body heat, to feel you. Yes, he wants you. God, he wants you. His dream self admitted as much, and the thought disturbs him. It makes him sick having these feelings. He needs to kill you, and yet he's acting like a kitten seeking warmth for the first time. You're flush against him, your bodies without a centimeter of space between them, and all he wants to do is lift you up and... No. Adam crushes the thought without mercy. Whatever he's feeling, this blatant and unwelcome desire, he can't give in to this particular sin. He made a promise. He vowed never to give in. You're a temptation, one he's desperate to overcome. You're the hardest obstacle he's ever faced, one many would say the devil put in his path to lead him astray. But Adam wonders if regular people are the real devils. He's almost certain you are. His own little devil meant to seduce him away from his original purpose. But he won't. He can't. You break the silence, your voice alluring as a siren's to a ship captain.
Why are you so quiet? Not even going to deny it?
You raise your brow at him and his lack of a rebuttal, like you can read his thoughts and see the war raging behind his eyes. His lips curl into a snarl. Don't you do that. Don't you fluffing dare look at him like that, like you've got him figured out. Adam presses the knife deeper into your skin so that it's almost cutting into your neck, and you wince, despite the fact he purposely didn't break the skin. One more push, though, and there'll be blood. Plenty of it. Your chest heaves against his in response to the unspoken threat. He's breathing heavier, too. He convinces himself it's because you're afraid and that he loves your fear, and that's why he's breathing so hard, and not because of the friction of your chest against his. His lust for blood always outweighs his attraction towards other people. So why shouldn't it work now? Answering one question with another? How very like you.
I seem to recall a certain someone whimpering against my mouth, unable to restrain himself. Are you telling me that was a different serial killer?
I wouldn't be surprised considering you kissed me, a complete stranger. Nasty habit you've got there, kissing dangerous men. Do you do that often?
Well, I mean...
If so, maybe I should cut it out of you, starting from here. He taps your chin with the tip of his blade before guiding it down your front, shifting his body to allow the knife to glide towards the top of your navel, as if he's tracing lines on a map. To here. As your expression hardens, he smirks and realigns your bodies, returning the curve of his blade to your throat. How does that sound? I'll gut you properly so the pain will only be a little agonizing. We can take it nice and slow.
Oh, Adam, you flatter me.
You raise an eyebrow at Adam.
Okay, now it just sounds like you're trying to flirt with me, and it's getting a little sad. Sorry, Adam, but you're not my type. I like men who don't stab me upon first meeting. It's called having standards.
Adam's lip curls into a snarl. If that's how you see this, then you're delusional. His nails dig at your wrist, and you bite your lip to keep from crying out. He ignores the way his body throbs. How do you keep forgetting? I almost killed you last time, and I'm capable of far worse, because I've done worse. You're deluding yourself into a narrative that you've built based on one experience.
Then say it. Or better yet, go through with it.
You challenge, not backing down.
Because as far as I can tell, you've had plenty of opportunities to torture the answers you want out of me, and yet you haven't even cut me once. Why is that, Adam? You stabbed me as soon as you got the chance when we first met, so why aren't you doing it now? Why are there only threats and none of your previous violence?
You gesture over to your aunt with your chin.
You did it to her, so why not me? Come on, Adam. Tick-tock.
Oh! You quote him from earlier. Adam's gaze narrows. He's spoiled you too much by not following through with his threats. He'll have to change that. Are you sure you're in any position to push me? Do you think I'm not capable of hurting you anymore? That I can't kill you once I get what I want out of you? Because I beg to differ.
Well, now we're just arguing like an old married couple.
With knives at our throats. He presses his forehead against yours, forcing you to look into his eyes, to see his resolve and burning hatred for what you awoke in him. Then beg, you say with zero hesitation, lifting your chin, holding his gaze like you're his equal. Because even with this, your eyes go up to gesture towards your foreheads, before locking onto Adam's face once more.
You're just finding excuses to touch me. I know what attraction looks like, Adam. I've seen it with my clients, seen it in my everyday life of what happens when a man wants someone, and you match the entire definition. Why are you so afraid to admit it? Scared I'll use it against you just like last time? Afraid you'll like it too much?
Your body shifts against his, and Adam withholds a groan, grinding his teeth to cover up the wince that follows.
Too late.
He sees you've already caught on. He needs to prove you wrong, that your body isn't his ultimate weakness, and he's not someone pathetic enough to be controlled by sexual desire. He's not your clients. He's not like any of them. And he'll show all of you, here and now. Adam withdraws his blade, rising it high over his head, and says, "Wrong move," before bringing the knife down. Saffron? Uh-oh. Outside Ruth's trailer, 6:15 p.m. He counts down the minutes ticking by. Oh yeah, we are on a time thing. 5, then 4, then 3. At 2, Saffron pulls out his gun and loads 3 bullets into the chamber. He glances up at the trailer he's parked in front of. 1 more minute, and he's going in. Ah! Tick-tock indeed. Ruth's trailer, 6:16 p.m. Adam's knife comes down, and you brace yourself for the familiar sensation of steel tearing through flesh and bone, knowing the futility of fighting, but trying anyway. You thought you had Adam pegged, that you had him all figured out. You thought you understood why he hesitated, but you didn't, and now you're going to pay the ultimate price, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Chest puffed, stay strong. You grab onto your old friend's phrase like a lifeline, keeping your gaze locked with Adam's in one final act of defiance, willing the hatred in your eyes to haunt him for the rest of his days. It was you who couldn't escape him in life, but in death you're determined to return the favor tenfold. You curse him until the day he dies. You don't even bother to keep track of the blade as it plummets towards your chest in an act of sheer stubborn willpower, refusing to show any signs of weakness. At least, even through all of this, you can take consolation in the fact that he was never able to break you, that you maintained some sort of dignity, even in the end. You clench your fists. You jut out your chest, and you hold your head up high, like you're above this, above him. Adam noticed the subtle change in your demeanor, his eyes widening in surprise, as though he expected you to crack and start begging for mercy. The knife comes down and stops, right above your bananas heart. Adam's breathing hard, his hands shaking with visible frustration, unable to tear himself away from your captive gaze. He tries again. Adam raises his arm, brings the knife down, and the invisible chains that stopped him the first time around stop him yet again. Something holding him back, something giving him pause, and he fights tooth and nail to deliver on his promise. Adam's gaze flickers down to his traitorous hands, the same ones that refuse to give in to his commands, before returning to look at you. Adam's jaw clenches, his molars grinding. You're surprised he doesn't chip a tooth in the process. Dang it! Adam hurls the knife away, the steel embedding itself perfectly into the wall, parallel from where he threw it. Ugh. Gosh darn you! Gosh darn you! Gosh darn you, Espoir, for not making me curse! Ah! Adam's hands encircle your throat, and he slams you into the wall. You claw at his fingers, his arms, his chest. You're losing oxygen fast. Your vision turns black at the corners. Spots dip in and out of your peripheral like glittering stars. You can feel him shaking again, this time for an entirely different reason. You can feel how desperate he is to kill you, to escape the humiliation of his attraction towards you. He's acting like a wild animal, trapped and afraid. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, and you witness something genuine and raw rise to the surface. Vulnerability. Why the fluff did you have to appear? Why? Are you here to torture me? To mess with me? To break me? I'm your greatest challenge, Adam. A cutie patootie. His voice cracks and fissures as his hands tighten and constrict, a war rampaging behind those darkened eyes. He's battling the deep-seated truth of your words.
I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to feel any of this. I need it to stop. I need you to stop. I'm begging you to just stop. Why couldn't you have just done like everyone else? Why did you have to kiss me?
That's what you get for going up against a fawner. His hands give one last squeeze, and then they're gone. You take in a much-needed lungful of air, coughing and sputtering as you collapse against the wall. You're trying to catch your breath when Adam's face grows near. What is he? The question dies in your throat as soon as you see the intent behind Adam's eyes, his lips parted as his warm breath brushes against your skin, his expression tortured as though he knows what he's about to do will ruin him. Oh yeah, don't we get interrupted? You hear a scraping sound coming from above. His nails. They're clawing their way down the wall in a last feeble attempt to restrain himself from giving in.
I hate that I want you.
His voice is barely above a whisper before his mouth descends upon yours. Your head spins from his quick and sudden transition, and you don't even have time to shove him away, his lips almost brushing yours, but not quite when... Give her back! Dang it, Aunt Ruth! You couldn't have waited like 10 seconds. 10 seconds, that's all I'm asking. Someone roars from behind Adam, and all of a sudden his body jerks forward, his back bending at the impact of an unseen blow as something slams into him. There's a sickening wet thump, followed by a gross squelching sound. Adam grunts through clenched teeth. Give her back! Give her back! Give her back! Another thump follows the first, before Adam growls and sweeps his arms out, sending the person behind him, your Aunt Ruth, flying across the room. She collides with the wall before slumping to the floor. Ruth blinks, momentarily stunned. In her hands, she wields a knife drenched in crimson, the same one Adam kicked away moments ago. When Adam turns his back to you, focusing all of his attention on your aunt, you spot 2 fresh wounds near Adam's shoulder blades in near-identical slits. They remind you of what's left behind when a fallen angel gets stripped of their wings. Adam sways like a drunken man. He braces his hand against the wall, nails torn and bleeding from where he clawed at it earlier to keep himself from kissing you. Right, he almost kissed you. Voluntarily! Looks like your blossoming theory was right on the money. Not that that's something to celebrate. You'd rather your milkshakes not bring all the serial killers to the yard. At least of all, Adam. You shake your head to clear your mind. Nope, nope, nope. Maybe someday you can unpack this crap in therapy, when you can, afford it, to figure out why your milkshakes bring all the serial killers to the yard. It's almost like I'm a YN. But for right now, you've got bigger fish to fry, namely the aforementioned serial killer who looks like he's about to pounce on your Aunt Ruth and strangle her to death. Or worse.
I should have killed you when I fluffing had the chance.
Adam rasps, stumbling towards her with uneven steps. Your aunt gets to her feet, grasping onto the counter for support, and you freeze upon seeing the unabashed rage pulsating off of her in thick waves. She directs everything she has at Adam, all of her ugliest emotions laid bare. You've never related to her more. We're both stubborn and really, really ticked off. Ruth's lips peel back into a snarl, her lips stained red as though she applied too much makeup, the storm rampaging behind her eyes, overshadowing the monsoon going on outside. She looks unstable, insane, broken. She spits her vitriol at Adam, her words containing a venom that poisons each syllable. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I will kill you for everything you've done, you sick, twisted little bastard! How dare you? How dare you wear her face and do this to me? How dare you taunt me this way? How dare you? I'm just sitting here eating popcorn, totally not grabbing that knife that's right next to me. Tears fall from her hardened eyes, but she scrubs them away with a rough jerk of her wrist. "I'll end this. I'll end you." Adam staggers again, but he gives a low chuckle, devoid of humor, as he rips his knife from where it juts out from the wall. His own hatred rivals your aunt's. "Funny," he says, using the sleeve of his hoodie to wipe your crusted blood off of his knife in one quick swipe. "Because a long time ago, you told me I looked just like him. Was that another one of your lies? Or did you know what would happen if you said something like that?" Ruth bows her head. "Well, did you? Come on, Miss Aspen. Tell the truth for once in your miserable life."
"My fault."
Adam tilts his head in that animalistic way of his, a hunter listening for prey out in the long stalks of grass. "What was that? Speak up. I can't hear."
"It's your fault she's gone." "Ooh. Auntie, I don't think that was the thing you should have said."
Your aunt screams in a raw outburst of emotion, glass shards digging into her heel as she gives an angry stomp of her foot. You recoil at the sheer volume. What's going on? They're almost acting like they know each other from somewhere, like they have some sort of shared past together. This isn't just about Adam breaking into her trailer and attacking her, but rather another matter entirely, something that caused your Aunt Ruth to dive into the depths of madness and come out swinging. It's like they have an unresolved grudge from before you ever entered the picture. Wait, the picture Adam showed you before, Ruth and that woman that looks like Adam were both in it. Did something happen between them? Your mind swirls with the possibilities of what all of this means as Ruth continues. "You're the reason she endured everything she did. It was all for you, and yet you killed her. Your entire existence destroyed her." "Hey, you can't blame a baby for being a baby." "I told her," Aunt Ruth says between frantic gasps, nearly sobbing. "I told her she shouldn't have gone through with the pregnancy, but she wouldn't listen." Ruth clutched her chest, as if preparing herself to tear out her own heart in order to spare herself from the painful burden of the memories she's uprooting. Adam remains quiet, but his knuckles turn white. He's gripping the hilt of his knife so hard. Whatever she's saying, it's affecting him too. "What he did to her, you know that all started because of you, don't you? But she never told you that because she wouldn't want you to blame yourself, but you should have." You watch with mounting horror as Ruth's feet leave behind bloody tracks as she steps over the glass, daring to get closer at him. He remains eerily silent as she gets in his face and jabs at his chest. And now she's gone because of you. You took her away. You took her away. You gosh darn piece of crap. You took her away again." She's breathing hard as she reaches the end of her crazed rant. Adam's absolutely still. For a moment, no one moves. You're not even sure any of you are breathing. Then there's a lightning strike, and the room becomes illuminated in a yellowish glow that shows Adam lifting his head. And all heck breaks loose. Uh-oh. Adam's on your aunt in an instant, because even while he's wounded, he's fast. He grabs her finger, and you hear the sickening crack of bones breaking, like a twig being snapped in two. Your aunt screams and flails, her knife managing to cut into Adam's cheek, but he remains unperturbed, and instead disarms her by severing the tendons in her fingers. She loses the grip on her knife, and Adam's other arm darts out, wrapping a hand around her throat. Then he's lifting her into the air, a cold-blooded killer once more. Her legs flail and kick, her fists thumping against his arms as her feet leave the ground. You scream your aunt's name and search for something to stop him. You won't let him kill her. You need to act. Now. Distract him? Kill him? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's distract him. You grab a skillet from the kitchen counter in favor of going for the knife currently laying in front of Adam's feet. You aim high and slam the metal against the back of his head. Adam lets out a strangled noise and releases your aunt in the process, sending her tumbling to the floor. Ruth scrambles to get away from him, Her attempt to flee halted when her back hits the mattress inside of her bedroom, and her eyes dart towards the small nightstand with a single drawer. Adam cradles the back of his head with a hand, and he spins on the heel of his boot. What'd you look at me for? I could have used the knife. You should be glad that I Tom and Jerry'd you. He looks like he's about ready to inflict the same punishment he did to Ruth onto you, but then recognition clicks. You can see the conflict in his eyes, the hesitation, but you're already on him, because you don't share the same qualms. You drop the skillet and finally go for the kitchen knife, seeing your opportunity, and bring your arm in an upward slice. You cut through his fingers, not enough to sever them, but enough for him to lose his grip on the handle of his own weapon, and you hear the satisfying clang of metal hitting the floor. He drops to the ground in order to dodge your second follow-up attack. Adam cradles his wounded hand and looks back up at you, towering over him, knowing full well that you intend to put an end to this. That you intend to put an end to him. You raise your knife in order to deal the final blow, while trying to prep yourself for the guilt that probably comes with taking a human life, but knowing it needs to happen. When... Bang! Pain blooms, and spreads like poison ivy crawling up the side of a house. You blink in complete and utter confusion. What was that? Just now. Ouchies! You look up from where Adam is crouched, and notice your aunt standing in her bedroom doorway. She's got a gun in her position, with the drawer open beside her. Auntie? Auntie? You shot me, Auntie. You missed and you shot me! When she lowers her weapon, you can see her face turning ashen, her eyes going wide like saucers, her gnarled fingers trembling. She mouths something you can't quite make out. You blink again. What happened to your hearing? Was it the bang? Did it somehow burst your eardrums? You try raising your arm, but they hang limply at your sides, refusing to respond. You notice Adam staring up at you while on his knees, his own face mirroring Aunt Ruth's horrified expression, which almost makes you laugh because you feel a little lightheaded and not quite right for some reason. They were just trying to kill each other. Why the sudden pause? Your leg buckles, and you almost lose your balance. Oh, that was weird. And dang it, why does your side burn? You reach down towards your hip in an effort to seek out the source of your growing pain when you feel your entire side coated in something wet and sticky. From where your fingers drift, there's a small hole torn into the fabric of your shirt. My $5 AliExpress shirt! It's small and circular in shape. Almost like... Oh. Just as your brain connects the dots, your other leg gives out, and you become weightless as you fall towards the floor, your body's ecosystem finally registering the bullet's presence. An arm cushions the back of your head before it connects with the ground. Who? Darkness encroaches, but you see Adam's blurry form drift over yours. You'd recognize that purple hair anywhere by now. For some reason, he's yelling and shaking you by the shoulders. Hey, don't close your eyes. His voice dips in and out. You can't really make heads or tails of what he's saying, but you don't really care because right now you feel so tired. Your eyelids are getting heavy with the strain of staying awake. You're so exhausted, so very exhausted. Your eyes begin to shut as you feel the pull of eternal sleep. You begin to let yourself go, because in doing so, you feel no stress, no pain, or fear, or any of the other ugly things that come with existence, like taxes. Just blissful silence. Adam calls out to you again, but you don't respond. You let the darkness take you instead. Him. Adam propels himself forward on instinct and catches you mid-fall. Hey! Your eyelashes flutter and, crap, there's a ton of blood. He tries shaking you to keep you awake, but you're fading, And you're fading fast. The sight of you so weak and defenseless agitates him. Where the heck do you think you get off? You survived him, and yet one bullet to the lower abdomen is too much for you to overcome.
Well, I'm sorry that you have such very high standards, Adam.
You're really gonna fold to friendly fire? There's no way in heck you're getting out of this that easily. He's not done with you. Do you get that? He's not done with you yet, gosh darn it. Don't close your eyes. Do you hear me? Don't close your eyes. Your breathing slows as the lower half of your shirt becomes soaked in red. You're not listening to him, and your eyes close, and no matter what he does, they refuse to open. Fluff! Adam snarls and rips off his hoodie, tearing at the cotton sleeves in order to help staunch the constant flow of blood, cradling your limp body in his arms, while he hopelessly tends to your wounds. You're going to die. You're going to die, and there's nothing he can do. When he closes his eyes, a memory flickers like a candle wick, one of murky red water and the drip of a bathroom sink, and no. He doesn't care if he needs to drag you from the depths of heck, kicking and screaming so as long as you live. Aww. He'll bring you back by force if he has to. He's not letting you go. Wake the fluff up! Do you hear me? Wake the... There's the click of a gun, and Adam feels something metallic get pressed into his temple, cutting him off. His eyes snap over to Ruth, who stands above him, gun in hand, with her finger on the trigger, ready to blow his brains out at a moment's notice. She doesn't even bother looking in your direction or separating you two. She's not here to help you. She's here to kill him. The photo. Where is it? You've got some fluffed-up priorities with your flesh and blood lying here. She pistol whips him, and he grunts. The gun drills into his temple upon return. Where did you take her? This greedy, selfish biscuit of a woman. Just me and my unconscious bodies going, Auntie, really? Really? All right, I'll remember that. I'll remember that when I get to the pearly gates, Auntie. Violent thoughts stir in his head. He imagines himself snatching the gun out of her hands, wrapping her hair around in his fists as he bashes her head into the nearest horizontal surface he can find before he... Ruth pistol whips him again, harder this time. Adam hisses and glares up at her, frustrated that he can't play out any of his twisted fantasies in reality. At least, not yet. Answer me, you piece of crap! Where did you take her? Where? My back pocket. Check inside my wallet. He's telling the truth, to an extent. He did put it in his wallet, but he dropped it in the middle of your scuffle. Her beloved picture is actually probably lying on the ground somewhere, but it's too dark for her to see, her eyes not yet adjusted to the severe lack of lighting. It provides Adam with a fantastic advantage. Ruth takes his words at face value, exactly as planned, and when she reaches for his back pocket in search of her precious photo, he brings his arm up and wrenches Ruth's wrist backwards, another gunshot going off as Ruth pulls the trigger, this bullet hitting the roof instead of its intended target for a second time in a row. She won't get a third chance. Ruth shrieks as Adam wrenches her hand back, positioning the muzzle of her gun underneath her jaw. Looks like I have the advantage again. He curls his finger over the trigger. Ruth thrashes this way and that, but Adam's stronger than her, too strong for her to have any hope of crawling her way out of the mess she's made. When that doesn't work, she begins sobbing. What, does she think he'll let her go if she cries hard enough? That she's someone worth pitying? The idea's so funny, it's almost laughable. She seems to sense his lack of empathy because she now becomes bitter in the next instant, cycling through a rainbow of emotions, her shrieks rattling the kitchen cupboards. You don't get it! You don't get it! I loved her! I really loved her! And you took her from me! You and that bastard both! Adam pushed the muzzle of the gun upward, digging it deeper into her jaw, causing her to finally shut up. He's sick of this woman. I couldn't give less of a crap, Adam says, before finally pulling the trigger.
Auntie, you only had 2 bullets?
Adam blinks. Nothing happens. He tries again. Then realization hits. The gun's fluffing empty. Did she seriously waste all of her bullets? God. Ruth brings her head back and rams her skull against Adam's, forcing him to let go of his grip on both her and the gun. While he's recovering from the blow, Ruth descends on the kitchen knife before raising it high over her head, giving Adam a weird sense of deja vu when you did the same thing moments before, and brings it down right as the front door slams open.
Oh, hi, Saffron. Glad you could join the party.
An arm extends from the entrance and... Whoop! Oh! Ruth sways for a moment, staring down at Adam in a silent accusation, before crumbling to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. She lands face first onto the glass shards, a gaping hole just an inch above her ear, leaking ichor. Adam already knows that she's dead. Shot not once, but twice. The arm in possession of the gun that killed Ruth disappears before Saffron fully steps into the trailer. His slacks, vest, and button-up cling to his body due to the rain. Even his hair, usually slicked back for a sense of professionalism, is disheveled. He cocks his gun again as he looks at Adam. Adam sees the question sitting at the tip of his tongue. Are you all right? But Saffron knows better. Instead, he gestures towards Ruth's corpse and your unconscious form.
What happened here?
Adam ignores Saffron in favor of returning to your side, checking for a pulse. There. A heartbeat. It's faint, but there. Adam gathers you up into his arms at the confirmation of your survival, in spite of his injuries that throb in complaint. He turns to Saffron, who quietly observes the whole interaction. There's a faint crease behind his brows, his displeasure obvious and tangible. Adam knows of Saffron's prying nature, knows that he's bubbling over with questions, but refrains from asking them because getting a straightforward answer out of Adam is tricky in certain circumstances. But that doesn't mean he approves of what he's seeing. Adam, however, could give 2 craps about what Saffron thinks. Saffron, Adam says, his voice sharp like a command. Saffron looks up at Adam, albeit reluctantly, and he continues.
There's a photo lying somewhere on the floor. I want you to grab it alongside Ruth and bring them both to the truck. We're leaving,
he says, and brushes past his manager, who remains stationed inside the doorway. Adam's almost halfway down the steps. Your body's becoming drenched from the bulk of the storm, and Saffron's hands clasp down on his shoulder. Adam doesn't even bother turning around.
Let go.
His voice is quiet, deadly. A serpent in the grass, facing off with a hungry wolf. A monster bearing his fangs at the other beast who dared challenge it.
Just tell me why you're bringing them with us, Saffron says. What do you want with them? Give me one good reason why, and I'll drop the matter entirely.
Adam looks down at you, your expression calm and serene in your unconscious state. You look sweet, gentle, innocent. But Adam's well aware you're nothing of the sort. You distracted him from his initial purpose, his ultimate goal, leading him to darn near cave into his sudden desires. And he almost did, didn't he?
Why did you kiss me?
Adam shakes his head, disgusted. A stupid, illogical question made on impulse with the heat of your body surging against his, one that cost him greatly because he no longer has Ruth, the singular person connected to his past. Yes, it's unfortunate. He no longer has her, but...
Adam?
Saffron urges, and Adam gazes down at your unconscious figure, resolute in his decision. He no longer has Ruth, but he still has you. Despite the fact that you're a liability, you're his only other option right now, and because of that, he needs you. He's not keeping you around because he wants you. You're simply a necessity. Yes, Adam thinks with growing conviction. He needs you. That's all. Adam finally manages to shrug Saffron off.
Remember what I told you when we first met?
Adam asks, recalling the memory of pink-tinted water spilling over the lip of the tub, the water sloshing against his torn sneakers as he was pulled away from that horrific sight with tears in his eyes. He remembers screaming. He remembers the agonizing pain in his chest as he realized what happened. He remembers fighting against the hold that wouldn't let him go, his shoes slipping on bathwater, begging for the person drawing him out of the bathroom to let him go so that he could help, so that he could do something, even though there was nothing he could do. But now, his arms tighten around you. Of course. There's a sense of underlying pity in Saffron's tone that Adam loathes, but he refrains from drawing attention to it. Instead, he slowly pivots towards Saffron, the tips of his purple hair whipping around him as a large gust of wind hits the trailer park with sudden ferocity. The cross earring cuts into his cheek. A small punishment from the previous owner, he's sure. I need them in order to fulfill the entirety of my promise, Adam says at last, his eyes flashing red as he lets the agony from the age-old memory consume him. My promise. To her. Saffron's office. Current time. Saffron stares out the near-desolate landscape from his balcony doors, his arms folded behind his back as he relishes in the rare quiet of the sprawling hills. This place exists high up in the mountains, a perfect place to avoid getting caught on surveillance cameras. Out here, no one will bother investigating the blood-curdling screams or the growing stench of the women rotting in the back of his reefer truck. Well, not that she's rotting per se, but she smells absolutely vile, at least to him. But that's probably due to his lack of interest in her. You, on the other hand, smell absolutely delectable, even with your festering shoulder wound at the beginning stages of an infection. He had to stop himself from lunging for you while you lay unconscious in the passenger seat of the truck with Adam tending to your injuries in an effort to keep you alive. Saffron nearly gave in to the urge of pulling over and devouring you whole. He fantasized about tearing strips of flesh off your bones. He thought about what sauces and seasonings to pair you with. He salivated at the prospect of lopping off just a finger or toe as an appetizer. He came so close to giving in to the ever-present hunger, but refrained due to Adam's insistence that he needs you. Or, at least, that's what Adam claims. But Saffron suspects something more. He's never seen Adam get so possessive about a target before, going as far to smack Saffron's hand away when he reached for you in order to keep the strain off of Adam's wounds. It's like Adam wants you for himself, for whatever reason, and Saffron feels disappointed, cheated, because they made a deal. He gets the bodies of the dead and the darned after Adam eliminates them. That's the agreement. As a result, Adam doesn't need to worry about the details of getting rid of some pesky evidence or body, and Saffron can divulge in his own sadistic pleasures without doing any of the dirty work. Adam, why are you mad at me for going on OnlyFans so that I can afford to buy sushi and calling that a sin when you've got a whole entire cannibal right next to you? I'm pretty sure that's pretty sin-worthy, Adam. It's a mutually beneficial transaction, and now Adam's changing the rules of the game and making up mundane excuses as to why Saffron can't have you yet. It's frustrating. Saffron realizes he's gnawing at the skin of his thumb, a nasty habit he really needs to get rid of, and wipes the saliva off with a square piece of tissue paper. The urge to taste you is unbearable. It's borderline torture. Saffron sighs and folds himself into the plush desk chair in an effort to calm himself. He's not mad at Adam, but frustrated with his decisions as of late. Because, like it or not, they're affecting him too. He needed to reschedule everything after the injury Adam sustained during your shared encounter, and now he's unable to hunt the gardener boy because your aunt's going to take up room in his freezer. He wanted something out of this whole debacle. You were an equally appealing prospect, so he felt satisfied. Now, with neither you nor the gardener boy, he's ravenous. A little speck of your blood is not enough. He needs more. Dude, I've got an entire shirt soaked with espoir sauce. Wring it out over some salad or something. Mix it with a vinaigrette or something. Calm down. Saffron's hand fans out against his desk, his fingers brushing against something. Oh, the picture. His eyes fall on her, and he feels the monster subside in an instant. Remember what I told you when we first met? Adam had said, and Saffron did. And Adam is as sincere now as he was back then. So why is Saffron thinking such ludicrous thoughts? How shameful. Saffron places the picture into his desk drawer and chastises himself for letting himself get so worked up over a piece of meat, putting his own needs above Adam's for unjustifiable reasons. Adam does what needs doing. He doesn't complicate matters unless warranted. He should trust Adam. Perhaps he's imagining things. Yes, that's right. He just jumped to conclusions. Once Adam's done with you, he's sure the boy will follow through. He's not anchored down by mundane feelings, like most people. It'll all work out. But what if it doesn't? A tiny thought argues, his inner doubt. What if you're right? Maybe you should take care of them yourself, just in case. No, stop it. Saffron swats the thoughts away, waving his hand as though they're a fly buzzing around his head. But he's gnawing on his thumb again. Saffron's pocket buzzes. Someone's calling him, perhaps the venue management over their sudden cancellation. He looks at the caller ID. His heart skips a beat. Why is he calling? And why now of all times? Did he see something on the news about what took place at the trailer park? Is it about him? About Adam? Calm yourself, Saffron. You won't know until you answer. So Saffron clicks the green button and presses the phone to his ear, putting on his best "everything is great" performance. So nice of you to call. To what do I owe the pleasure? Saffron exhales the caller's name. God. Chapter 4. Him. We're in all new territory now. Restrain him! Don't let him escape! Hold him right there! There's a cacophony of voices as chaos bursts through the double doors of the church. Adam trips over his feet on a piece of raised carpet, rolled through the center aisle of the pews in his frustrated bid to escape the men hunting him down, the copper tang of blood flooding his mouth when he accidentally bites his own tongue. He flips onto his back, trying to kick at the hands wrapping around his ankles, jerking him forward and into their grasp. Tears sting at his eyes, but he forces them back as he puts up a fight while the men wrangle him into a standing position, pinning his arms behind his back in order to prevent him from lashing out further. "Let me go!" He screams as they cover his head with a burlap sack, fear entrenching him in a thick sludge that weighs him down. He's shaking so hard his teeth chatter, but he has to remain strong. He has to. It's the first thing he was taught. If you lose to fear, it's all over before it even starts. "Let me go!" He tries kicking a leg out, but he's shoved back onto the ground. When it's clear he's going to go willingly, he's half dragged in what feels like the opposite direction of the double doors. Adam stumbles up the stairs leading up to what he's sure is the altar. Dread crawls up his spine at the realization that they cornered him here like a trapped animal for a reason. But he doesn't understand. He's done nothing wrong, nothing to warrant this sort of treatment. So why? He grunts as he's twisted around and shoved into something hard that forces him to bow at the waist. What? A fist grabs the back of the burlap sack covering his head before shoving his face into something cold that steals the breath from his lungs and robs him of thought as he gags. He can't breathe. He can't breathe. He tries bucking his captors off of him, choking on what he now realizes is water as it floods his lungs and stings his nostrils. his attempt at breaking free useless. Soft chanting begins above him. It starts slow before building, all of the men's voices united as one. Is it a hymn? A prayer? A curse? Something else? He can't tell. Their words are muffled as he silently screams into the water, bubbles rising around him as he expels precious air in a moment of fear and confusion. He tries to keep himself conscious, but the darkness inside of the burlap sap is starting to become all-encompassing. He's starting to fade, his body weakens, and he's going slack, the calm of dying settling over his body. When he's yanked out from his watery grave, he sputters and coughs, his body desperate to drain out the water that entered him as rays of light peek through the burlap sap. Hope rises. Adam tries warding off his captors, thrashing around again when he's forced back into the water, despair taking over once more as darkness bleeds in. How long are they going to do this? Until he passes out? Dies? The second time around, he's weaker than the first, worn as his body begs for air. Someone, help me. It's a pathetic thought, weak and spineless, yet he can't help but plead for a savior, just like he did when he was little. Back then, there was always one person he could run to whenever he got a scraped knee or hurt himself or broke his arm when trying to climb a tree to pet a cat. One person who always came through no matter what. A woman with brown wavy hair that matched his own, who used to hum while she stood over a stove in their tiny little kitchen, her bare feet against the yellowed tile when he'd run up to her with tears in his eyes. Is she calling him now? He can almost smell the aster flowers from the field behind their old home. They envelop him in their scent. He imagines a familiar presence approaching him, her touch gentle as she lays her hand upon his head, her bottom lip quivering at the sight of him so bruised. "Can I go home now?" he asks. He's starting to feel oddly warm and at peace, and he wants to go wherever she is. But the presence shakes her head, her brown hair swishing around her face like a halo, and her eyes watery. "Why can't I? Is it because I failed to fulfill my promise?" The warm presence opens her mouth to speak. Right as he's dragged out of the water a second time, he sags into the arms of the men trying their best to kill him. "Why?" he croaks out, water gurgling from his lips. "Why are you doing this?" The men don't answer. Instead, a new voice chimes in, their footsteps echoing as they come into position on the opposite side of the altar, their shadow causing a shift in light throughout the burlap sack. Because the newcomer says simply, "This is one of the punishments for complete disobedience." Adam freezes at that. He recognizes the voice. He knows it from anywhere. He tries calling out, begging for him to stop, because he gets it now. He understands. But before he can, he's submerged once more, the salt of his tears mixing with the water as his cries are lost beneath the surface, his voice stripped from him as he's held in place, and the world goes dark once more. He never pleads for help again, because he knows she can't help him. Not anymore. Adam opens his eyes, half expecting to find himself in that position once again, only to find he's still sitting between the church pews, with his arms crossed over his chest. He just fell asleep in church. Near the podium is where all the fun is taking place. A man who isn't Adam pleads for forgiveness as his face gets shoved into a basin full of ice-cold holy water. Adam keeps his expression neutral as the man struggles. It's not the torture that bothers him. He's well acquainted with waterboarding people. It's the message behind the torture that sinks like lead in his stomach. He wasn't called just for a meeting, but to see the results of what disobedience can lead to. "Oh, so are we gonna meet your boss?" A reminder for him not to stray. Adam's first experience with the cleansing was meant to deter him from acting out and betraying those he swore his loyalty to. The following ones were more reminders, just in case he forgot the first go-around. He came out of them alive. The same can't be said for the man with his head still locked in the basin. There's no chanting, no prayer, nothing for the man who's going to die because he went against the oath. The man gets pulled up again by the scruff of his neck, gurgling noises elicited from his throat as he strains to speak, water staining the front of his white button-up. Adam guesses he's some sort of government official who got too cocky and assumed his connections would keep him safe. The man clearly underestimated his will. And how many people are under his oath? "My family!" He shouts, no doubt in a last-ditch effort to save his tail after learning threats of his own connections didn't work. "They won't survive without me. At least let me see them." He's dunked back under. He's dunked back under, his words cut off as he's held under. It's easy to figure out what his final request is. They always want to see their family before they're killed, some trying to use the tactic in order to gain mercy from their would-be murder. Adam knows because he's heard that same line more times than he can count. He recognizes every plea, speech, and demand they can drum up just from the first syllable alone. And yet, Adam never saw you coming. "I'm a wild card." Drumming his fingers along the base of his thigh, Adam checks his phone on reflex for news about your current condition. Nothing from Saffron. "Don't eat her, Saffron!" Adam sneers as he shoves the phone back into his pocket, scowling as he leans back in his seat. "Wait, so you just fell asleep during a waterboarding session?" "Okay, I guess he's that used to it." "Of course not. Saffron said the surgery went well, and you were recovering from it, but you haven't woken up yet. The reason you passed out in the first place was due to you going into hypovolemic shock. Ooh, when your aunt shot you with the .22 caliber handgun she kept lying around. Saffron then tried going to explanations about your x-ray and other medical-related jargon that Adam didn't give two craps about, to which he finally had to interrupt him and demand to know if you were going to live or not. Saffron never gave him a direct answer. "Fluffing useless," Adam mutters. At the very least, Saffron better tell him whether or not you keeled over. He deserves to know that much. Glancing back up towards the robed men, he sees that they're now carrying the dead corpse of the man they were drowning down the steps of the Dia, like pallbearers would when lifting a coffin at the end of a funeral. Ooh. He watches as foam drips from the man's lips. "You're getting the carpet all wet. Did you at least dry him off?" His empty gaze remains trained above them, and Adam looks up to find a mosaic depicting the exact moment when his namesake accepted the fruit from the tree of knowledge. What an annoying reminder. He looks down, sharply, his jaw ticking in annoyance. Another message? Or coincidence? Adam couldn't tell, as there are rarely coincidences whenever he's involved. He, with the capital H. The boss. Whoever the boss is. He learned that lesson a long time ago. As soon as the double door shut behind the group of robed men, Adam pulls himself up from the pew and heads towards the confessional booth. He closes the wooden door behind him before he takes a seat on the wooden bench, settling back against the wall, waiting about 10 to 15 minutes until he hears a distinct click on the other side. Another minute passes before the center window opens to reveal wire meshing in a blinding white light. Adam looks away from the eye strain. "Saffron told me you called him. Said you wanted to see me." "Now, Adam, that's not how we conduct ourselves here. You know as well as I do what a confessional booth is for." Adam's eyes cut towards the window before regret sets in, and he's forced to look away. How much does he know? He can't know that Adam has a little crush, right? What are you implying? There's a soft, almost amicable chuckle from the other side.
I'm not implying anything, my child, but surely there's something you'd like to share. After all,
the light glows brighter through the window, and Adam flinches at the sudden assault on his retinas. He's forced to look away.
You never told me you were injured, so imagine my surprise when I found out through the tabloids that you'd gotten hurt on a hike and never said a word about it to me, but deigned to tell the rest of the world through an interview. Why would you keep something like that from me? I thought we were always honest with each other, Adam.
Adam doesn't react right away. He already saw this coming from a mile away the moment Saffron informed him that he called, wishing to speak with Adam one-on-one. He needs to keep his answers vague enough to avoid outright lying, but not so much that he raises suspicion. Adam keeps his voice level as he responds.
I wasn't keeping it from you. I got busy, that's all. You know how I am when it comes to work. And what about the truth of that injury? I know you didn't get it from a simple stroll in the mountains.
Here comes the annoying part.
My last target got lucky. They got one strike in, but they've been handled. It won't happen again.
Silence. Adam's eyes skirt towards the light on the other side of the confessional, noticing that it flickers every few minutes. There's no visible signs of someone on the other side of the booth, but his presence is usually easy to feel, especially when it comes to the shift of his moods, like the air itself is changing. Right now, though, Adam can't feel anything, and that, in of itself, fills Adam with an overwhelming sense of dread as the silence stretches, drawn out further by Adam refusing to break down and admit to all of his sins. Adam knows that's what he's waiting for him to crack under the pressure and share the things he might have not found out otherwise. But if he does, he loses the one possible lead he has, you. So Adam bites his lips so hard he tastes the tang of blood on his tongue. When it's clear Adam refuses to budge, there's a soft tap, 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 coming from the other side of the confessional booth.
Quit it, God! You're so rude sometimes.
The rhythm reminds Adam of dripping water, as he's reminded of the cleansing he witnessed earlier, of the water trickling from the dead man's parted lips as he stared up into the void that comes with death as the robed men carried him off.
Well, that's just rude.
He's like, remember the waterboarding? Adam swallows hard, his breaths coming quicker. He's shaking so hard, he's almost certain he can sense Adam's building dread and looming guilt. Still, Adam keeps quiet. When he speaks again, there's only cold detachment, devoid of any concern or warmth as he prods further.
And how, exactly, did they manage to get lucky? No one's ever pulled the wool over your eyes, so I find it hard to believe there isn't more to what happened. Free yourself of this burden you're carrying, Adam. Tell me what they did. I don't understand why it's so important if I already told you I've taken care of it. Language. I didn't say it because Espoir doesn't let me curse.
The hiss of that single word makes Adam flinch.
You know I loathe that sort of vulgarity. You will not utter such words in the presence of your lord. I know. I'm sorry. If you're sorry, then answer my previous question. I only ask because I'm worried about you, my child.
And just like that, his earlier warmth returns just as quickly as it left.
You trust me, don't you? I've proven myself to you, haven't I? I've cared for you, sheltered you, done everything in my power to give you the push you needed to get where you are today. I know. I didn't have to. I could have abandoned you, walked away and let you rot. But here I am, trying to understand you. Let me understand you, Adam.
Getting real Jean-Claude Van Frollo vibes from this dude. Adam closes his eyes and lets his head fall into his hands. his fingers carding through his hair. He should tell him. He needed to tell him. About you, and how weak and impulsive and stupid he became wherever you were involved. How much that single kiss changed everything for him. How it haunted him. How he almost tried to kiss you again until you got interrupted.
Interrupted? You mean when I got shot? Thanks, Auntie!
How he almost gave in. He should admit to his weaknesses and be done with you, but he needs you. And if God were to discover Adam's reluctance, no matter the reasoning or excuses, he knows for a fact God would order him to finish the job. You could hold all the answers Adam needs, and God wouldn't care, because Adam took an oath to obey his will, and it would argue that your continued existence would only taint him further and distract him from extracting that information. You already did it once, so what's to stop you from doing it again? He knows God would force his hand as a means to protect him from himself and these shameful feelings. But Adam's already made up his mind. You're staying alive for as long as he needs you. I got careless and cocky. I underestimated them, and they grabbed a hold of my knife to use against me. That's all there is to it. So, nothing inherently special about what they did other than you underestimating them. Nothing at all.
Get off my back, God!
Adam doesn't answer, allowing him to fill in the blanks for himself. I see. Very well, then. The soft tapping sound halts, and Adam hears the rustle of robes. You may go, but remember this, my child. Dread swells inside Adam as God delivers his final message. I always find out the truth, and if you're lying to me or keeping secrets, you know I cannot save you from the consequences that will follow, because even I have my limits. Do I make myself clear? Yes. He tries to keep the tremor out of his voice. Are you certain? You don't sound as confident as you normally do. Yes, Father, I am certain. Then you are freed from your sins. By God's will, you may go. Nah. Adam forces himself into a stand, despite his shaking legs, before he rips open the door and tries to remain calm as he exits the repurposed church, keeping his eyes trained forward. He refuses to take another look at the mosaic that mocks his own struggles from above.
Why don't you just get God to give you a new name?
By the time he reaches the rental car, he collapses into the driver's side. He's breathing so hard, his breath coming in quick pants as he rests his forehead against the steering wheel, one of his hands clutching his shirt like he's searching for a lifeline to keep him grounded. He needs to leave before anyone sees him.
Yeah, he's not in any costume.
To panic is to admit guilt, and he's panicking. In the middle of his struggle, he feels his phone buzz and reaches for it with trembling fingers before grinding out a "What?" as soon as he answers. The other end stays quiet before Saffron's voice filters through. I see that you met with him, but I'm calling to inform you that they're starting to wake up. Adam's breath catches. Finally, some good news. I'll be there. He hangs up before taking a minute to collect himself as he starts the car. Adam spots a shadow in the window, and his gut clenches, but he doesn't have time to discern whether or not he is standing there, watching Adam's every move. He needs to pay you a visit.
Saffron!
Saffron stands beside the arched window that peers out towards the church parking lot, holding his cell phone in a tight grip. Unbeknownst to Adam, he too was called upon by God.
Saffron doesn't know anything, so Saffron can't snitch nothing.
He was to remain out of sight until God permitted Adam to leave, so he could witness the truth of the situation. Saffron overheard the conversation in the confessional. Then he watched as Adam broke down before he sped out of the lot. He witnessed everything in the exact sequence of events that God predicted would happen. Saffron didn't need to tell God anything. From the moment Saffron answered his phone, he already knew something was going on with Adam that the young man refused to share or talk about with either of them. God had called for a meeting in an effort to allow Adam to come clean and share all of the events from that day, but he hadn't. Instead, he'd kept quiet, keeping everything from God, while Saffron only knew Adam intended to keep you alive because he claimed you're useful to him. Saffron didn't know the full story because Adam refused to let him in. He thought God would be different. Adam respected God, so if he couldn't make Adam open up, then they have a real problem on their hands.
No problem. Just let Adam have his little kissy crush.
And Saffron's grip on his phone tightens. It's obvious that Adam won't be keeping his end of the deal, not with how reckless and out of control he's acting. Footsteps echo as they approach Saffron, stopping just a few feet shy from where he's standing. Saffron does not turn to face him. Doing so would go against the strict rules that he and the other band members are required to abide by. God may gaze upon you, but never you upon him.
What are you doing now?
I'm averting my eyes, O Lord.
Now knock it off.
Yes, Lord.
Right.
Page 132, paragraph 4 of the Doctrine. You followed my instructions. It isn't a question. I always do what is asked of me. You know that, Father. Adam did too, and now he's straying. Am I wrong to assume you called me here in order to help me save him? God hadn't taken the opportunity to cleanse Adam, but let him walk free instead, so that's the only conclusion he can come to. God wasn't just giving Adam a chance to unveil all of his mistakes, but for Saffron to see into the bitter truth of the matter as well. Uh-oh. Your very existence is bringing Adam to ruin. This situation is far worse than he realized. There's no one else I can ask, and no one else who cares about that boy as much as I do. And what will you have me do? He asks as he looks down at his phone from where he received word that you were awake. You know my expectations. Save him, but remain discreet in how you go about it. That's all I ask. Saffron hears the retreating footsteps and the closing of a door. He no longer feels God's presence, but the will of his words linger. And Saffron must obey his will, or Adam truly will fall. So, does that mean that eventually Saffron and God are gonna be our ops, and then me and Adam need to team up like a cool enemies to lovers couple to take them on? Dying absolutely sucks. One moment you're trying to maim your stalker/would-be killer, and the next you're getting shot by your aunt and falling into aforementioned stalker's arms. Of all the faces you had to witness while keeling over, it was his? Well, at least he was hot. What's even worse is that you're now staring up at that same man.
Hi, Adam. How are you? You're looking very taut. Is that an apple? Is that for me? Is that some sustenance for me?
You watch as he carves into an apple. A shiny red strip of skin hangs from the flesh before he plucks it off and places the now peeled apple on the table beside him, before grabbing another one. I would devour that apple, and then remember that I gotta be careful when I'm eating apples, and get sick, and then eat another apple. He hasn't noticed you observing him, so you take the opportunity to look around. The room you find yourself in seems devoid of color. There's nothing but plain white walls and flooring, while the room itself reeks of bleach and disinfectant, which is likely the reason for your pulsing headache. You glance back at Adam, the only splash of color around. He's a giant purple grape in this otherwise empty fruit bowl. If only you could squish him like one. Though it's odd, now that you're giving him a closer look. Why does the air around him seem so... You squint and try concentrating to figure out what exactly seems so off about him.
Ah!
You withhold a gasp as a sharp pain sears through your head. You clutch your face with a wince. You feel like someone just swung an axe down into your skull, the pain zipping all the way down the length of your spine to the tips of your toes. To your relief, the pain doesn't last long. Almost as soon as it appears, it dissipates, like you never experienced the feeling at all. Okay, that hurt. Rude. When you peer up again, Adam's back to normal. Whatever you saw must be a trick of the light. Brushing off the odd experience, you choose to focus on something that doesn't strain your vision, which turns out to be Adam and his presence. Did you die? Are you hallucinating? Or are you asleep? It could be any of those. You sigh at the thought and nestle deeper into your pillows. Not Adam being my sleep paralysis demon. Or wait, no, if I'm dead, then... You try mulling this over while rolling onto your side, but get caught up with a bunch of tubes hooked into your skin, making the transition impossible. Ugh, well, at least they're taking care of me. What the... As you lift your arm to examine the IV injected into the inside of your elbow, you hear a harsh thunk come from Adam's direction. Did you drop the apple? His fingers are curled around the hilt of his knife from where he just embedded it into the table, and he smirks at you. You can't help but roll your eyes at the display. Yes, Adam, you know how to stab things. Good for you. Everyone knows how intimidating you are. The words that follow are even worse. About time you joined the living. I was getting tired of waiting, Adam says, and hauls himself to his feet. A smooth movement despite how exhausted he appears, dark circles smudging beneath his darkened eyes that flash red with malice. Did his injuries keep him up at night? Oh yeah, he got stabbed in the back, twice. You sure hope they did. What? Adam demands when he sees you openly staring at him, his hands curling around the railing of your bed as he glowers down at you with his typical stick-up-the-booty-cheeks demeanor. You can't help but give a condescending smirk of your own. You look like crap. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You're the one tied to a hospital bed, not me. Unlike you, pretty boy, I don't have to worry about saving face for a bunch of fans. Too bad they can't see you now. Don't call me that. What, pretty boy? 'Cause you are. You're pretty. What? What you gonna do about it? Handsome? Good looking? Why? Because the only good thing about you is your face? Because as sure as heck isn't your personality? That needs major adjustments. I'm sure being behind bars would fix that. Better yet, the death penalty, considering how many people you've probably killed. You never know when to shut up, do you? I think I preferred you comatose. Wow, great bedside manner you have there. Did you run around chewing out elderly patients to get your kicks when you couldn't get them from me? Or at least you have to assume there's other patients floating around, considering the room you're tucked in. It's got ER written all over it. A vein throbs at Adam's temple over your comment. What? Did I hit a sore spot? Are you gonna reveal some lore? You quirk your brow in challenge, and Adam jabs a finger in your direction. I saved your buns by bringing you here, but it's clear I should have let you bleed out on the trailer floor. You should be grateful, little devil. You're still alive because of me. Oh, so you can give nicknames, but I can't? Why am I not surprised by the hypocrisy? Speaking of which, I wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for you. You stabbed me and hunted me down. So tell me, what am I exactly thanking you for? Go on, I want to know how your egotistical brain justifies this. You're in this hospital because your aunt shot you, not me. I was going to kiss you, but then your aunt had to come in and ruin the moment. And why did she shoot me? Oh yeah, she was initially aiming for you, you say, sitting up in your bed, because you'd rather not spend another minute having him loom over you. Give him a little bop. Bop his forehead. Just bop. You'll never let him have the advantage of acting like he's above you. You'd rather get shot again.
Why don't you try making a better case for yourself? Because if you ever look into a career as a lawyer, you'd suck at it.
Adam's lips curl into a snarl. You were defending her when she didn't give a crap about you when you collapsed and fell unconscious.
Oh, and I suppose you did? 'Cause he actually did.
You bark out a harsh laugh.
You're unreal, Adam. I understand why she did what she did. You put her into that position and made her snap. You tortured her and antagonized her and invaded her home, and you were the reason everything went down the way it did. You think you can gaslight me into believing you? That you're the better person because you brought me here and she was the actual villain? You're a joke if you think that. No, I'm alive because you're attracted to me.
Oh, you're alive because I need you.
Romantically. Oh, you want to use me for something? Even better. And here I thought you were trying to lead me to believe that you actually cared.
You clasp your hands in mock delight.
So what did you need me for? Sex? Information? To act like a human punching bag? Because if it's for sex, then you're going to have a rude awakening, since I'll fluff and castrate you before you ever get the chance to touch my body. I'll do it. I'm not lying. I'd rather get down with a cactus. Ha!
You watch as a red flush creeps up his neck at your response.
Ha ha!
He's gripping the railing so hard and eyeing the cable belonging to your heart monitor for so long that you're sure he's debating on using it as a makeshift garrote to choke you out.
You mad? Why you so mad, Adam? Why you so mad? Why you so mad, bro?
You don't care. You're wishing you could do the same after everything he's put you through. There's not a human alive who you hate as much as Adam. Adam says nothing as he reaches into his back pocket and tosses a handful of photos onto your lap. You frown as you reach for one of the glossy photographs and realize you're staring at a picture of you on the night you entered your aunt's trailer. The lights from Saffron's reefer truck illuminated your face. You can see the building dread reflected in your eyes as you try to prepare yourself to face off with Adam. You let the photograph fall from your fingertips, and you gesture towards the pictures, trying to discern why exactly he's showing you these, or the reason they were taken in the first place.
What is this?
Insurance, so you behave and do what I tell you.
What do you mean by that?
Adam says nothing as he reaches for the remote next to your bedside and clicks on a small TV hanging in the corner of the room. Adam, I have a feeling that I know where this is going. That's a real scumbag move. He brings up the news channel and a recording of a broadcast, one that shows the date after you entered your aunt's trailer. Dread fills your stomach. You watch as the camera pans in on a news anchor, a woman with dark shoulder-length hair and sparkling green eyes, no doubt in her early 20s, as she addresses the audience with a somber expression. Beneath her, the news ticker reveals that a fire broke out in a trailer park. Your heart sinks in your chest.
Our leading story today takes place in Blue Acres, a trailer park located on the outskirts of Park Bend, Arizona, where a fire broke out in the middle of the night. Sources say that the fire started through unknown means. We have Pamela currently on the scene.
There's a moment of transition where another news anchor stands at the entrance of the trailer park. A worn-down welcome sign stands at her left. The woman herself wears a somber expression.
This is Pamela coming to you live from just outside of Blue Acres. According to authorities, the owner of the trailer where the fire broke out was nowhere to be found.
She turns and gestures to the burnt trees positioned at the far end of the park.
While damages were kept to a minimum, the owner of the trailer where the source of the fire started has now been deemed missing by officials.
Ruth's picture pops up on screen. Her age, name, and general information, like her height and weight, are listed.
If anyone has any information on Ruth Aspen's whereabouts, please contact the number listed below.
The rest of her words are lost in your ears as you register what they're saying. She was alive and holding a gun the last time you saw her. So what happened after you lost consciousness?
Oh yeah, she did. I say you, she did.
No, unless she's mean enough to survive 2 shots from a revolver. Somehow, I kind of believe that she could. An even bigger question is,
Why Adam of all people is showing you this? What? You say slowly, your hands tangling in the fabric of your blanket. Did you do to her? Adam lifts the remote and turns off the TV.
What do you think I did?
You took her to a nice lobster dinner and then never called her again? And when you see that smirk on his face, you know he must have killed her. While you were passed out, he killed her and then set the place ablaze before bringing you here. He wanted you to know she was dead. I mean, all you have to do is show me her body in the freezer, like, yep, there she is. There's the doornail. You bastard! You're springing out of your bed, the IVs tearing out of your arm as you grip Adam by the front of his shirt. The photos drift to the floor amidst the chaos. You killed her! You killed my aunt! Me auntie! You try shoving him backwards, but he remains firmly in place. I'm probably beating on his chest, but I can only come up to like maybe the bottom of his tibbies. Rage makes you see red, and you're reaching behind you in search of anything you can throw at him, and find a small vase fitted with a fake potted plant. He's like, hey, I got that for you. And I throw it at him. You chuck the ceramic at his head with all of your pent-up rage, wanting to ruin him for what he's done. Adam dodges the attack with ease. The vase shatters against the wall, and Adam watches you with blatant detachment as you storm up to him and beat on his chest. You try tearing into him, wanting him to feel just as much anguish as your aunt probably felt in her final moments, wanting to convey how awful it must have been, but unable to. She's dead. She's really dead. All because you were trying to find a place to hide, but you wound up dragging her into this entire mess, and now she's gone. Well, from what lore we know now, she was kind of already in the mess. And there's not 1 ounce of regret on this man's face over it. She had nothing to do with this, and you killed her! You ignore the strain of your injuries and your body's cries of complaint as you rampage on the man who feels the need to destroy everything in his path. Your rage is white-hot, and almost drowns out the guilt eating away at you. The knowledge that your presence brought on her death. It doesn't matter whether she was a good or bad person. What matters is that you involved her in your ongoing feud with Adam, and she died as a result. You wanted me, so why the fluff did you have to take her life instead? Hands circle your wrists as Adam restrains you and holds your balled-up fists away from his body, restricting your movement like a set of manacles. And then you bop him. You use your forehead and you bop him. Right in the tibby. He tips his head up.
She did what no one should ever do,
he says as he leans closer to you, his voice dripping to that dangerous octave you know so well by now.
She got in my way.
I'll kill you for this. Somehow. Eventually. Maybe. I'll kill you for this. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but the first chance I get, I'm going to kill you.
I wouldn't expect anything less from someone like you.
You tear your wrists from Adam's grasp, pinning him with a glare that doesn't even begin to describe the hatred you feel for him. He's making you into the worst possible version of yourself. Never in your wildest dreams did you want someone to suffer so badly. But Adam, you'd gladly watch this man get what's coming to him. As you take another step back, eyes roaming around the room for another projectile, your foot makes contact with something glossy. The photos. You peer down at them. Let me take a wild guess. These are for blackmailing me, right? Proof that I was the last one seen at the place of a potential crime? Adam smirks. See, now that's just a scumbaggy move. You can cut up my Gucci shirts, you can cut up my AliExpress shirts, but framing me for murder of my own family member, that's just gauche, Adam. That's gauche. I don't rightly know what gauche means.
As I said, they're insurance. You refuse to cooperate and those pictures will get leaked to law enforcement. It's as simple as that.
What about your traces of DNA? Adam looks at his nails, unimpressed at your attempts to ruffle him. He answers your question with a response that pretty much confirms your earlier suspicions.
I have people in high places. There may have been someone at the scene who scrubbed any evidence of me away. Who's to say?
You were right in not reporting to law enforcement. No, I still think you should have did it anyway. You doubted they would have been any actual help, and you can only imagine how much worse your fate would have been. They probably would have tried to pin you with some ludicrous stalking charge and attempted murder as soon as you stepped through the door. Still, maybe if you had, Ruth would still be alive. I'm telling you, you put yourself in a jail cell and he can't get you. You'll have to get through all the red tape of the legal system. You ball your hands into fists, glaring at him. And if I don't care?
Then we go with the second option.
He closes the gap between you two, his large frame eating up your entire field of vision, until he's all you can see. Hee hee. It's like he wants to consume your entire world, leaving just himself at the center of your focus, so that no one else can take your attention away. Which sounds about right for this obsessive a-hole. Yandere much, Adam? You starting to tick the Yandere boxes?
I've got word that you were traveling to meet someone after you stopped by your aunt's, leading me to suspect that it was likely another relative or a friend, someone you're close to. There's not a lot of records on your aunt considering she was desperate to hide herself, so much so that she married your uncle in order to change her last name, to make it that much harder to find and identify her. But I did happen to find her divorce records.
Adam's smile broadens into one of cold cruelty, and you stiffen at the sight. Not my unc! This seems to spur him on. You catch a whiff of lavender as Adam leans closer, the smell further unsettling you, since you've grown used to the copper tang of blood that always seems to follow him wherever he goes. You try not to react, knowing that's what he's aiming for by invading your space like this. But you're unable to save face when he asks his next question.
How's he doing, by the way? Your uncle, I mean.
Bop! That gets you a bop. That gets you a certified bop. You leave my uncle alone. Don't you dare!
Wouldn't I?
He barricades you between his arms, gripping the railing of the hospital bed as he cocks his head in a mocking fashion.
If you don't cooperate, who knows what I might do to your uncle? I'm capable of anything.
Yeah, but my uncle has lots and lots of guns. My auntie only had one gun, but my uncle has all the guns, I believe.
Your aunt's dead and buried because of me, so it's stopping me from taking another.
Leave my uncle out of this.
And how are you going to stop me, little devil? Because, as I see it, you either have a choice to behave, or I tie you down so you can watch as I slit his throat. So tell me, what's it going to be?
Why don't we go with option C, where I stick these photos up your booty cheeks? You're cut off mid-sentence as the door to your room swings open, and a doctor with peppered hair in his early 30s walks in holding a clipboard. Behind him, a familiar figure follows after. Oh, hi, Saffron. Emerald green eyes sweep over the scene before him. He looks like he's puzzling something out, the way he takes in the pictures on the floor and Adam's arms caging you in.
Dr. Boone, could you please give us a moment alone?
The doctor peers up from his clipboard, appearing surprised, his eyes taking in the IVs you ripped out of your arms when you leapt out of your bed. You can see him warring with something before finally nodding. He tucks the clipboard under his arm.
Yes, of course. Please contact the nurse's station if you need anything from me, and I do mean anything.
There's a look of mutual understanding between the two. Is that your supper, buddy? You eating people's livers together or something? Saffron gives the doctor a pleasant smile.
I'm not sure that's necessary, but I appreciate the offer. Thank you, Dr. Boone.
The doctor nods before leaving, paying you, the patient, no mind. Oh, cool. Just what you wanted. A doctor willing to get rid of the skeletons in Saffron's closet, one of which will no doubt be yours. Okay, listen. All three of you. 90% of everybody in this game is ticking me off. I'm gonna bop the lot of you.
My aunt gets off scot-free because she's already dead, but you, Saffron, you're getting a bop right to the forehead. And you, Adam, you're getting a bop too. Isn't friendship so sweet? I don't know who's getting more mad, me or Adam. Adam's getting more mad. You shake your head with a sardonic smile. Trapped alone in a hospital room with 2 serial killers and a doctor willing to look the other way. What could go wrong?
I beg your pardon.
It's nothing. And you can drop the prim and proper act, considering I now know you and Mr. Obsessed and Repressed are working in cahoots.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. This is how I always conduct myself.
Ah. So he's just this creepy all the time. Adam draws away from you, eyes never leaving Saffron.
What are you doing here? Considering they'll be under the guise of working with me as C.A.K.E.'s official media manager, I figured it would be best if I come.
Say what now? Me and MC say at the same time. Lay what? Social media manager? What are you talking about?
I was informed you're well equipped in navigating social media and handling content as well as taking photo ops and the like because of what you do for a living. Since you'll help Adam for the foreseeable future, we need a plausible reason for you to spend time with him. As such, you'll help Adam while under the guise of working to curate our social media.
Okay. But that doesn't answer what Adam really needs me for. Yeah, dude.
That picture I showed you, do you remember it?
Yeah. Kind of hard to forget when he shoved it in your face and demanded details on what you knew about the women in the photo.
I'm looking for one of the women in it.
You mean the one with the curly brown hair who looks like you? Adam's gaze narrows and his jaw ticks.
No. I'm searching for the woman standing next to your aunt, the one with the blonde hair.
And what does that have to do with me?
You're one of the few people alive connected to Ruth, and because of that, you're one of the only leads I have to finding this woman.
What, so you expect that she told me about her personal life and I'll know something about the woman you're looking for? Saffron's gaze flickers to Adam for a brief moment. It's so quick you almost miss it. That look just now.
Are you saying you have no information on this woman? None at all?
He steps forward. Oh no! And there's a faint gleam in his eyes, like a wolf that's just seen an injured rabbit, ready to go in for the kill. I must have misspoke, Saffron. I know all about that lady. Me and her, we're really close friends. I know her. She's yeah, we're close. I know her. I totally know her, Saffron. I know her. It's clear as day what he's thinking. Adam can sense it too by the way he stiffens.
Don't.
He maneuvers his body so that he's practically standing in front of you, almost acting like a shield. Never in your life did you think that the man that stabbed you and hunted you down would act as a protective presence, but here you are, alive to witness it. Or maybe this is more of a "this is my prey" sort of deal. Adam dances between hot and cold half the time to a point where you're pretty sure even he's confused on what he wants. Not to mention that he literally just threatened to kill your uncle. But at least you're no longer face to face with hungry eyes over there. You're taking your wins where you can get them at this point.
I'm simply asking a question, and all I desire is an answer. I would assume inquiries are needed if we're to see if they'll provide any use. Otherwise, what's the point in letting them linger? They'll provide use. How can you be certain when they haven't even confirmed whether or not they know anything? You're putting a lot of stock into them, Adam, and I'm beginning to question the real reasoning as to why you're so insistent on keeping them around.
The room goes silent. Listen, girls, can't you take this outside? I'm trying to rest. You can practically feel Adam eyeing the knife he wedged into the table. Oh, great. Is there going to be bloodshed between these two? Because if that's the case, you don't want any part of it, and would like to get off the ride. Thanks! Maybe you should bail while they're distracted. No! Let's do that. Let's do that, because I know it's not going to work.
I know we're not gonna get anywhere, but I wonder how far we're not gonna get. We're gonna encounter that other doctor.
Bail! Surely no one will notice.
While the two men are locked in a battle of wills, you inch towards the door.
Bye!
You've got a small window of opportunity until one of them notices. This might be your only chance to get away again. All you need to do is stay quiet before booking it once you're out of the room. Then you can try and go from there. Easy peasy, right? I doubt you're gonna... These guys are in trained peak physician... They're built and well fit. I don't think me, who's still recovering from a gunshot wound and a stab wound, is gonna be able to leg it any further than, like, the parking lot.
Eek!
Your hand inches towards the handle, your heart thumping as your fingers wrap around the cold knob, waiting for Saffron or Adam to glance over and catch you before you've got a head start. When neither of them notice, you winch the door open. It's a tedious and anxiety-inducing task, your hands sweating with perspiration. You've got the door opened a quarter of the way before you peek into the congested hallway.
Oh wait, we out? We out?
Outside, there's nurses and doctors bustling past, alongside patients who are either strapped to gurneys or following nurses towards their designated rooms. A woman lying on one of those gurneys has multiple stab wounds to her chest. Oh. The front of her shirt is torn, and red blooms along the faded white material, the stains fanning out of her injuries, just like the stamen of a spider lily. Oh. Her unfocused gaze drifts towards you, her eyes glossy. You can't move. You've forgotten your original intention for opening the door, because looking at this woman, you're reminded of your Aunt Ruth, and no doubt the torture she likely endured because of Adam. Did she suffer like this, lying on the cold, hard floor of her trailer, pleading for help while you lay unconscious and unaware of what was happening to her? Adam's words trickle through your mind. How are you going to stop me, little devil? Because as I see it, you either have a choice to behave, or I tie you down so you can watch as I slit his throat.
Leave my uncle alone!
How could you forget? If you leave now without any sort of plan, your uncle faces the same fate as your aunt did. You could call him or try to warn him, but knowing Adam and his relentless nature, he'll burn the entire world down in order to get what he wants. You want to escape this man, but not right now. Frustration wells inside of you, and you can feel something crack, the start of a fissure beginning to spread with the added pressure of this knowledge. I can't. Ah! You jerk backwards as the knife embeds itself into the wall in front of you. You slowly turn to meet Adam's gaze, his eyes flashing red with barely concealed anger as he lowers his throwing arm. Where the fluff do you think you're going?
Out for a stroll?
It's a simple question, one you'd usually respond to with sarcasm, but you can't seem to find your voice. Your eyes travel back towards the knife. It's the same one that killed Ruth, the same one that he'll use to kill your uncle if you choose to escape. You grip your head with one hand. You're trying to catch your breath, but all you can imagine is the blood of your family coating that blade. You a question? A familiar hand grips your shoulder, and you slap it away, your eyes landing on Adam, whose eyes fly wide with surprise at your visceral response.
Keep your fluffing hands off of me!
Adam's jaw ticks as he jerks the knife from where he threw it before slamming his hand over your head, shutting the door in the process. Then don't try to leave. You already know what will happen if you do.
I actually don't know what would happen.
I'm more than aware. You hiss under your breath, earning one more glare from Adam before he turns to face Saffron, who watches the two of you with quiet interest. Now, what I want to know, he says, leveling his knife in Saffron's direction, forcing the conversation back on topic, is why you're so heck-bent on questioning me when I already explained everything to you earlier. You and I both know that just because they don't remember anything right now doesn't mean they won't prove useful or remember something later down the line. And because of that, I'm not letting you fluffing touch them.
They're my only lead to getting my answers. If that's the case, then couldn't you say the same about the man Ruth was formerly married to? I'd say he'd know far more than they do. Which leads me to my other fluffing point.
He jerks his thumb over his shoulder in your direction.
Even on the off chance they can't recall anything, they can still provide an opportunity for me to speak with their uncle, or any other possible family members who might know more about Ruth's past. Yes, I could cut my losses and torture the effer, but if there's a chance he's anything like Ruth, he'll die and I'll wind up back at square one. If I go about it in this way, there's less of a chance for me to lose the lead I already have, and can utilize them as a means of getting their family to open up about what they know. You of all people should know how important connections are. So there, is that a good enough reason as to why I'm keeping them alive? Or are you going to ask me more stupid fluffing questions?
There's a moment of silence, and despite Adam standing between the two of you, you can still feel Saffron's ravenous gaze by the way your skin crawls. Your suspicions are confirmed when you peer around Adam and are greeted by emerald green eyes staring straight at you. You resist the urge to curl your lip in repulsion. Saffron's looking at you like a piece of decadent cake placed on a shelf that's just out of reach. You know some people think you're a snack, but Saffron's taking it way too far. Adam notices the same thing because he shifts so that you're out of the other man's line of sight. It's subtle, but Saffron's eyes narrow as he's forced to focus on Adam again.
I see.
You don't see nothing, he says at last. There's something off about the way he says it, too. Like he's starting to piece together a puzzle he couldn't figure out before, and now it's all coming together thanks to that one gesture. You feel like Adam just started a catalyst. You're not sure for what quite yet, but you know something has changed, and you're afraid of the consequences that will follow.
If that's all, then leave. As I've stated before, I came here to explain what they'll be doing under my leadership.
And where in that sentence, Adam says, as he eats up the distance between him and Saffron in 3 quick strides,
did I ask? I was making a statement, a command, not a request. Leave, now.
Saffron sighs, like he's dealing with a teenager demanding his father get out of his room, rather than someone who could potentially murder him.
Very well, but Adam...
He doesn't wait for the singer to respond as he clamps a hand down on his shoulder.
I think you're forgetting one very important detail, and I think it's best I remind you of that now, before you forget.
His next words are muted as he whispers something in Adam's ear. Whatever he's saying makes Adam go rigid. His hands ball into fists, and the veins in his arms pop out as he restrains himself, no doubt itching to lash out in the most violent way possible. You're surprised he doesn't, and while you can't make out what Saffron's saying, you're sure it's got something to do with you by the way Saffron refuses to break eye contact. You want to look away, but then Saffron's lips begin to tug at the corners, and a slow, eerie smile begins to split his face apart. You forget how to breathe. The entire world stills, and you feel like you just hopped onto the set of some horror movie. You get the insane urge to grab the metal chair Adam was sitting in earlier and beat the ever-loving crap out of Saffron with it until he crumbles to the floor. You don't care if your stitches break in the process. This evil needs to go. You've seen some horror movies to know how this ends. You've got to exorcise this guy real quick, unless you want your decapitated head acting as the centerpiece for a table spread made from your severed limbs. 'Cause you'd totally do that, Saffron! You'll need to wait until a later date, though. You've got other things to prioritize first, like ensuring your uncle's safety. Then you can take care of the big bad. Not today, Cannibal Lecter. Not today. Saffron seems to acknowledge this as well, because he draws away from Adam, his sinister smile replaced by his usual polite disposition.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to. Please, take care.
Adam remains quiet as Saffron brushes past him. He doesn't even react when the door closes behind his manager with a soft click, leaving the two of you alone. He's so still, you wonder if he's even breathing. Poke the proverbial bear? Ignore him? I want to poke that bear. I want to poke that bear. I want to poke that bear. Poke that bear. You've got to, because at least you know what you're in for when he's annoyed. Why, yes, Adam, the floor is looking very floored today. Lo and behold, the comment works. Adam lifts his head, his eyebrows furrowing into an angry V.
Do you ever shut up?
Uh-huh. There's the a-hole we all know and would like to run over with a truck. Now, are you done brooding over your short little ASMR session with Saffron, or are you going to continue standing there? Because I would like to take a nap, if you don't mind.
There's nothing stopping you from sleeping.
There's 6 feet of something stopping me from sleeping. Oh yes, because I can totally sleep knowing there's a stab-happy man in the same room as me. You give him a pointed look. Adam's jaw ticks. You really should get that jaw ticking checked out, Adam.
I'm not leaving this room.
Well then sit down so I don't feel like Nosferatu is looming over me.
I'm not a vampire.
Oh, but you look it. The inverted cross, your dark purple aesthetic, and let's not forget your gloomy nobody understands me attitude. Really reads like you were ripped out of some crappy Breaking Brawn fanfic. Ah! You yawn as you slip back into your bed, leaning back against the swath of pillows, the strain on your body finally registering. Jeez. Shot and then stabbed within days of each other. Wasn't I stabbed like twice? It's a wonder how you survived everything. Either way, at least you can rest in an actual bed now instead of the front seat of your car. Either way, at least you can rest in an actual bed now instead of the front of your car. Despite your claims about struggling with sleep with Adam in the same room, you're close to passing out when the singer speaks.
Hey.
You groan, not even bothering to open your eyes. What now? Didn't I make it clear that I'm trying to sleep?
Just listen. It's important.
Adam pauses, and you hear the sound of him picking something up.
Whatever you do, don't let yourself get caught in a situation where you're left alone with Saffron. Understand?
I already knew that! His words are harsh, but there's something else, too. If you were dumber, you'd mistake it for genuine worry, but this is Adam you're talking about. You crack open an eyelid and discover he's resumed the peeling of the apple he started on earlier. Do I look like I want a death wish?
Yes or no? It's a simple question.
Yes. Happy? Adam doesn't respond, his eyes boring into yours as he searches for a lie within your response. Is this guy serious right now? He started to make your head hurt again. Would you like to hear how much I'd prefer chewing off my own foot over sitting alone in a room with that guy? Or do you really think I'm that stupid?
You tell me.
I just did!
Well, I'm just asking because...
A small condescending smirk tugs at his mouth.
This is the first time you and I have ever seen eye to eye on something. Little devil.
See, we're getting along swimmingly. It just took us 4 chapters and several days of bloodshed. Oh dear. Saffron? Saffron finds his old friend waiting for him within the ER's security room. While it's rare for hospitals to have such a setup, Dr. Boone ensured that no one was put in place for a number of reasons. None of them are for ethical reasons. Oh. Dr. Boone watches the monitor as a man thrashes around on a gurney, wailing his head off, screaming for help. It's a useless endeavor. The hospital is set up with a number of soundproof rooms for disruptive patients. He's wasting his breath, though he's unaware of the fact. The patient's thrashing gets worse as the surgeon approaches him, tugging on their plastic gloves while their eyes glimmer with morbid fascination. There's someone on standby holding a bag full of liquid meant to preserve the organs they pull from the patient. The surgeon turns on the overhead light, and the operation begins as Saffron stands beside Dr. Boone.
I assume all is running smoothly? Yes, we're a well-oiled machine, especially thanks to your help. Your connections have done wonders for this facility and our finances.
Dr. Boone turns to Saffron.
But I know you're not here to soak up praise for your efforts. I assume things went as expected?
Correct. Saffron watches the surgeon on screen with a critical eye as he makes his first cut on the patient. He's still awake and thrashing around. Blood bubbles up from where he's cut, and Saffron tries to ignore the gnawing hunger stemming from his gut.
Go get yourself a burger or something, dude! Dang it!
Your face, the tender shape of your body. You make him feel insatiable.
I purposely provoked Adam, and I learned a few interesting details while observing him. He's become defensive of his mark, and I believe he's formed an unhealthy attachment to their presence. Getting them alone won't be easy.
Dr. Boone sighs.
I apologize for not realizing sooner. I would have never put them through surgery had I known. That's no fault of your own, and it's likely Adam would have laid the blame on me had things gone conventionally south. I was surprised when he came in without you. I assume you had other matters to attend to? Yes, and I'm beginning to understand why it was asked that I do this discreetly. If I outright kill them without some forethought, it's anyone's guess what Adam will do given his nature.
Saffron lets his gaze momentarily drift over to Dr. Boone.
Adam has never shown this level of interest in anyone, so I need to put a plan in place that allows for his attachment to disintegrate entirely. Then, when their bond is severed, I can do what's necessary. And I'm assuming you've got something in mind. You catch on quick, old friend.
Yeah, these two crazy doctor surgeon guys plotting against me when I'm just trying to sleep.
Saffron smiles as he looks back at the CCTV footage.
I've known you've long enough to pick up on your train of thought, but as I've said before, I'm here if you need anything. I'm aware, and I'll call upon you when the time is right, but first I must focus on laying out the groundwork. Then, when they're no longer under Adam's protection...
I don't want to know what's gonna happen when I'm no longer under Adam's protection.
Saffron allows his fingers to trail along the screen of the computer monitor where the patient lies unresponsive. The man's gone limp as the surgeon pulls aside the cut-out flaps of skin, pinning them in place, exposing the soft intestines and chunks of flesh waiting underneath. But it's not the man Saffron sees lying there. It's the person he craves most in the world. You. His fingers flex as he drags his nails down the screen, imagining you splayed out beneath him, your chest an open cavern, your ribs cracked and parted, your intestines glistening under the glow of the fluorescent lighting, a fruit ripe for the taking.
My fruit!
And once he's done everything he needs to in order to pluck you,
I'll let myself indulge in the most wonderful feast.
Gosh dang it, why do I gotta be so delicious?
Park Bend Emergency Department, 3 p.m. 2 weeks later? Over the next few weeks of recovery, your well-being is ensured by the ER staff. You don't see Dr. Boone again, and Saffron only shows up when he goes over the details of your arrangement. Adam is a different story. He visits every single day. Most of the time, he sits in silence like a careful watchdog, and other times he's sharpening his blade or cutting into an apple that he leaves you slices of. He never eats them himself. You wonder if the man ever sleeps, because every time you wake up, he's staring at you, his gaze unwavering. Sometimes you get into arguments about it. Other times you attempt to ignore it, mostly because whenever you get too riled up, you start getting headaches, although you're not sure why. The doctors suspect it's due to anemia after the loss of so much blood, though they're surprised there's no other outside factors paired with it, all things considered. I don't know, what do we got? Stabbed, stress levels out the roof, shot. You should have died back there, but somehow you managed to pull through. This is actually what they're looking for, my plot armor. When the time finally comes for you to leave the hospital, it's both a relief and a concern. A relief because you'll no longer be tied down to a hospital bed, but a concern because you're going to meet the rest of Adam's band, the other members of C.A.K.E. The boys! Where's the one who I want to adopt? Where's the adult man who I'm going to adopt and make my son? King, Ethan, and Kane. Kane, that's the one. That's the one I'm going to adopt. I'm going to adopt him, and he's going to be my baby boy son, and I'm going to give him a PS4. You recall seeing them plastered alongside Adam on numerous billboards and articles and social media outlets. They all appear close on screen, friendly even. You can only imagine what they're really like. You can't imagine anyone hanging around Adam or Saffron and not having homicidal tendencies. You shudder at the idea of surrounding yourself with such violent men, and try not to think about it as you tuck yourself further into the back seat of the car Saffron picked you up in. Adam keeps eyeing you through the rearview mirror.
Don't even think of trying to jump out,
he says when you catch him looking at you for the 1000th time. Oh yeah, that's so easy with the childproof safety locks turned on, you say and rattle the door handle for emphasis. I'm totally making my grand escape.
Given your personality, I wouldn't put it past you to get so desperate that you try breaking out through the window.
Good to know you realize I would rather be a bug on someone else's windshield than deal with your presence in a confined space. And, for your information, I've been signaling cars passing by while mouthing SOS while you weren't looking. The look Adam gives you is scathing. You smirk at him.
All I'm asking is that you fluffing behave yourself, and not to act like a fox with its legs stuck in a trap.
Ugh, this again. You sigh before resting your head against the car window. The world flies by in a blur, the familiarity of the city doing nothing to bring you comfort. You wake for the days when you didn't fear for your life. Look, I already agreed to work with you and Hungry Eyes over there in return for my uncle's safety. If I was going to run, don't you think I would have done so already? Like I tried to do at the hospital, but it didn't work?
Considering you're recovered for the most part, I wouldn't put it past you to come up with some stupid escape plan.
He's not wrong, and he doesn't need to know you're just biding your time until you can find your way out of this fluffed-up situation. You rub the bridge of your nose, wording yourself carefully. Outright lying just ticks him off, and you don't need the headache. I'm not going to take the risk of you following through with your threat, especially after learning what you did to my aunt. As I've said before, I'm not stupid, and Adam, just so we're clear, I would rather die before I let you touch or drag another innocent person into this. Your gaze collides with his, and it's like two swords getting locked into a battle of wills, both of you refusing to back down against the other. Adam's gaze narrows. He opens his mouth, but his words are lost when Saffron clears his throat. He seethes his unspoken words. For now. The symphony dies down to a soft hum as Saffron interjects.
If you two don't calm down, I'm turning this car around right now. If you two are finished, I would like to remind you both that you need to be on your best behavior. I received word there's a slew of paparazzi waiting for us outside the hotel, and would prefer to keep them from witnessing an argument between you two.
What, you wouldn't pay them off?
I would prefer not to, though I will if my hand is forced. But if that happens, I'm holding you accountable, and I do not care if Adam needs you. You intentionally messing up his image is not something I will tolerate.
Okay, I get it. I already said I would behave myself. I was just curious. You turn your attention back to the window, and it's at that moment you realize you've reached the hotel. As Saffron said, there's a number of paparazzi on standby. Flashes of cameras go off, and you blink, trying to clear out the stars from your eyes. You hear people screaming Adam's first name. his last name. It's a wonder your eardrums don't burst.
Fluffing nuisances.
Adam mutters as Saffron pulls the car into the parking lot.
Stay by my side,
Saffron says, killing the engine as he speaks to you.
Do not walk beside Adam. Keep your head down and do not speak to anyone. We will follow behind Adam at the rear, and we'll keep that formation until we step inside the hotel and we've reached our rooms.
Okay, Dad. You can sort of guess why Saffron's giving you these instructions. If anyone sees you and Adam side by side, they might get the wrong idea and suspect you're not on his team, but his love.
They're walking next to me. Adam, if I allow that, then deal. Pay the paparazzi off. I don't care what you have to do. They stay with me.
Saffron's hands grip the steering wheel. You think he's about to argue, especially considering how he just berated you about messing up Adam's image. And he's clearly not one to back down, even when facing off with Adam, if that singular interaction back at the hotel when you first woke up is anything to go by. You brace yourself for a verbal sparring match. But, to your surprise, Saffron relaxes his shoulders.
Well, yeah, as Adam's looking at you like that, I'd be scared too.
As you wish,
he says, before he turns off the child-proof safety locks. Your mouth almost drops. What's with the sudden shift in behavior? It doesn't make sense.
What you plotting, Adam?
You don't get much time to think about it, as you're forced to step out of the car in order to catch up with him, and are immediately bombarded with flashes of light and shouting.
Am I at least dressed nice?
You freeze on the spot.
Oh, Fluff.
You've never encountered anything like this. It's like you've entered a whole other world entirely. A hand touches your shoulder, and you find Adam smiling down at you, his stage persona on and firmly in place. You almost snort by how ridiculous this feels.
Walk beside me so you don't get lost, okay?
He says, and then starts guiding you behind two security guards who part the way for your small party.
Mr. Gordon, who's that standing beside you?
Mr. Gordon, is that your lover?
Mr. Gordon, when will your tour resume?
Mr. Gordon, is it true that you won Sexiest Man of the Year?
Mr. Gordon.
The shouts are coming from all around you. You want to cover your ears and distance yourself from the chaos, your body humming with major discomfort, but you force yourself to keep walking. They're so loud that they're pulling in onlookers who lose their crap once they take notice of Adam. Arms stretch out, fingers grab at the open air, flashes keep going off. It's almost too much to bear. Breathe, you think to yourself. Just a simple inhale and exhale. You try to draw in air, but you're suffocating because of the atmosphere. It's so bad that your hands are starting to shake as anxiety zips through you. It's even worse seeing Adam relaxed and in his element. He dips his head in acknowledgement to the crowd, but does not answer any of the questions thrown at him. How does anyone get used to this? At least with your work in Mask, you remain anonymous. You're not a fan of all this attention, even if you're not the one they're here for. You scrunch your eyes closed.
We're almost there, little devil,
Adam murmurs. It's a wonder how you can hear him.
Just keep looking forward and ignore the fluffing pests. They aren't worth getting worked up over, so unclench your teeth and shoulders.
You blink before peering up at him.
Holy crap, are you actually giving me a pep talk right now? Is this the signal for the end of days?
You feign shock and glance around.
Stop acting like an idiot.
What are you blushing for?
Adam says, keeping the amicable mask on while his lowered voice expresses anything but.
I'm only saying this because you passing out in the middle of a crowd would be obnoxious and inconvenient. Don't mistake my words for genuine care.
I figured as much, because being nice and genuine would probably cause you to burst into flames. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to believe you have a single humane bone in your body. We've already established that from the first time we met.
Yeah, you stabbed me when I was just trying to help you, you butt.
Speaking of which,
what?
He demands, noticing the way you're now eyeing him.
Just spit whatever you're thinking out already.
Can I just know why?
Why what?
You look off towards the crowd, but instead of a throng of bodies, you recall that day you met on the highway. The sharp, agonizing pain in your shoulder, the coppery scent of blood, Adam's condescending smile. Your jaw sets. "Why did you attack me?" you finally ask, bringing the unanswered questions that plague you to light. "Why do you and Saffron want me dead? Was this just a one-off thing and I just managed to escape? Was this organized? Originally, I thought you were just some serial killer getting his kicks off hunting innocent people because he could. But now..." You shake your head. "Does it have to do something with my aunt? No matter how hard I try to piece it together, I just can't. None of this makes any sense to me." Your temple hurts so bad as you ruminate in these thoughts. But you need answers. You're so tired of not having them. After all of this, you deserve at least one.
Why does it matter?
Adam doesn't look at you, his own gaze distant, as if he's seeing the same thing you're seeing. "Because I think I deserve to know how and why I ended up here, instead of continuing on with my life in blissful ignorance, where you're just some famous celebrity I only hear about." Adam considers for a moment, his eyes trailing up to Saffron. Almost as if sensing his gaze, Saffron glances over his shoulder, and it feels like there's a silent exchange. When Saffron returns his attention back around, you see Adam's fists clench, and you wonder briefly what's going on between the two.
"I can't tell you that,"
Adam says at last. "You can't, or you won't."
"Can't it be both?"
he snaps, keeping his voice low so the crowd doesn't overhear him.
"I don't know why you're so stubborn about this, but sometimes it's best to leave things alone if you know what's fluffing good for you."
"I don't know what's good for me. That's why I'm in this situation."
His eyes slice over to yours.
"Because when it comes to everything else surrounding me, ignorance is bliss, little devil. Don't ask questions you won't like the answers to."
You're making this sound bigger than it just being you and Saffron. You both step through the glass doors of the hotel, and with Adam's back to the crowd, his facade drops in an instant. He smirks.
"I'd suggest not digging too deep, little devil,"
he says as you both approach the elevator where Saffron waits, one of his arms folded behind his back, while the other hovers over one of the buttons on the operating panel. He too smiles. I don't want to be in an elevator with you too." But while Adam's was a warning, Saffron's is a promise, almost as if he knows the floor he's taking to will change your worldview forever. Almost as if he knows he's dragging you into a new heck. Is the new heck gonna be me having to adopt and manage the other 3 band members? It's just like wrangling children at that point. I've got them all on leashes. And there's no coming back from it. You and Adam both step into place beside Saffron, facing the elevator doors as Saffron presses the button, and they close in front of you. Right as Adam finally says,
"Because maybe it is."
The Riddler! The Riddler! The Riddler! Oh no, my baby boy's soon-to-be adopted child! A soon-to-be grown man who gets adopted by a grown woman. There's a sickening, wet thump from inside the alleyway, followed by the sound of something heavy getting dragged. A dark form towers over the shape of another. He's got his hands wrapped around the limp figure's wrists. They're purple and bruised like someone broke them. Jagged cuts that look like they were made from the serrated edges of a knife stare up at him. Loser. They overlap one another, the blood still fresh from where the words were carved in, ingrained into the corpse's skin like ghastly tattoos. The man whimpers, and he screws his eyes shut as he drags empty husks further in. He didn't mean to. He didn't mean to do it. He swears on his life that he didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Poor baby. And then I'm saying like, oh, poor baby, oh, I'm going to adopt him. And then it turns out
how much you want to bet it turns out I'm gonna be wanting to be 6 feet away from him?
He wishes he could rewind time and tell himself not to enter the bar and down that last shot of whiskey. But it's too late, and now he's here. All he can remember is the alcohol going down smooth, the dancing, someone pushing him into the bathrooms. He recalls someone tongue-slipping into his mouth, his hands on their waist, their fingers tugging at his hair. He doesn't know if the person was a man or a woman or non-binary. He doesn't even know if it was the corpse now laying at his feet. He doesn't know how he got here.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me,
he says as he peers down at the corpse, a sob ripping through his chest when he sees their glassy eyes.
Didn't mean to do it again. I thought it would get better if I joined. I thought I'd be saved.
He ducks his head as feelings of guilt swell in his chest, constricting him like chains, dragging him down into an abyss he can't break free from.
I never thought would turn out like this. I swear I didn't. I thought God would save me.
Another sob tears through him. A yellow light flickers overhead as the form passes underneath its glow. A man with the tips of his hair dyed green and eyes portraying an eternal state of exhaustion lifts his head up to the skies, his bottom lip quivering. He begs for someone, anyone, to
please save me.
Ah! Adopt! Adopt! I will adopt this adult man. I will make him my child. We will play Bloodborne together. I'm still expecting that once we know more about Kane, that I'm going to rescind that adoption and I'm just going to take him back in a shopping cart. Like, he's too crazy, have him back. But then again, Saffron is one of the craziest characters I've ever met in this game, and I am scared of him. But we will have to see in Chapter 5. Now, Chapter 4 is only recently released, so there may be some time before Chapter 5 comes out. So remember, a great game is never rushed. But I like how thick the plot is getting, and I like how much Adam is starting to fall in love with us. But if you would like to follow this developer for any more development, there will be a link in the description of this video. And keep in mind that this game is meant for adults. Well, Editor Me's gonna have her hands full editing this video. This is Chapter 1 all the way up to Chapter 4. So until then, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Take care of yourself, have a great night, and remember, there is always hope.